Chapter 13 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 13. Shipping Intelligence and Office Business. Mr. Dombey's offices were in a court, where there was an old established stall of choice fruit at the corner, where perambulating merchants of both sexes offered for sale at any time between the hours of 10 and 5, slippers, pocket-books, sponges, dogs' collars, and Windsor soap, and sometimes a pointer or an oil painting. The pointer always came that way with a view to the Stock Exchange, where a sporting taste, originating generally in bets of new hats, is much in vogue. The other commodities were addressed to the general public, but they were never offered by the vendors to Mr. Dombey. When he appeared, the dealers in those wares fell off respectfully. The principal slipper and dog's collar man, who considered himself a public character, and whose portrait was screwed on to an artist's door in Cheapside, threw up his forefinger to the brim of his hat as Mr. Dombey went by. The ticket porter, if he were not absent on a job, always ran officiously before to open Mr. Dombey's office door as wide as possible, and hold it open, with his hat off, while he entered. The clerks within were not a whit behindhand in their demonstrations of respect. A solemn hush prevailed as Mr. Dombey passed through the outer office. The wit of the counting-house became in a moment as mute as the row of leathern fire-buckets hanging up behind him. Such vapid and flat daylight as filtered through the ground-glass windows and skylights, leaving a black sediment upon the panes, showed the books and papers, and the figures bending over them, enveloped in a studious gloom, and as much abstracted in appearance from the world without as if they were assembled at the bottom of the sea, while a mouldy little strong-room in the obscure perspective, where a shaded lamp was always burning, might have represented the cavern of some ocean monster looking on with a red eye at these mysteries of the deep. When Perch the messenger, whose place was on a little bracket, like a timepiece, saw Mr. Dombey come in, or rather when he felt that he was coming, for he had usually an instinctive sense of his approach, he hurried into Mr. Dombey's room, stirred the fire, carried fresh coals from the bowels of the coal-box, hung the newspaper to air upon the fender, put the chair ready and the screen in its place, and was round upon his heel on the instant of Mr. Dombey's entrance, to take his great coat and hat, and hang them up. Then Perch took the newspaper, and gave it a turn or two in his hands before the fire, and laid it deferentially at Mr. Dombey's elbow. And so little objection had Perch to being deferential in the last degree, that if he might have laid himself at Mr. Dombey's feet, or might have called him by some such title as used to be bestowed upon the Caliph Haroun Arashid, he would have been all the better pleased. As this honour would have been an innovation and an experiment, Perch was fain to content himself by expressing as well as he could in his manner, "You are the light of my eyes, you are the breath of my soul, you are the commander of the faithful Perch." With this imperfect happiness to cheer him, he would shut the door softly, walk away on tiptoe, and leave his great chief to be stared at through a dome-shaped window in the leads, by ugly chimney-pots, and backs of houses, and especially by the bold window of a hair-cutting saloon on a first floor, where a waxen effigy, bald as a Mussulman, in the morning, and covered after 11 o'clock in the day with luxuriant hair and whiskers in the latest Christian fashion, showed him the wrong side of its head for ever. Between Mr. Dombey and the common world, as it was accessible through the medium of the outer office, to which Mr. Dombey's presence in his own room may be said to have struck like damp or cold air, there were 2 degrees of descent. Mr. Carker, in his own office, was the first step. Mr. Morfin, in his own office, was the second. Each of these gentlemen occupied a little chamber, like a bathroom, opening from the passage outside Mr. Dombey's door. Mr. Carker, as Grand Vizier, inhabited the room that was nearest to the Sultan. Mr. Morfin, as an officer of inferior state, inhabited the room that was nearest to the clerk's. The gentleman last mentioned was a cheerful-looking, hazel-eyed, elderly bachelor, gravely attired, as to his upper man, in black, and as to his legs, in pepper and salt colour. His dark hair was just touched here and there with specks of grey, as though the tread of time had splashed it, and his whiskers were already white. He had a mighty respect for Mr. Dombey, and rendered him due homage, but as he was of a genial temper himself, and never wholly at his ease in that stately presence, he was disquieted by no jealousy of the many conferences enjoyed by Mr. Carker, and felt a secret satisfaction in having duties to discharge which rarely exposed him to be singled out for such distinction. He was a great musical amateur in his way, after business, and had a paternal affection for his violoncello, which was once in every week transported from Islington, his place of abode, to a certain club room hard by the bank, where quartets of the most tormenting and excruciating nature were executed every Wednesday evening by a private party. Mr. Carker was a gentleman 38 or 40 years old, of a florid complexion, and with 2 unbroken rows of glistening teeth, whose regularity and whiteness were quite distressing. It was impossible to escape the observation of them, for he showed them whenever he spoke, and bore so wide a smile upon his countenance, a smile, however, very rarely indeed extending beyond his mouth, that there was something in it like the snarl of a cat. He affected a stiff white cravat, after the example of his principal, and was always closely buttoned up and tightly dressed. His manner towards Mr. Dombey was deeply conceived and perfectly expressed. He was familiar with him, in the very extremity of his sense of the distance between them. Mr. Dombey, to a man in your position from a man in mine, there is no show of subservience compatible with the transaction of business between us that I should think sufficient. I frankly tell you, sir, I give it up altogether. I feel that I could not satisfy my own mind, and heaven knows, Mr. Dombey, you can afford to dispense with the endeavour. If he had carried these words about with him printed on a placard, and had constantly offered it to Mr. Dombey's perusal on the breast of his coat, he could not have been more explicit than he was. This was Carker the manager. Mr. Carker the junior, Walter's friend, was his brother, 2 or 3 years older than he, but widely removed in station. The younger brother's post was on the top of the official ladder, the elder brother's at the bottom. The elder brother never gained a stave, or raised his foot to mount one. Young men passed above his head, and rose, but he was always at the bottom. He was quite resigned to occupy that low condition, never complained of it, and certainly never hoped to escape from it.
"How do you do this morning?"
said Mr. Carker the manager, entering Mr. Dombey's room soon after his arrival one day, with a bundle of papers in his hand.
"How do you do, Carker?"
said Mr. Dombey.
"Coolish,"
observed Carker, stirring the fire.
"Rather,"
said Mr. Dombey.
"Any news of the young gentleman who is so important to us all?"
asked Carker, with his whole regiment of teeth on parade.
"Yes, not direct news. I hear he's very well,"
said Mr. Dombey, who had come from Brighton overnight, but no one knew it.
"Very well, and becoming a great scholar, no doubt?"
observed the manager.
"I hope so,"
returned Mr. Dombey.
"Egad,"
said Mr. Carker, shaking his head,
"time flies."
"I think so sometimes,"
returned Mr. Dombey, glancing at his newspaper.
"Oh, you have no reason to think so,"
observed Carker.
"One who sits on such an elevation as yours, and can sit there unmoved in all seasons, hasn't much reason to know anything about the flight of time. It's men like myself, who are low down, and are not superior in circumstances, and who inherit new masters in the course of time, that have cause to look about us. I shall have a rising sun to worship soon."
Time enough, Carker,"
said Mr. Dombey, rising from his chair, and standing with his back to the fire. "Have you anything there for me?"
"I don't know that I need trouble you," returned Carker, turning over the papers in his hand. "You have a committee to-day at 3, you know."
"And one at 3¾ added Mr Dombey.
"Catch you forgetting anything!"
exclaimed Carker, still turning over his papers.
"If Mr Paul inherits your memory, he'll be a troublesome customer in the house. One of you is enough."
"You have an accurate memory of your own," said Mr Dombey.
"Oh, aye," returned the manager. "It's the only capital of a man like me."
Mr Dombey did not look less pompous or at all displeased as he stood leaning against the chimney-piece, surveying his, of course unconscious, clerk from head to foot. The stiffness and nicety of Mr Carker's dress, and a certain arrogance of manner, either natural to him or imitated from a pattern not far off, gave great additional effect to his humility. He seemed a man who would contend against the power that vanquished him if he could, but who was utterly borne down by the greatness and superiority of Mr Dombey. "Is Morphin here?" asked Mr Dombey, after a short pause, during which Mr Carker had been fluttering his papers and muttering little abstracts of their contents to himself.
"Morphin's here,"
he answered, looking up with his widest and almost sudden smile.
"Humming musical recollections of his last night's quartet party, I suppose, through the walls between us, and driving me half mad. I wish he'd make a bonfire of his violoncello, and burn his music books in it."
"You respect nobody, Carker, I think," said Mr Dombey.
"No?"
inquired Carker, with another wide and most feline show of his teeth.
"Well, not many people, I believe. I wouldn't answer, perhaps," he murmured, as if he were only thinking it, "for more than one."
A dangerous quality, if real, and not a less dangerous one if feigned. But Mr Dombey hardly seemed to think so, as he still stood with his back to the fire, drawn up to his full height, and looking at his head clerk with a dignified composure, in which there seemed to lurk a stronger latent sense of power than usual.
"Talking of Morphin,"
resumed Mr Carker, taking out one paper from the rest,
"he reports a junior dead in the agency at Barbados, and proposes to reserve a passage in the Son and Heir. She'll sail in a month or so for the successor. You don't care who goes, I suppose? We have nobody of that sort here."
Mr Dombey shook his head with supreme indifference.
"It's no very precious appointment,"
observed Mr Carker, taking up a pen with which to endorse a memorandum on the back of the paper.
"I hope he may bestow it on some orphan nephew of a musical friend. It may perhaps stop his fiddle playing, if he has a gift that way. Who's that? Come in."
"I beg your pardon, Mr Carker. I didn't know you were here, sir,"
answered Walter, appearing with some letters in his hand, unopened and newly arrived.
"Mr Carker the junior, sir."
At the mention of this name, Mr Carker the manager was, or affected to be, touched to the quick with shame and humiliation. He cast his eyes full on Mr Dombey with an altered and apologetic look, abased them on the ground, and remained for a moment without speaking.
"I thought, sir," he said suddenly and angrily, turning on Walter, "that you had been before requested not to drag Mr Carker the junior into your conversation."
"I beg your pardon,"
returned Walter.
I was only going to say that Mr Carker the junior had told me he believed you were gone out, or I should not have knocked at the door when you were engaged with Mr Dombey. These are letters for Mr Dombey, sir."
"Very well, sir," returned Mr Carker the manager,
plucking them sharply from his hand.
"Go about your business."
But in taking them with so little ceremony, Mr Carker dropped one on the floor, and did not see what he had done. Neither did Mr Dombey observe the letter lying near his feet. Walter hesitated for a moment, thinking that one or other of them would notice it, but finding that neither did, he stopped, came back, picked it up, and laid it himself on Mr Dombey's desk. The letters were post letters, and it happened that the one in question was Mrs. Pipchin's regular report, directed as usual, for Mrs. Pipchin was but an indifferent penwoman, by Florence. Mr. Dombey, having his attention silently called to this letter by Walter, started and looked fiercely at him, as if he believed that he had purposely selected it from all the rest. "You can leave the room, sir," said Mr. Dombey haughtily. He crushed the letter in his hand, and having watched Walter out at the door, put it in his pocket without breaking the seal.
"These continual references to Mr. Carker the junior," Mr. Carker the manager began, as soon as they were alone, "are to a man in my position uttered before one in yours so unspeakably distressing."
"Nonsense, Carker," Mr. Dombey interrupted. "You are too sensitive."
"I am sensitive," he returned. "If one in your position could by any possibility imagine yourself in my place, which you cannot, you would be so too."
As Mr. Dombey's thoughts were evidently pursuing some other subject, his discreet ally broke off here, and stood with his teeth ready to present to him when he should look up. "You want somebody to send to the West Indies, you were saying?" observed Mr. Dombey hurriedly.
"Yes,"
replied Carker. "Send young Gay."
"Good, very good indeed. Nothing easier,"
said Mr. Carker, without any show of surprise, and taking up the pen to re-endorse the letter as coolly as he had done before.
"Send young Gay."
"Call him back," said Mr. Dombey. Mr. Carker was quick to do so, and Walter was quick to return. "Gay," said Mr. Dombey, turning a little to look at him over his shoulder, "here is
"An opening,"
said Mr. Carker, with his mouth stretched to the utmost, "in the West Indies, at Barbados. I am going to send you," said Mr. Dombey, scorning to embellish the bare truth, "to fill a junior situation in the counting house at Barbados. Let your uncle know from me that I have chosen you to go to the West Indies." Walter's breath was so completely taken away by his astonishment that he could hardly find enough for the repetition of the words,
West Indies?
"Somebody must go," said Mr. Dombey, "and you are young and healthy, and your uncle's circumstances are not good. Tell your uncle that you are appointed. You will not go yet. There will be an interval of a month or two, perhaps."
Shall I remain there, sir?
inquired Walter. "Will you remain there, sir?" repeated Mr. Dombey, turning a little more round towards him. "What do you mean? What does he mean, Carker?"
Live there, sir,
faltered Walter. "Certainly," returned Mr. Dombey. Walter bowed. "That's all," said Mr. Dombey, resuming his letters. "You will explain to him in good time about the usual outfit and so forth, Carker, of course. He needn't wait, Carker."
"You needn't wait, Gay,"
observed Mr. Carker, bare to the gums. "Unless," said Mr. Dombey, stopping in his reading without looking off the letter, and seeming to listen, "unless he has anything to say."
No, sir,"
returned Walter, agitated and confused and almost stunned as an infinite variety of pictures presented themselves to his mind, among which Captain Cuttle, in his glazed hat, transfixed with astonishment at Mrs. MacStinger's, and his uncle bemoaning his loss in the little back parlour, held prominent places.
I hardly know. I am much obliged, sir."
"He needn't wait, Carker," said Mr. Dombey. And as Mr. Carker again echoed the words, and also collected his papers as if he were going away too, Walter felt that his lingering any longer would be an unpardonable intrusion, especially as he had nothing to say, and therefore walked out quite confounded. Going along the passage, with the mingled consciousness and helplessness of a dream, he heard Mr. Dombey's door shut again, as Mr. Carker came out, and immediately afterwards that gentleman called to him.
"Bring your friend Mr. Carker the junior to my room, sir, if you please."
Walter went to the outer office and apprised Mr. Carker the junior of his errand, who accordingly came out from behind a partition where he sat alone in one corner, and returned with him to the room of Mr. Carker the manager. That gentleman was standing with his back to the fire, and his hands under his coat tails, looking over his white cravat, as unpromisingly as Mr. Dombey himself could have looked. He received them without any change in his attitude or softening of his harsh and black expression, merely signing to Walter to close the door.
"John Carker,"
said the manager, when this was done, turning suddenly upon his brother, with his 2 rows of teeth bristling as if he would have bitten him,
"what is the league between you and this young man, in virtue of which I am haunted and hunted by the mention of your name? Is it not enough for you, John Carker, that I am your near relation, and can't detach myself from that?"
"Say disgrace, James," interposed the other in a low voice, finding that he stammered for a word. "You mean it, and have reason. Say disgrace."
"From that disgrace," assented his brother with keen emphasis. "But is the fact to be blurted out and trumpeted and proclaimed continually in the presence of the very house? In moments of confidence, too? Do you think your name is calculated to harmonize in this place with trust and confidence, John Carker?"
"No," returned the other. "No, James. God knows I have no such thought."
"What is your thought, then?" said his brother. "And why do you thrust yourself in my way? Haven't you injured me enough already?"
"I have never injured you, James, wilfully."
"You are my brother," said the manager. "That's injury enough."
"I wish I could undo it, James."
"I wish you could, and would."
During this conversation, Walter had looked from one brother to the other with pain and amazement. He who was the senior in years, and junior in the house, stood with his eyes cast upon the ground, and his head bowed, humbly listening to the reproaches of the other. Though these were rendered very bitter by the tone and look with which they were accompanied, and by the presence of Walter whom they so much surprised and shocked, he entered no other protest against them than by slightly raising his right hand in a deprecatory manner, as if he would have said, "Spare me." So had they been blows, and he a brave man, under strong constraint, and weakened by bodily suffering, he might have stood before the executioner. Generous and quick in all his emotions, and regarding himself as the innocent occasion of these taunts, Walter now struck in, with all the earnestness he felt.
"Mr. Carker,"
he said, addressing himself to the manager,
indeed, this is my fault solely. In a kind of heedlessness for which I cannot blame myself enough, I have no doubt mentioned Mr. Carker the junior much oftener than was necessary, and have allowed his name sometimes to slip through my lips when it was against your expressed wish. But it has been my own mistake, sir. We have never exchanged one word upon the subject, very few indeed on any subject, and it has not been," added Walter, after a moment's pause, "all heedlessness on my part, sir, for I have felt an interest in Mr. Carker ever since I have been here, and have hardly been able to help speaking of him sometimes when I have thought of him so much."
Walter said this from his soul, and with the very breath of honour, for he looked upon the bowed head, and the downcast eyes, and upraised hand, and thought, "I have felt it, and why should I not avow it in behalf of this unfriended, broken man?" Mr. Carker the manager looked at him as he spoke, and when he had finished speaking, with a smile that seemed to divide his face into 2 parts.
"You are an excitable youth, Gay," he said, "and should endeavour to cool down a little now, for it would be unwise to encourage feverish predispositions. Be as cool as you can, Gay, be as cool as you can. You might have asked Mr. John Carker himself, if you have not done so, whether he claims to be, or is, an object of such strong interest."
"James, do me justice," said his brother. "I have claimed nothing, and I claim nothing. Believe me on my—"
"Honour?"
said his brother with another smile, as he warmed himself before the fire.
On my fallen life," returned the other, in the same low voice, but with a deeper stress on his words than he had yet seemed capable of giving them. "Believe me, I have held myself aloof and kept alone. This has been unsought by me. I have avoided him and every one."
"Indeed, you have avoided me, Mr. Carker,"
said Walter, with the tears rising to his eyes, so true was his compassion.
"I know it to my disappointment and regret. When I first came here, and ever since, I am sure I have tried to be as much your friend as one of my age could presume to be, but it has been of no use."
"And observe," said the manager, taking him up quickly, "it will be of still less use, Gay, if you persist in forcing Mr. John Carker's name on people's attention. That is not the way to befriend Mr. John Carker. Ask him if he thinks it is."
"It is of no service to me," said the brother. "It only leads to such a conversation as the present, which I need not say I could have well spared. No one can be a better friend to me," he spoke here very distinctly, as if he would impress it upon Walter, "than in forgetting me, and leaving me to go my way, unquestioned and unnoticed."
"Your memory not being retentive, Gay, of what you are told by others," said Mr. Carker the manager, warming himself with great and increased satisfaction, "I thought it well that you should be told this from the best authority," nodding towards his brother. "You are not likely to forget it now, I hope. That's all, Gay. You can go."
Walter passed out at the door, and was about to close it after him, when, hearing the voices of the brothers again, and also the mention of his own name, he stood irresolutely, with his hand upon the lock, and the door ajar, uncertain whether to return or go away. In this position he could not help overhearing what followed.
"Think of me more leniently if you can, James," said John Carker. "When I tell you I have had, how could I help having, with my history written here," striking himself upon the breast, "my whole heart awakened by my observation of that boy, Walter Gay. I saw in him, when he first came here, almost my other self."
"Your other self?"
repeated the manager disdainfully.
"Not as I am, but as I was when I first came here too, a sanguine, giddy, youthful, inexperienced, flushed with the same restless and adventurous fancies, and full of the same qualities, fraught with the same capacity of leading on to good or evil."
"I hope not,"
said his brother, with some hidden and sarcastic meaning in his tone.
"You strike me sharply, and your hand is steady, and your thrust is very deep," returned the other, speaking, or so Walter thought, as if some cruel weapon actually stabbed him as he spoke. "I imagined all this when he was a boy. I believed it. It was a truth to me. I saw him lightly walking on the edge of an unseen gulf, where so many others walked with equal gaiety, and from which—"
"The old excuse,"
interrupted his brother as he stirred the fire.
"So many. Go on. Say so many fall."
"From which one traveller fell," returned the other, "who set forward on his way a boy like him, and missed his footing more and more, and slipped a little and a little lower, and went on stumbling still until he fell headlong and found himself below a shattered man. Think what I suffered when I watched that boy."
"You have only yourself to thank for it,"
returned the brother.
"Only myself," he assented with a sigh. "I don't seek to divide the blame or shame."
"You have divided the shame,"
James Carker muttered through his teeth, and through so many and such close teeth he could mutter well.
"Ah, James,"
returned his brother, speaking for the first time in an accent of reproach, and seeming, by the sound of his voice, to have covered his face with his hands.
I have been, since then, a useful foil to you. You have trodden on me freely in your climbing up. Don't spurn me with your heel.
A silence ensued. After a time, Mr. Carker the manager was heard rustling among his papers, as if he had resolved to bring the interview to a conclusion. At the same time his brother withdrew nearer to the door. "That's all," he said. "I watched him with such trembling and such fear as was some little punishment to me, until he passed the place where I first fell, and then, though I had been his father, I believe I never could have thanked God more devoutly. I didn't dare to warn him and advise him, but if I had seen direct cause, I would have shown him my example. I was afraid to be seen speaking with him, lest it should be thought I did him harm, and tempted him to evil, and corrupted him, or lest I really should. There may be such contagion in me. I don't know. Piece out my history in connection with young Walter Gay, and what he has made me feel, and think of me more leniently, James, if you can." With these words he came out to where Walter was standing. He turned a little paler when he saw him there, and paler yet when Walter caught him by the hand and said in a whisper,
"Mr. Carker, pray let me thank you. Let me say how much I feel for you, how sorry I am to have been the unhappy cause of all this, how I almost looked upon you now as my protector and guardian, how very, very much I feel obliged to you, and pity you,"
said Walter, squeezing both his hands, and hardly knowing in his agitation what he did or said. Mr. Morfin's room being close at hand and empty, and the door wide open, they moved thither by one accord, the passage being seldom free from some one passing to or fro. When they were there, and Walter saw in Mr. Carker's face some traces of the emotion within, he almost felt as if he had never seen the face before, it was so greatly changed. "Walter," he said, laying his hand on his shoulder, "I am far removed from you, and may I ever be. Do you know what I am?"
"What you are?"
appeared to hang on Walter's lips, as he regarded him attentively. "It was begun," said Carker, "before my 21st birthday, led up to long before, but not begun till near that time. I had robbed them when I came of age. I robbed them afterwards. Before my 22nd birthday it was all found out, and then, Walter, from all men's society I died." Again his last few words hung trembling upon Walter's lips, but he could neither utter them nor any of his own. "The house was very good to me. May Heaven reward the old man for his forbearance. This one, too, his son, who was then newly in the firm, where I had held great trust. I was called into that room, which is now his. I have never entered it since, and came out what you know me. For many years I sat in my present seat, alone as now, but then a known and recognized example to the rest. They were all merciful to me, and I lived. Time has altered that part of my poor expiation, and I think, except the three heads of the house, there is no one here who knows my story rightly. Before the little boy grows up, and has it told to him, my corner may be vacant. I would rather that it might be so. This is the only change to me since that day, when I left all youth and hope and good men's company behind me in that room. God bless you, Walter. Keep you and all dear to you in honesty, or strike them dead." Some recollection of his trembling from head to foot, as if with excessive cold, and of his bursting into tears, was all that Walter could add to this, when he tried to recall exactly what had passed between them. When Walter saw him next, he was bending over his desk in his old silent, drooping, humbled way. Then, observing him at his work, and feeling how resolved he evidently was that no further intercourse should arise between them, and thinking again and again on all he had seen and heard that morning in so short a time, in connection with the history of both the Carkers, Walter could hardly believe that he was under orders for the West Indies, and would soon be lost to Uncle Sol and Captain Cuttle, and to glimpses few and far between of Florence Dombey, no, he meant Paul, and to all he loved and liked and looked for in his daily life. But it was true, and the news had already penetrated to the outer office. For while he sat with a heavy heart, pondering on these things and resting his head upon his arm, Perch the messenger, descending from his mahogany bracket, and jogging his elbow, begged his pardon, but wished to say in his ear, did he think he could arrange to send home to England a jar of preserved ginger, cheap, for Mrs. Perch's own eating, in the course of her recovery from her next confinement. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 14. Paul grows more and more old-fashioned, and goes home for the holidays. When the midsummer vacation approached, no indecent manifestations of joy were exhibited by the leaden-eyed young gentlemen assembled at Dr. Blimber's. Any such violent expression as breaking up would have been quite inapplicable to that polite establishment. The young gentlemen oozed away semi-annually to their own homes, but they never broke up. They would have scorned the action. Tozer, who was constantly galled and tormented by a starched white cambric neckerchief, which he wore at the express desire of Mrs. Tozer, his parent, who, designing him for the church, was of opinion that he couldn't be in that forward state of preparation too soon. Tozer said, indeed, that choosing between two evils, he thought he would rather stay where he was than go home. However inconsistent this declaration might appear with that passage in Tozer's essay on the subject, wherein he had observed that the thoughts of home and all its recollections awakened in his mind the most pleasing emotions of anticipation and delight, and had also likened himself to a Roman general flushed with a recent victory over the Iceni, or laden with Carthaginian spoil, advancing within a few hours' march of the Capitol, presupposed, for the purposes of the simile, to be the dwelling place of Mrs. Tozer. Still, it was very sincerely made, for it seemed that Tozer had a dreadful uncle, who not only volunteered examinations of him in the holidays on abstruse points, but twisted innocent events and things, and wrenched them to the same fell purpose; so that if this uncle took him to the play, or, on a similar pretence of kindness, carried him to see a giant, or a dwarf, or a conjurer, or anything, Tozer knew he had read up some classical allusion to the subject beforehand, and was thrown into a state of mortal apprehension, not foreseeing where he might break out, or what authority he might not quote against him. As to Briggs, his father made no show of artifice about it. He never would leave him alone. So numerous and severe were the mental trials of that unfortunate youth in vacation time, that the friends of the family, then resident near Bayswater, London, seldom approached the ornamental piece of water in Kensington Gardens without a vague expectation of seeing Master Briggs's hat floating on the surface, and an unfinished exercise lying on the bank. Briggs, therefore, was not at all sanguine on the subject of holidays, and these two sharers of little Paul's bedroom were so fair a sample of the young gentlemen in general, that the most elastic among them contemplated the arrival of those festive periods with genteel resignation. It was far otherwise with little Paul. The end of these first holidays was to witness his separation from Florence, but whoever looked forward to the end of holidays whose beginning was not yet come? Not Paul, assuredly. As the happy time drew near, the lions and tigers climbing up the bedroom walls became quite tame and frolicsome. The grim sly faces in the squares and diamonds of the floor-cloth relaxed and peeped out at him with less wicked eyes. The grave old clock had more of personal interest in the tone of its formal inquiry, and the restless sea went rolling on all night to the sounding of a melancholy strain. Yet it was pleasant too. It rose and fell with the waves, and rocked him, as it were, to sleep. Mr. Feeder, B.A., seemed to think that he too would enjoy the holidays very much. Mr. Toots projected a life of holidays from that time forth, for, as he regularly informed Paul every day, it was his last half at Dr. Blimber's, and he was going to begin to come into his property directly. It was perfectly understood between Paul and Mr. Toots that they were intimate friends, notwithstanding their distance in point of years and station. As the vacation approached, and Mr. Toots breathed harder and stared oftener in Paul's society than he had done before, Paul knew that he meant he was sorry they were going to lose sight of each other, and felt very much obliged to him for his patronage and good opinion. It was even understood by Dr. Blimber, Mrs. Blimber, and Miss Blimber, as well as by the young gentlemen in general, that Toots had somehow constituted himself protector and guardian of Dombey, and the circumstance became so notorious, even to Mrs. Pipchin, that the good old creature cherished feelings of bitterness and jealousy against Toots, and in the sanctuary of her own home repeatedly denounced him as a chuckle-headed noodle. Whereas the innocent Toots had no more idea of awakening Mrs. Pipchin's wrath than he had of any other definite possibility or proposition. On the contrary, he was disposed to consider her rather a remarkable character, with many points of interest about her. For this reason he smiled on her with so much urbanity, and asked her how she did so often in the course of her visits to little Paul, that at last she one night told him plainly she wasn't used to it, whatever he might think, and she could not and she would not bear it, either from himself or any other puppy then existing. At which unexpected acknowledgment of his civilities, Mr. Toots was so alarmed that he secreted himself in a retired spot until she had gone. Nor did he ever again face the Doherty Mrs. Pipchin under Dr. Blimber's roof. They were within 2 or 3 weeks of the holidays, when one day Cornelia Blimber called Paul into her room, and said, "Dombey, I'm going to send home your analysis."
"Thank you, ma'am,"
returned Paul. "You know what I mean, do you, Dombey?" inquired Miss Blimber, looking hard at him through the spectacles.
"No, ma'am,"
said Paul.
"Dombey, Dombey," said Miss Blimber, "I begin to be afraid you are a sad boy. When you don't know the meaning of an expression, why don't you seek for information?" "Mrs. Pipchin told me I wasn't to ask questions," returned Paul. "I must beg you not to mention Mrs. Pipchin to me on any account, Dombey," returned Miss Blimber. "I couldn't think of allowing it. The course of study here is very far removed from anything of that sort. A repetition of such allusions would make it necessary for me to request to hear, without a mistake, before breakfast time to-morrow morning, from verbum personale down to similimia signo." "I didn't mean, ma'am," began little Paul. "I must trouble you not to tell me that you didn't mean, if you please, Dombey," said Miss Blimber, who preserved an awful politeness in her admonitions. "That is a line of argument I couldn't dream of permitting."
Paul felt it safest to say nothing at all, so he only looked at Miss Blimber's spectacles. Miss Blimber, having shaken her head at him gravely, referred to a paper lying before her.
"Analysis of the character of P. Dombey. If my recollection serves me," said Miss Blimber, breaking off, "the word analysis, as opposed to synthesis, is thus defined by Walker: the resolution of an object, whether of the senses or of the intellect, into its first elements, as opposed to synthesis, you observe. Now, you know what analysis is, Dombey?"
Dombey didn't seem to be absolutely blinded by the light let in upon his intellect, but he made Miss Blimber a little bow.
"Analysis,"
resumed Miss Blimber, casting her eye over the paper,
"of the character of P. Dombey. I find that the natural capacity of Dombey is extremely good, and that his general disposition to study may be stated in an equal ratio. Thus, taking 8 as our standard and highest number, I find these qualities in Dombey stated each at 6 3/4.
Miss Blimber paused to see how Paul received this news. Being undecided whether 6 3/4 meant £6.15, or 6 3/4, or 6'3", or 3/4 past 6, or 6 somethings that he hadn't learnt yet, with 3 unknown something elses over, Paul rubbed his hands and looked straight at Miss Blimber. It happened to answer as well as anything else he could have done, and Cornelia proceeded.
"Violence, 2. Selfishness, 2. Inclination to low company, as evinced in the case of a person named Glubb, originally 7, but since reduced. Gentlemanly demeanour, 4, and improving with advancing years. Now, what I particularly wish to call your attention to, Dombey, is the general observation at the close of this analysis."
Paul set himself to follow it with great care.
"It may be generally observed of Dombey,"
said Miss Blimber, reading in a loud voice, and at every second word directing her spectacles towards the little figure before her,
"that his abilities and inclinations are good, and that he has made as much progress as, under the circumstances, could have been expected. But it is to be lamented of this young gentleman that he is singular, what is usually termed old-fashioned, in his character and conduct, and that, without presenting anything in either which distinctly calls for reprobation, he is often very unlike other young gentlemen of his age and social position. Now, Dombey," said Miss Blimber, laying down the paper, "do you understand that?" "I think I do, ma'am," said Paul. "This analysis, you see, Dombey," Miss Blimber continued, "is going to be sent home to your respected parent. It will naturally be very painful to him to find that you are singular in your character and conduct. It is naturally painful to us, for we can't like you, you know, Dombey, as well as we could wish."
She touched the child upon a tender point. He had secretly become more and more solicitous from day to day, as the time of his departure drew more near, that all the house should like him. From some hidden reason, very imperfectly understood by himself, if understood at all, he felt a gradually increasing impulse of affection towards almost everything and everybody in the place. He could not bear to think that they would be quite indifferent to him when he was gone. He wanted them to remember him kindly, and he had made it his business even to conciliate a great hoarse shaggy dog chained up at the back of the house, who had previously been the terror of his life, that even he might miss him when he was no longer there. Little thinking that in this he only showed again the difference between himself and his compeers, poor tiny Paul set it forth to Miss Blimber as well as he could, and begged her, in despite of the official analysis, to have the goodness to try and like him. To Mrs Blimber, who had joined them, he preferred the same petition; and when that lady could not forbear, even in his presence, from giving utterance to her often repeated opinion that he was an odd child, Paul told her that he was sure she was quite right, that he thought it must be his bones, but he didn't know, and that he hoped she would overlook it, for he was fond of them all.
"Not so fond,"
said Paul, with a mixture of timidity and perfect frankness, which was one of the most peculiar and most engaging qualities of the child.
"Not so fond as I am Florence, of course. That could never be. You couldn't expect that, could you, ma'am?" "Oh, the old-fashioned little soul!" cried Mrs Blimber in a whisper. "But I like everybody here very much,"
pursued Paul.
"And I should grieve to go away, and think that any one was glad that I was gone, or didn't care."
Mrs. Blimber was now quite sure that Paul was the oddest child in the world, and when she told the doctor what had passed, the doctor did not controvert his wife's opinion. But he said, as he had said before, when Paul first came, that study would do much; and he also said, as he had said on that occasion, "Bring him on, Cornelia, bring him on." Cornelia had always brought him on as vigorously as she could, and Paul had had a hard life of it. But over and above the getting through his tasks, he had long had another purpose always present to him, and to which he still held fast. It was, to be a gentle, useful, quiet little fellow, always striving to secure the love and attachment of the rest; and though he was yet often to be seen at his old post on the stairs, or watching the waves and clouds from his solitary window, he was oftener found, too, among the other boys, modestly rendering them some little voluntary service. Thus it came to pass that even among those rigid and absorbed young anchorites who mortified themselves beneath the roof of Dr. Blimber, Paul was an object of general interest, a fragile little plaything that they all liked, and that no one would have thought of treating roughly. But he could not change his nature, or rewrite the analysis, and so they all agreed that Dombey was old-fashioned. There were some immunities, however, attaching to the character enjoyed by no one else. They could have better spared a newer-fashioned child. That alone was much. When the others only bowed to Dr. Blimber and family on retiring for the night, Paul would stretch out his morsel of a hand and boldly shake the doctor's, also Mrs. Blimber's, also Cornelia's. If anybody was to be begged off from impending punishment, Paul was always the delegate. The weak-eyed young man himself had once consulted him in reference to a little breakage of glass and china, and it was darkly rumoured that the butler, regarding him with favour such as that stern man had never shown before to mortal boy, had sometimes mingled porter with his table beer to make him strong. Over and above these extensive privileges, Paul had free right of entry to Mr. Feeder's room, from which apartment he had twice led Mr. Toots into the open air in a state of faintness, consequent on an unsuccessful attempt to smoke a very blunt cigar, one of a bundle which that young gentleman had covertly purchased on the shingle from a most desperate smuggler, who had acknowledged in confidence that £200 was the price set upon his head, dead or alive, by the custom house. It was a snug room, Mr. Feeder's, with his bed in another little room inside of it, and a flute which Mr. Feeder couldn't play yet, but was going to make a point of learning, he said, hanging up over the fireplace. There were some books in it too, and a fishing rod, for Mr. Feeder said he should certainly make a point of learning to fish when he could find the time. Mr. Feeder had amassed with similar intentions a beautiful little curly second-hand key-bugle, a chess-board and men, a Spanish grammar, a set of sketching materials, and a pair of boxing gloves. The art of self-defence Mr. Feeder said he should undoubtedly make a point of learning, as he considered it the duty of every man to do, for it might lead to the protection of a female in distress. But Mr. Feeder's great possession was a large green jar of snuff, which Mr. Toots had brought down as a present at the close of the last vacation, and for which he had paid a high price, having been the genuine property of the Prince Regent. Neither Mr. Toots nor Mr. Feeder could partake of this or any other snuff, even in the most stinted and moderate degree, without being seized with convulsions of sneezing. Nevertheless, it was their great delight to moisten a boxful with cold tea, stir it up on a piece of parchment with a paper knife, and devote themselves to its consumption then and there. In the course of which cramming of their noses, they endured surprising torments with the constancy of martyrs, and, drinking table beer at intervals, felt all the glories of dissipation. To little Paul, sitting silent in their company, and by the side of his chief patron, Mr. Toots, there was a dread charm in these reckless occasions, and when Mr. Feeder spoke of the dark mysteries of London, and told Mr. Toots that he was going to observe it himself closely in all its ramifications in the approaching holidays, and for that purpose had made arrangements to board with 2 old maiden ladies at Peckham, Paul regarded him as if he were the hero of some book of travels or wild adventure, and was almost afraid of such a slashing person. Going into this room one evening, when the holidays were very near, Paul found Mr. Feeder filling up the blanks in some printed letters, while some others, already filled up and strewn before him, were being folded and sealed by Mr. Toots. Mr. Feeder said, "Aha, Dombey, there you are you?" For they were always kind to him, and glad to see him, and then said, tossing one of the letters towards him, "And there you are too, Dombey. That's yours."
"Mine, sir?"
said Paul. "Your invitation," returned Mr. Feeder. Paul, looking at it, found in copper plate print, with the exception of his own name and the date, which were in Mr. Feeder's penmanship, that Dr. and Mrs. Blimber requested the pleasure of Mr. P. Dombey's company at an early party on Wednesday evening the 17th instant, and that the hour was 7:30, and that the object was quadrilles. Mr. Toots also showed him, by holding up a companion sheet of paper, that Dr. and Mrs. Blimber requested the pleasure of Mr. Toots's company at an early party on Wednesday evening the 17th instant, when the hour was 7:30, and when the object was quadrilles. He also found, on glancing at the table where Mr. Feeder sat, that the pleasure of Mr. Briggs's company, and of Mr. Tozer's company, and of every young gentleman's company was requested by Dr. and Mrs. Blimber on the same genteel occasion. Mr. Feeder then told him, to his great joy, that his sister was invited, and that it was a half-yearly event, and that, as the holidays began that day, he could go away with his sister after the party if he liked, which Paul interrupted him to say he would like very much. Mr. Feeder then gave him to understand that he would be expected to inform Dr. and Mrs. Blimber, in superfine small hand, that Mr. P. Dombey would be happy to have the honour of waiting on them in accordance with their polite invitation. Lastly, Mr. Feeder said he had better not refer to the festive occasion in the hearing of Dr. and Mrs. Blimber, as these preliminaries, and the whole of the arrangements, were conducted on principles of classicality and high breeding, and that Dr. and Mrs. Blimber on the one hand, and the young gentleman on the other, were supposed, in their scholastic capacities, not to have the least idea of what was in the wind. Paul thanked Mr. Feeder for these hints, and pocketing his invitation, sat down on a stool by the side of Mr. Toots as usual. But Paul's head, which had long been ailing more or less, and was sometimes very heavy and painful, felt so uneasy that night that he was obliged to support it on his hand, and yet it dropped so, that by little and little it sunk on Mr. Toots's knee, and rested there, as if it had no care to be ever lifted up again. That was no reason why he should be deaf, but he must have been, he thought, for by and by he heard Mr. Feeder calling in his ear and gently shaking him to rouse his attention. And when he raised his head, quite scared, and looked about him, he found that Dr. Blimber had come into the room, and that the window was open, and that his forehead was wet with sprinkled water, though how all this had been done without his knowledge was very curious indeed.
"Ah, come, come, that's well. How's my little friend now?" said Dr. Blimber encouragingly.
"Oh, quite well, thank you, sir,"
said Paul. But there seemed to be something the matter with the floor, for he couldn't stand upon it steadily, and with the walls too, for they were inclined to turn round and round, and could only be stopped by being looked at very hard indeed. Mr. Toots's head had the appearance of being at once bigger and farther off than was quite natural, and when he took Paul in his arms to carry him upstairs, Paul observed with astonishment that the door was in quite a different place from that in which he had expected to find it, and almost thought at first that Mr. Toots was going to walk straight up the chimney. It was very kind of Mr. Toots to carry him to the top of the house so tenderly, and Paul told him that it was. But Mr. Toots said he would do a great deal more than that if he could, and indeed he did more as it was, for he helped Paul to undress, and helped him to bed in the kindest manner possible, and then sat down by the bedside and chuckled very much, while Mr. Feeder, B.A., leaning over the bottom of the bedstead, set all the little bristles on his head bolt upright with his bony hands, and then made believe to spar at Paul with great science, on account of his being all right again, which was so uncommonly facetious, and kind too in Mr. Feeder, that Paul, not being able to make up his mind whether it was best to laugh or cry at him, did both at once. How Mr. Toots melted away, and Mr. Feeder changed into Mrs. Pipchin, Paul never thought of asking, neither was he at all curious to know. But when he saw Mrs. Pipchin standing at the bottom of the bed instead of Mr. Feeder, he cried out,
"Mrs. Pipchin, don't tell Florence."
"Don't tell Florence what, my little Paul?"
said Mrs. Pipchin, coming round to the bedside and sitting down in the chair.
"About me,"
said Paul.
"No, no," said Mrs. Pipchin.
"What do you think I mean to do when I grow up, Mrs. Pipchin?"
inquired Paul, turning his face towards her on his pillow, and resting his chin wistfully on his folded hands. Mrs. Pipchin couldn't guess.
"I mean,"
said Paul,
"to put my money all together in one bank, never try to get any more, go away into the country with my darling Florence, have a beautiful garden, fields, and woods, and live there with her all my life."
"Indeed!"
cried Mrs. Pipchin.
"Yes," said Paul, "that's what I mean to do when I—"
He stopped, and pondered for a moment. Mrs. Pipchin's grey eye scanned his thoughtful face.
"If I grow up,"
said Paul. Then he went on immediately to tell Mrs. Pipchin all about the party, about Florence's invitation, about the pride he would have in the admiration that would be felt for her by all the boys, about their being so kind to him and fond of him, about his being so fond of them, and about his being so glad of it. Then he told Mrs. Pipchin about the analysis, and about his being certainly old-fashioned, and took Mrs. Pipchin's opinion on that point, and whether she knew why it was, and what it meant. Mrs. Pipchin denied the fact altogether, as the shortest way of getting out of the difficulty. But Paul was far from satisfied with that reply, and looked so searchingly at Mrs. Pipchin for a truer answer, that she was obliged to get up and look out of the window to avoid his eyes. There was a certain calm apothecary, who attended at the establishment when any of the young gentlemen were ill, and somehow he got into the room and appeared at the bedside with Mrs. Blimber. How they came there, or how long they had been there, Paul didn't know, but when he saw them, he sat up in bed and answered all the apothecary's questions at full length, and whispered to him that Florence was not to know anything about it, if he pleased, and that he had set his mind upon her coming to the party. He was very chatty with the apothecary, and they parted excellent friends. Lying down again with his eyes shut, he heard the apothecary say out of the room, and quite a long way off, or he dreamed it, that there was a want of vital power. What was that, Paul wondered? And great constitutional weakness. That as the little fellow had set his heart on parting with his schoolmates on the 17th, it would be better to indulge the fancy if he grew no worse. That he was glad to hear from Mrs. Pipchin that the little fellow would go to his friends in London on the 18th. That he would write to Mr. Dombey when he should have gained a better knowledge of the case, and before that day. That there was no immediate cause for what? Paul lost that word. And that the little fellow had a fine mind, but was an old-fashioned boy. What old-fashioned could that be, Paul wondered with a palpitating heart, that was so visibly expressed in him, so plainly seen by so many people? He could neither make it out nor trouble himself long with the effort. Mrs. Pipchin was again beside him, if she had ever been away. He thought she had gone out with the doctor, but it was all a dream perhaps. And presently a bottle and glass got into her hands, magically, and she poured out the contents for him. After that he had some real good jelly, which Mrs. Blimber brought to him herself, and then he was so well that Mrs. Pipchin went home at his urgent solicitation, and Briggs and Tozer came to bed. Poor Briggs grumbled terribly about his own analysis, which could hardly have discomposed him more if it had been a chemical process. But he was very good to Paul, and so was Tozer, and so were all the rest, for they every one looked in before going to bed and said, "How are you now, Dombey?" Cheer up, little Dombey, and so forth. After Briggs had got into bed, he lay awake for a long time, still bemoaning his analysis, and saying he knew it was all wrong, and they couldn't have analysed a murderer worse, and how would Dr. Blimber like it if his pocket money depended on it? It was very easy, Briggs said, to make a galley slave of a boy all the half year, and then score him up idle, and to crib 2 dinners a week out of his board, and then score him up greedy. But that wasn't going to be submitted to, he believed, was it? Before the weak-eyed young man performed on the gong next morning, he came upstairs to Paul and told him he was to lie still, which Paul very gladly did. Mrs. Pipchin reappeared a little before the apothecary, and a little after the good young woman whom Paul had seen cleaning the stove on that first morning, how long ago it seemed now, had brought him his breakfast. There was another consultation a long way off, or else Paul dreamed it again, and then the apothecary, coming back with Dr. and Mrs. Blimber, said, "Yes, I think, Dr. Blimber, we may release this young gentleman from his books just now, the vacation being so very near at hand."
"By all means," said Dr. Blimber. "My love, you will inform Cornelia, if you please." "Assuredly," said Mrs. Blimber.
The apothecary, bending down, looked closely into Paul's eyes, and felt his head, and his pulse, and his heart, with so much interest and care, that Paul said,
"Thank you, sir."
"Our little friend," observed Dr. Blimber, "has never complained?"
"Oh, no," replied the apothecary. "He was not likely to complain."
"You find him greatly better?" said Dr. Blimber.
"Oh, he's greatly better, sir," returned the apothecary. Paul had begun to speculate in his own odd way on the subject that might occupy the apothecary's mind just at that moment, so musingly had he answered the 2 questions of Dr. Blimber. But the apothecary, happening to meet his little patient's eyes as the latter set off on that mental expedition, and coming instantly out of his abstraction with a cheerful smile, Paul smiled in return, and abandoned it. He lay in bed all that day, dozing and dreaming, and looking at Mr. Toots, but got up on the next and went downstairs. Lo and behold, there was something the matter with the great clock, and a workman on a pair of steps had taken its face off, and was poking instruments into the works by the light of a candle. This was a great event for Paul, who sat down on the bottom stair and watched the operation attentively, now and then glancing at the clock face, leaning all askew against the wall hard by, and feeling a little confused by a suspicion that it was ogling him. The workman on the steps was very civil, and as he said when he observed Paul, "How do you do, sir?" Paul got into conversation with him, and told him he hadn't been quite well lately. The ice being thus broken, Paul asked him a multitude of questions about chimes and clocks, as whether people watched up in the lonely church steeples by night to make them strike, and how the bells were rung when people died, and whether those were different bells from wedding bells, or only sounded dismal in the fancies of the living. Finding that his new acquaintance was not very well informed on the subject of the curfew bell of ancient days, Paul gave him an account of that institution, and also asked him, as a practical man, what he thought about King Alfred's idea of measuring time by the burning of candles, to which the workman replied that he thought it would be the ruin of the clock trade if it was to come up again. In fine, Paul looked on until the clock had quite recovered its familiar aspect, and resumed its sedate inquiry, when the workman, putting away his tools in a long basket, bade him good day, and went away, though not before he had whispered something on the door-mat to the footman, in which there was the phrase old-fashioned, for Paul heard it. What could that old-fashioned be, that seemed to make the people sorry? What could it be? Having nothing to learn now, he thought of this frequently, though not so often as he might have done if he had had fewer things to think of, but he had a great many, and was always thinking all day long. First, there was Florence coming to the party. Florence would see that the boys were fond of him, and that would make her happy. This was his great theme. let Florence once be sure that they were gentle and good to him, and that he had become a little favoured among them, and then they would always think of the time he had passed there without being very sorry. Florence might be all the happier too for that, perhaps, when he came back. When he came back, 50 times a day his noiseless little feet went up the stairs to his own room, as he collected every book and scrap and trifle that belonged to him, and put them all together there, down to the minutest thing, for taking home. There was no shade of coming back on little Paul. No preparation for it, or other reference to it, grew out of anything he thought or did, except this slight one in connection with his sister. On the contrary, he had to think of everything familiar to him, in his contemplative moods and in his wanderings about the house, as being to be parted with, and hence the many things he had to think of all day long. He had to peep into those rooms upstairs, and think how solitary they would be when he was gone, and wonder through how many silent days, weeks, months, and years they would continue just as grave and undisturbed. He had to think, would any other child, old-fashioned like himself, stray there at any time, to whom the same grotesque distortions of pattern and furniture would manifest themselves, and would anybody tell that boy of little Dombey, who had been there once? He had to think of a portrait on the stairs which always looked earnestly after him as he went away, eyeing it over his shoulder, and which, when he passed it in the company of any one, still seemed to gaze at him, and not at his companion. He had much to think of, in association with a print that hung up in another place, where, in the centre of a wondering group, one figure that he knew, a figure with a light about its head, benignant, mild, and merciful, stood pointing upward. At his own bedroom window there were crowds of thoughts that mixed with these, and came on one upon another like the rolling waves. Where those wild birds lived that were always hovering out at sea in troubled weather, where the clouds rose and first began, whence the wind issued on its rushing flight, and where it stopped, whether the spot where he and Florence had so often sat and watched and talked about these things could ever be exactly as it used to be without them, whether it could ever be the same to Florence if he were in some distant place and she were sitting there alone. He had to think too of Mr. Toots and Mr. Feeder B.A., of all the boys, and of Dr. Blimber, Mrs. Blimber, and Miss Blimber, of home, and of his aunt and Miss Tox, of his father, Dombey and Son, Walter with the poor old uncle who had got the money he wanted, and that gruff-voiced captain with the iron hand. Besides all this, he had a number of little visits to pay in the course of the day, to the schoolroom, to Dr. Blimber's study, to Mrs. Blimber's private apartment, to Miss Blimber's, and to the dog. For he was free of the whole house now to range it as he chose, and in his desire to part with everybody on affectionate terms, he attended in his way to them all. Sometimes he found places in books for Briggs, who was always losing them. Sometimes he looked up words in dictionaries for other young gentlemen who were in extremity. Sometimes he held skeins of silk for Mrs. Blimber to wind. Sometimes he put Cornelia's desk to rights. Sometimes he would even creep into the doctor's study, and, sitting on the carpet near his learned feet, turn the globes softly, and go round the world, or take a flight among the far-off stars. In those days immediately before the holidays, in short, when the other young gentlemen were labouring for dear life through a general resumption of the studies of the whole half-year, Paul was such a privileged pupil as had never been seen in that house before. He could hardly believe it himself, but his liberty lasted from hour to hour and from day to day, and little Dombey was caressed by every one. Dr. Blimber was so particular about him that he requested Johnson to retire from the dinner-table one day, for having thoughtlessly spoken to him as "poor little Dombey," which Paul thought rather hard and severe, though he had flushed at the moment, and wondered why Johnson should pity him. It was the more questionable justice, Paul thought, in the doctor, from his having certainly overheard that great authority give his assent on the previous evening to the proposition, stated by Mrs. Blimber, that poor dear little Dombey was more old-fashioned than ever. And now it was that Paul began to think it must surely be old-fashioned to be very thin and light and easily tired, and soon disposed to lie down anywhere and rest, for he couldn't help feeling that these were more and more his habits every day. At last the party day arrived, and Dr. Blimber said at breakfast, "Gentlemen, we will resume our studies on the 25th of next month." Mr. Toots immediately threw off his allegiance and put on his ring, and mentioning the doctor in casual conversation shortly afterwards, spoke of him as Blimber. This act of freedom inspired the older pupils with admiration and envy, but the younger spirits were appalled, and seemed to marvel that no beam fell down and crushed him. Not the least allusion was made to the ceremonies of the evening, either at breakfast or at dinner, but there was a bustle in the house all day, and in the course of his perambulations Paul made acquaintance with various strange benches and candlesticks, and met a harp in a green greatcoat standing on the landing outside the drawing-room door. There was something queer, too, about Mrs. Blimber's head at dinner-time, as if she had screwed her hair up too tight, and though Miss Blimber showed a graceful bunch of plaited hair on each temple, she seemed to have her own little curls in paper underneath, and in a playbill too, for Paul read Theatre Royal over one of her sparkling spectacles, and Brighton over the other. There was a grand array of white waistcoats and cravats in the young gentlemen's bedrooms as evening approached, and such a smell of singed hair that Dr. Blimber sent up the footman with his compliments, and wished to know if the house was on fire. But it was only the hairdresser curling the young gentleman and overheating his tongs in the ardour of business. When Paul was dressed, which was very soon done, for he felt unwell and drowsy, and was not able to stand about it very long, he went down into the drawing-room, where he found Dr. Blimber pacing up and down the room, full dressed, but with a dignified and unconcerned demeanour, as if he thought it barely possible that one or two people might drop in by and by. Shortly afterwards Mrs. Blimber appeared, looking lovely, Paul thought, and attired in such a number of skirts that it was quite an excursion to walk round her. Miss Blimber came down soon after her mamma, a little squeezed in appearance, but very charming. Mr. Toots and Mr. Feeder were the next arrivals. Each of these gentlemen brought his hat in his hand, as if he lived somewhere else, and when they were announced by the butler, Dr. Blimber said, "Ay, ay, ay, God bless my soul," and seemed extremely glad to see them. Mr. Toots was one blaze of jewellery and buttons, and he felt the circumstance so strongly that when he had shaken hands with the doctor, and had bowed to Mrs. Blimber and Miss Blimber, he took Paul aside and said, "What do you think of this, Dombey?" But notwithstanding this modest confidence in himself, Mr. Toots appeared to be involved in a good deal of uncertainty whether, on the whole, it was judicious to button the bottom button of his waistcoat, and whether, on a calm revision of all the circumstances, it was best to wear his waistbands turned up or turned down. Observing that Mr. Feeder's were turned up, Mr. Toots turned his up, but the waistbands of the next arrival being turned down, Mr. Toots turned his down. The differences in point of waistcoat buttoning, not only at the bottom but at the top too, became so numerous and complicated as the arrivals thickened, that Mr. Toots was continually fingering that article of dress, as if he were performing on some instrument, and appeared to find the incessant execution it demanded quite bewildering. All the young gentlemen, tightly cravatted, curled, and pumped, and with their best hats in their hands, having been at different times announced and introduced, Mr. Baps, the dancing-master, came, accompanied by Mrs. Baps, to whom Mrs. Blimber was extremely kind and condescending. Mr. Baps was a very grave gentleman, with a slow and measured manner of speaking, and before he had stood under the lamp 5 minutes, he began to talk to Toots, who had been silently comparing pumps with him, about what you were to do with your raw materials when they came into your ports in return for your drain of gold. Mr. Toots, to whom the question seemed perplexing, suggested "cook 'em," but Mr. Baps did not appear to think that would do. Paul now slipped away from the cushioned corner of a sofa, which had been his post of observation, and went downstairs into the tea-room to be ready for Florence, whom he had not seen for nearly a fortnight, as he had remained at Dr. Blimber's on the previous Saturday and Sunday, lest he should take cold. Presently she came, looking so beautiful in her simple ball dress, with her fresh flowers in her hand, that when she knelt down on the ground to take Paul round the neck and kiss him, for there was no one there but his friend and another young woman waiting to serve out the tea, He could hardly make up his mind to let her go again, or to take away her bright and loving eyes from his face.
"But what is the matter, Floy?"
asked Paul, almost sure that he saw a tear there.
"Nothing, darling, nothing,"
returned Florence. Paul touched her cheek gently with his finger, and it was a tear.
"Why, Floy,"
said he.
"We'll go home together, and I'll nurse you, love."
said Florence.
"Nurse me?"
echoed Paul. Paul couldn't understand what that had to do with it, nor why the two young women looked on so seriously, nor why Florence turned away her face for a moment, and then turned it back, lighted up again with smiles.
"Floy,"
said Paul, holding a ringlet of her dark hair in his hand,
"tell me, dear, do you think I have grown old-fashioned?"
His sister laughed and fondled him, and told him, no.
"Because I know they say so," returned Paul, "and I want to know what they mean, Floy."
But a loud double knock coming at the door, and Florence hurrying to the table, there was no more said between them. Paul wondered again when he saw his friend whisper to Florence, as if she were comforting her, but a new arrival put that out of his head speedily. It was Sir Barnet Skettles, Lady Skettles, and Master Skettles. Master Skettles was to be a new boy after the vacation, and Fame had been busy in Mr. Feeder's room with his father, who was in the House of Commons, and of whom Mr. Feeder had said that when he did catch the Speaker's eye, which he had been expected to do for 3 or 4 years, it was anticipated that he would rather touch up the Radicals.
"And what room is this now, for instance?"
said Lady Skettles to Paul's friend Melia.
"Dr. Blimber's study, ma'am,"
was the reply. Lady Skettles took a panoramic survey of it through her glass, and said to Sir Barnet Skettles with a nod of approval,
"Very good."
Sir Barnet assented, but Master Skettles looked suspicious and doubtful.
"And this little creature now," said Lady Skettles, turning to Paul, "is he one of the young gentlemen, ma'am? Yes, ma'am," said Paul's friend. "And what is your name, my pale child?" said Lady Skettles. "Dombey,"
answered Paul. Sir Barnet Skettles immediately interposed, and said that he had had the honour of meeting Paul's father at a public dinner, and that he hoped he was very well. Then Paul heard him say to Lady Skettles, "City, very rich, most respectable. Doctor mentioned it." And then he said to Paul, "Will you tell your good papa that Sir Barnet Skettles rejoices to hear that he was very well, and send him his best compliments?"
"Yes, sir,"
answered Paul. "That is my brave boy," said Sir Barnet Skettles. "Barnet," to Master Skettles, who was revenging himself for the studies to come on the plum cake, "this is a young gentleman you ought to know. This is a young gentleman you may know, Barnet," said Sir Barnet Skettles, with an emphasis on the permission.
"What eyes, what hair, what a lovely face!"
exclaimed Lady Skettles softly, as she looked at Florence through her glass.
"My sister,"
said Paul, presenting her. The satisfaction of the Skettleses was now complete, and as Lady Skettles had conceived, at first sight, a liking for Paul, they all went upstairs together, Sir Barnet Skettles taking care of Florence, and young Barnet following. Young Barnet did not remain long in the background after they had reached the drawing-room, for Dr. Blimber had him out in no time, dancing with Florence. He did not appear to Paul to be particularly happy, or particularly anything but sulky, or to care much what he was about. But as Paul heard Lady Skettles say to Mrs. Blimber, while she beat time with her fan, that her dear boy was evidently smitten to death by that angel of a child, Miss Dombey, it would seem that Skettles junior was in a state of bliss, without showing it. Little Paul thought it a singular coincidence that nobody had occupied his place among the pillows, and that when he came into the room again they should all make way for him to go back to it, remembering it was his. Nobody stood before him either when they observed that he liked to see Florence dancing, but they left the space in front quite clear, so that he might follow her with his eyes. They were so kind, too, even the strangers, of whom there were soon a great many, that they came and spoke to him every now and then, and asked him how he was, and if his head ached, and whether he was tired. He was very much obliged to them for all their kindness and attention, and reclining propped up in his corner, with Mrs. Blimber and Lady Skettles on the same sofa, and Florence coming and sitting by his side as soon as every dance was ended, he looked on very happily indeed. Florence would have sat by him all night, and would not have danced at all of her own accord, but Paul made her, by telling her how much it pleased him. And he told her the truth too, for his small heart swelled and his face glowed when he saw how much they all admired her, and how she was the beautiful little rosebud of the room. From his nest among the pillows, Paul could see and hear almost everything that passed, as if the whole were being done for his amusement. Among other little incidents that he observed Mr. Baps, the dancing master, get into conversation with Sir Barnet Skettles, and very soon ask him, as he had asked Mr. Toots, what you were to do with your raw materials when they came into your ports in return for your drain of gold, which was such a mystery to Paul that he was quite desirous to know what ought to be done with them. Sir Barnet Skettles had much to say upon the question, and said it, but it did not appear to solve the question, for Mr. Baps retorted, "Yes, but supposing Russia stepped in with her tallows," which struck Sir Barnet almost dumb, for he could only shake his head after that, and say, "Why, then you must fall back upon your cottons," he supposed. Sir Barnet Skettles looked after Mr. Baps when he went to cheer up Mrs. Baps, who, being quite deserted, was pretending to look over the music book of the gentleman who played the harp, as if he thought him a remarkable kind of man, and shortly afterwards he said so in those words to Dr. Blimber, and inquired if he might take the liberty of asking who he was, and whether he had ever been in the Board of Trade. Dr. Blimber answered no, he believed not, and that in fact he was a professor of something connected with statistics, I'll swear," observed Sir Barnet Skettles. "Why, no, Sir Barnet," replied Dr. Blimber, rubbing his chin. "No, not exactly." "Figures of some sort, I would venture a bet," said Sir Barnet Skettles. "Why, yes," said Dr. Blimber. "Yes, but not of that sort. Mr. Baps is a very worthy sort of man, Sir Barnet, and in fact he's our professor of dancing." Paul was amazed to see that this piece of information quite altered Sir Barnet Skettles' opinion of Mr. Baps, and that Sir Barnet flew into a perfect rage, and glowered at Mr. Baps over on the other side of the room. He even went so far as to Mr. Baps to Lady Skettles, in telling her what had happened, and to say that it was like his most consummate and confounded impudence. There was another thing that Paul observed. Mr. Feeder, after imbibing several custard cups of negus, began to enjoy himself. The dancing in general was ceremonious, and the music rather solemn, a little like church music in fact. But after the custard cups, Mr. Feeder told Mr. Toots that he was going to throw a little spirit into the thing. After that, Mr. Feeder not only began to dance as if he meant dancing and nothing else, but secretly to stimulate the music to perform wild tunes. Further, he became particular in his attentions to the ladies, and dancing with Miss Blimber, whispered to her, though not so softly but that Paul heard him say this remarkable poetry: "Had I a heart for falsehood framed, I ne'er could injure you." This Paul heard him repeat to 4 young ladies in succession. Well might Mr. Feeder say to Mr. Toots that he was afraid he should be the worse for it to-morrow. Mrs. Blimber was a little alarmed by this, comparatively speaking, profligate behaviour, and especially by the alteration in the character of the music, which, beginning to comprehend low melodies that were popular in the streets, might not unnaturally be supposed to give offence to Lady Skettles. But Lady Skettles was so very kind as to beg Mrs. Blimber not to mention it, and to receive her explanation that Mr. Feeder's spirits sometimes betrayed him into excesses on these occasions, with the greatest courtesy and politeness, observing that he seemed a very nice sort of person for his situation, and that she particularly liked the unassuming style of his hair, which, as already hinted, was about 1/4 of an inch long. Once, when there was a pause in the dancing, Lady Skettles told Paul that he seemed very fond of music. Paul replied that he was, and if she was too, she ought to hear his sister Florence sing. Lady Skettles presently discovered that she was dying with anxiety to have that gratification, and though Florence was at first very much frightened at being asked to sing before so many people, and begged earnestly to be excused, yet, on Paul calling her to him and saying,
"Do, Floy, please, for me, dear,"
she went straight to the piano and began. When they all drew a little away, that Paul might see her, and when he saw her sitting there all alone, so young and good and beautiful and kind to him, and heard her thrilling voice, so natural and sweet, and such a golden link between him and all his life's love and happiness, rising out of the silence, he turned his face away and hid his tears. Not, as he told them when they spoke to him, not that the music was too plaintive or too sorrowful, but it was so dear to him. They all loved Florence. How could they help it? Paul had known beforehand that they must and would, and sitting in his cushioned corner, with calmly folded hands, and one leg loosely doubled under him, few would have thought what triumph and delight expanded his childish bosom while he watched her, or what a sweet tranquillity he felt. Lavish encomiums on Dombey's sister reached his ears from all the boys. Admiration of the self-possessed and modest little beauty was on every lip. Reports of her intelligence and accomplishments floated past him constantly, and, as if borne in upon the air of the summer night, there was a half-intelligible sentiment diffused around, referring to Florence and himself, and breathing sympathy for both, that soothed and touched him. He did not know why, for all that the child observed and felt and thought that night, the present and the absent, what was then and what had been, were blended like the colours in the rainbow, or in the plumage of rich birds when the sun is shining on them, or in the softening sky when the same sun is setting. The many things he had had to think of lately passed before him in the music, not as claiming his attention over again, or as likely evermore to occupy it, but as peacefully disposed of and gone. A solitary window gazed through years ago looked out upon an ocean, miles and miles away. Upon its waters, fancies, busy with him only yesterday, were hushed and lulled to rest like broken waves. The same mysterious murmur he had wondered at when lying on his couch upon the beach, he thought he still heard, sounding through his sister's song, and through the hum of voices and the tread of feet, and having some part in the faces flitting by, and even in the heavy gentleness of Mr. Toots, who frequently came up to shake him by the hand. Through the universal kindness he still thought he heard it, speaking to him, and even his old-fashioned reputation seemed to be allied to it, he knew not how. Thus little Paul sat musing, listening, looking on, and dreaming, and was very happy. Until the time arrived for taking leave, and then, indeed, there was a sensation in the party. Sir Barnet Skettles brought up Skettles junior to shake hands with him, and asked him if he would remember to tell his good papa, with his best compliments, that he, Sir Barnet Skettles, had said he hoped the two young gentlemen would become intimately acquainted. Lady Skettles kissed him, and patted his hair upon his brow, and held him in her arms, and even Mrs. Baps, poor Mrs. Baps, Paul was glad of that, came over from beside the music book of the gentleman who played the harp, and took leave of him quite as heartily as anybody in the room.
"Good-bye, Dr. Blimber,"
said Paul, stretching out his hand.
"Good-bye, my little friend," returned the doctor.
"I'm very much obliged to you, sir,"
said Paul, looking innocently up into his awful face.
"Ask them to take care of Diogenes, if you please."
Diogenes was the dog, who had never in his life received a friend into his confidence before Paul. The doctor promised that every attention should be paid to Diogenes in Paul's absence, and Paul, having again thanked him and shaken hands with him, bade adieu to Mrs. Blimber and Cornelia with such heartfelt earnestness that Mrs. Blimber forgot from that moment to mention Cicero to Lady Skettles, though she had fully intended it all the evening. Cornelia, taking both Paul's hands in hers, said,
"Dombey, Dombey, you have always been my favourite pupil. God bless you."
and it showed, Paul thought, how easily one might do injustice to a person, for Miss Blimber meant it, though she was a forcer, and felt it. A boy then went round among the young gentlemen of "Dombey's going, little Dombey's going," and there was a general move after Paul and Florence down the staircase and into the hall, in which the whole Blimber family were included. Such a circumstance Mr Feeder said aloud as had never happened in the case of any former young gentleman within his experience, but it would be difficult to say if this were sober fact or custard cups. The servants, with the butler at their head, had all an interest in seeing little Dombey go, and even the weak-eyed young man, taking out his books and trunks to the coach that was to carry him and Florence to Mrs Pipchin's for the night, melted visibly. Not even the influence of the softer passion on the young gentleman, and they all, to a boy, doted on Florence, could restrain them from taking quite a noisy leave of Paul, waving hats after him, pressing downstairs to shake hands with him, crying individually, "Dombey, don't forget me," and indulging in many such ebullitions of feeling, uncommon among those young Chesterfields. Paul whispered Florence, as she wrapped him up before the door was opened, did she hear them? Would she ever forget it? Was she glad to know it? And a lively delight was in his eyes as he spoke to her. Once, for a last look, he turned and gazed upon the faces thus addressed to him, surprised to see how shining and how bright and numerous they were, and how they were all piled and heaped up as faces are at crowded theatres. They swam before him as he looked, like faces in an agitated glass, and next moment he was in the dark coach outside, holding close to Florence. From that time, whenever he thought of Dr Blimber's, it came back as he had seen it in this last view, and it never seemed to be a real place again, but always a dream, full of eyes. This was not quite the last of Dr Blimber's, however. There was something else. There was Mr Toots, who unexpectedly letting down one of the coach windows, and looking in, said with a most egregious chuckle, "Is Dombey there?" and immediately put it up again, without waiting for an answer. Nor was this quite the last of Mr Toots even, for before the coachman could drive off, he as suddenly let down the other window, and looking in with a precisely similar chuckle, said in a precisely similar tone of voice, "Is Dombey there?" and disappeared precisely as before. How Florence laughed! Paul often remembered it, and laughed himself whenever he did so. But there was much, soon afterwards, next day, and after that, which Paul could only recollect confusedly, as why they stayed at Mrs Pipchin's days and nights instead of going home, why he lay in bed with Florence sitting by his side, whether that had been his father in the room or only a tall shadow on the wall, whether he had heard his doctor say, of some one, that if they had removed him before the occasion on which he had built up fancies, strong in proportion to his own weakness, it was very possible he might have pined away. He could not even remember whether he had often said to Florence, "Oh, Floy, take me home and never leave me," but he thought he had. He fancied sometimes he had heard himself repeating, "Take me home, Floy, take me home." But he could remember, when he got home and was carried up the well-remembered stairs, that there had been the rumbling of a coach for many hours together, while he lay upon the seat, with Florence still beside him, and old Mrs Pipchin sitting opposite. He remembered his old bed, too, when they laid him down in it, his aunt, Miss Tox, and Susan. But there was something else, and recent too, that still perplexed him.
"I want to speak to Florence, if you please," he said. "To Florence by herself, for a moment."
She bent down over him, and the others stood away.
"Floy, my pet, wasn't that papa in the hall when they brought me from the coach?"
"Yes, dear."
"He didn't cry and go into his room, Floy, did he, when he saw me coming in?"
Florence shook her head, and pressed her lips against his cheek.
"I'm very glad he didn't cry," said little Paul. "I thought he did. Don't tell them that I asked.
End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 15. Amazing Artfulness of Captain Cuttle, and a New Pursuit for Walter Gay. Walter could not, for several days, decide what to do in the Barbados business, and even cherished some faint hope that Mr. Dombey might not have meant what he had said, or that he might change his mind and tell him he was not to go. But as nothing occurred to give this idea, which was sufficiently improbable in itself, any touch of confirmation, and as time was slipping by, and he had none to lose, he felt that he must act without hesitating any longer. Walter's chief difficulty was how to break the change in his affairs to Uncle Sol, to whom he was sensible it would be a terrible blow. He had the greater difficulty in dashing Uncle Sol's spirits with such an astounding piece of intelligence, because they had lately recovered very much, and the old man had become so cheerful that the little back parlour was itself again. Uncle Sol had paid the first appointed portion of the debt to Mr. Dombey, and was hopeful of working his way through the rest, and to cast him down afresh, when he had sprung up so manfully from his troubles, was a very distressing necessity. Yet it would never do to run away from him. He must know of it beforehand, and how to tell him was the point. As to the question of going or not going, Walter did not consider that he had any power of choice in the matter. Mr. Dombey had truly told him that he was young, and that his uncle's circumstances were not good, and Mr. Dombey had plainly expressed, in the glance with which he had accompanied that reminder, that if he declined to go, he might stay at home, if he chose, but not in his counting-house. His uncle and he lay under a great obligation to Mr. Dombey, which was of Walter's own soliciting. He might have begun in secret to despair of ever winning that gentleman's favour, and might have thought that he was now and then disposed to put a slight upon him which was hardly just. But what would have been duty without that, was still duty with it, or Walter thought so, and duty must be done. When Mr. Dombey had looked at him, and told him he was young, and that his uncle's circumstances were not good, there had been an expression of disdain in his face, a contemptuous and disparaging assumption that he would be quite content to live idly on a reduced old man, which stung the boy's generous soul. Determined to assure Mr. Dombey, in so far as it was possible to give him the assurance without expressing it in words, that indeed he mistook his nature, Walter had been anxious to show even more cheerfulness and activity after the West Indian interview than he had shown before, if that were possible, in one of his quick and zealous disposition. He was too young and inexperienced to think that possibly this very quality in him was not agreeable to Mr. Dombey, and that it was no stepping stone to his good opinion to be elastic and hopeful of pleasing under the shadow of his powerful displeasure, whether it were right or wrong. But it may have been, that the great man thought himself defied in this new exposition of an honest spirit, and purposed to bring it down. Well, at last and at least Uncle Sol must be told, thought Walter with a sigh. And as Walter was apprehensive that his voice might perhaps quaver a little, and that his countenance might not be quite as hopeful as he could wish it to be, if he told the old man himself, and saw the first effects of his communication on his wrinkled face, he resolved to avail himself of the services of that powerful mediator, Captain Cuttle. Sunday coming round, he set off therefore after breakfast once more to beat up Captain Cuttle's quarters. It was not unpleasant to remember on the way thither that Mrs. MacStinger resorted to a great distance every Sunday morning to attend the ministry of the Reverend Melchizedek Howler, who, having been one day discharged from the West India Docks on a false suspicion, got up expressly against him by the general enemy, of screwing gimlets into puncheons, and applying his lips to the orifice, had announced the destruction of the world for that day 2 years, at 10 in the morning, and opened a front parlour for the reception of ladies and gentlemen of the ranting persuasion, upon whom, on the first occasion of their assemblage, the admonitions of the Reverend Melchizedek had produced so powerful an effect, that, in their rapturous performance of a sacred jig, which closed the service, the whole flock broke through into a kitchen below, and disabled a mangle belonging to one of the fold. This the captain, in a moment of uncommon conviviality, had confided to Walter and his uncle, between the repetitions of Lovely Peg, on the night when Brogley the broker was paid out. The captain himself was punctual in his attendance at a church in his own neighbourhood, which hoisted the Union Jack every Sunday morning, and where he was good enough, the lawful beadle being infirm, to keep an eye upon the boys, over whom he exercised great power in virtue of his mysterious hook. Knowing the regularity of the captain's habits, Walter made all the haste he could, that he might anticipate his going out, and he made such good speed that he had the pleasure, on turning into Brig Place, to behold the broad blue coat and waistcoat hanging out of the captain's open window to air in the sun. It appeared incredible that the coat and waistcoat could be seen by mortal eyes without the captain, but he certainly was not in them, otherwise his legs, the houses in Brig Place not being lofty, would have obstructed the street door, which was perfectly clear. Quite wondering at this discovery, Walter gave a single knock. "Stinger," he distinctly heard the captain say up in his room, as if that were no business of his. Therefore Walter gave 2 knocks. "Cuttle," he heard the captain say upon that, and immediately afterwards the captain, in his clean shirt and braces, with his neckerchief hanging loosely round his throat like a coil of rope, and his glazed hat on, appeared at the window, leaning out over the broad blue coat and waistcoat. "Waller!" cried the captain, looking down upon him in amazement. "Ay, ay, Captain Cuttle," returned Walter. "Only me." "What's the matter, my lad?" inquired the captain, with great concern. "Gills aren't been and sprung nothing again?" "No, no," said Walter. "My uncle's all right, Captain Cuttle." The captain expressed his gratification, and said he would come down below and open the door, which he did. "Though you're early, Waller," said the captain, eyeing him still doubtfully when they got upstairs. "Why, the fact is, Captain Cuttle," said Walter, sitting down, "I was afraid you would have gone out, and I want to benefit by your friendly counsel." "So you shall," said the captain. "What'll you take?" "I want to take your opinion, Captain Cuttle," returned Walter, smiling. "That's the only thing for me." "Come on, then," said the captain. "With a will, my lad." Walter related to him what had happened, and the difficulty in which he felt respecting his uncle, and the relief it would be to him if Captain Cuttle, in his kindness, would help him to smooth it away. Captain Cuttle's infinite consternation and astonishment at the prospect unfolded to him, gradually swallowing that gentleman up, until it left his face quite vacant, and the suit of blue, the glazed hat, and the hook apparently without an owner. "You see, Captain Cuttle," pursued Walter, "for myself, I am young, as Mr. Dombey said, and not to be considered. I am to fight my way through the world, I know. But there are 2 points I was thinking, as I came along, that I should be very particular about, in respect to my uncle. I don't mean to say that I deserve to be the pride and delight of his life, you believe me, I know, but I am. Now, don't you think I am?" The captain seemed to make an endeavour to rise from the depths of his astonishment, and get back to his face, but the effort being ineffectual, the glazed hat merely nodded with a mute, unutterable meaning. "If I live and have my health," said Walter, "and I am not afraid of that, still, when I leave England, I can hardly hope to see my uncle again. He is old, Captain Cuttle, and besides, his life is a life of custom." "Steady, Waller, of a want of custom," said the captain, suddenly reappearing.
Too true, returned Walter, shaking his head. But I mean a life of habit, Captain Cuttle, that sort of custom. And if, as you very truly said, I am sure, he would have died the sooner for the loss of the stock, and all those objects to which he has been accustomed for so many years, don't you think he might die a little sooner for the loss of—
Of his nevy? Interposed the captain. Right.
Well then, said Walter, trying to speak gaily, we must do our best to make him believe that the separation is but a temporary one after all. But as I know better, or dread that I know better, Captain Cuttle, and as I have so many reasons for regarding him with affection and duty and honour, I am afraid I should make but a very poor hand at that, if I tried to persuade him of it. That's my great reason for wishing you to break it out to him, and that's the first point.
Keep her off a point or so, observed the captain in a contemplative voice.
What did you say, Captain Cuttle?
inquired Walter. Stand by, returned the captain thoughtfully. Walter paused to ascertain if the captain had any particular information to add to this, but as he said no more, went on.
Now, the second point, Captain Cuttle, I am sorry to say I am not a favourite with Mr. Dombey. I've always tried to do my best, and I have always done it, but he does not like me. He can't help his likings and dislikings, perhaps. I say nothing of that. I only say that I am certain he does not like me. He does not send me to this post as a good one. He disclaims to represent it as being better than it is, and I doubt very much if it will ever lead me to advancement in the house, whether it does not, on the contrary, dispose of me for ever, and put me out of the way. Now, we must say nothing of this to my uncle, Captain Cuttle, but must make it out to be as favourable and promising as we can. And when I tell you what it really is, I only do so that in case any means should ever arise of lending me a hand so far off, I may have one friend at home who knows my real situation.
Waller, my boy, replied the captain, in the Proverbs of Solomon you'll find the following words: May we never want a friend in need, nor a bottle to give him. When found, make a note of. Here the captain stretched out his hand to Walter with an air of downright good faith that spoke volumes, at the same time repeating, for he felt proud of the accuracy and pointed application of his quotation, when found, make a note of.
Captain Cuttle, said Walter, taking the immense fist extended to him by the captain in both his hands, which had completely filled, next to my Uncle Sol, I love you. There is no one on earth in whom I can more safely trust, I am sure. As to the mere going away, Captain Cuttle, I don't care for that. Why should I care for that? If I were free to seek my own fortune, if I were free to go as a common sailor, if I were free to venture on my own account to the farthest end of the world, I would gladly go. I would have gladly gone years ago, and taken my chance of what might come of it. But it was against my uncle's wishes, and against the plans he had formed for me, and there was an end of that. But what I feel, Captain Cuttle, is that we have been a little mistaken all along, and that, so far as any improvement in my prospects is concerned, I am no better off now than I was when I first entered Dombey's house, perhaps a little worse, for the house may have been kindly inclined towards me then, and it certainly is not now.
Turn again, Whittington, muttered the disconsolate captain, after looking at Walter for some time.
Ay, replied Walter, laughing, and turn a great many times too, Captain Cuttle. I'm afraid before such fortune as his ever turns up again. Not that I complain, he added in his lively, animated, energetic way. I have nothing to complain of. I'm provided for. I can live. When I leave my uncle, I leave him to you, and I can leave him to no one better, Captain Cuttle. I haven't told you all this because I despair. Not I. It's to convince you that I can't pick and choose in Dombey's house, and that where I am sent, there I must go, and what I am offered, that I must take. It's better for my uncle that I should be sent away, for Mr. Dombey is a valuable friend to him, as he proved himself, you know when, Captain Cuttle, and I'm persuaded he won't be less valuable when he hasn't me there every day to awaken his dislike. So, hurrah for the West Indies, Captain Cuttle! How does that tune go that the sailors sing? For the port of Barbados, boys, cheerily, leaving old England behind us, boys, cheerily.
Here the captain roared in chorus,
Oh, cheerily, cheerily, oh, cheerily.
the last line reaching the quick ears of an ardent skipper not quite sober, who lodged opposite, and who instantly sprung out of bed, threw up his window, and joined in across the street at the top of his voice, produced a fine effect. When it was impossible to sustain the concluding note any longer, the skipper bellowed forth a terrific "Ahoy!" intended in part as a friendly greeting, and in part to show that he was not at all breathed. That done, he shut down his window and went to bed again.
And now, Captain Cuttle,"
said Walter, handing him the blue coat and waistcoat, and bustling very much,
"if you'll come and break the news to Uncle Sol, which he ought to have known days upon days ago by rights, I'll leave you at the door, you know, and walk about until the afternoon."
The captain, however, scarcely appeared to relish the commission, or to be by any means confident of his powers of executing it. He had arranged the future life and adventures of Walter so very differently, and so entirely to his own satisfaction, he had felicitated himself so often on the sagacity and foresight displayed in that arrangement, and had found it so complete and perfect in all its parts, that to suffer it to go to pieces all at once, and even to assist in breaking it up, required a great effort of his resolution. The captain, too, found it difficult to unload his old ideas upon the subject, and to take a perfectly new cargo on board, with that rapidity which the circumstances required, or without jumbling and confounding the two. Consequently, instead of putting on his coat and waistcoat with anything like the impetuosity that could alone have kept pace with Walter's mood, he declined to invest himself with those garments at all at present, and informed Walter that in such a serious matter he must be allowed to bite his nails a bit.
It's an old habit of mine, Walter, said the captain. Any time these 50 year, when you see Ned Cuttle bite his nails, Waller, then you may know that Ned Cuttle's aground.
Thereupon the captain put his iron hook between his teeth, as if it were a hand, and with an air of wisdom and profundity that was the very concentration and sublimation of all philosophical reflection and grave inquiry, applied himself to the consideration of the subject in its various branches.
There's a friend of mine,
murmured the captain in an absent manner,
but he's at present coasting round to Whitby, that would deliver such an opinion on this subject, or any other that could be named, as would give Parliament 6 and beat 'em. Been knocked overboard, that man, said the captain, twice, and none the worse for it. Was beat in his apprenticeship for 3 weeks, off and on, about the head, with a ring bolt, and yet a clearer minded man don't walk.
Despite of his respect for Captain Cuttle, Walter could not help inwardly rejoicing at the absence of this sage, and devoutly hoping that his limpid intellect might not be brought to bear on his difficulties until they were quite settled.
If you was to take and show that man the boy at the Nore, said Captain Cuttle in the same tone, and ask him his opinion of it, Waller, he'd give you an opinion that was no more like that boy than your uncle's buttons are. There ain't a man that walks, certainly not on 2 legs, that can come near him. Not near him.
"What's his name, Captain Cuttle?"
inquired Walter, determined to be interested in the captain's friend.
His name's Bunsby, said the captain, but Lord, it might be anything for the matter of that, with such a mind as his.
The exact idea which the captain attached to this concluding piece of praise he did not further elucidate, neither did Walter seek to draw it forth. For on his beginning to review, with the vivacity natural to himself and to his situation, the leading points in his own affairs, he soon discovered that the captain had relapsed into his former profound state of mind, and that while he eyed him steadfastly from beneath his bushy eyebrows, he evidently neither saw nor heard him, but remained immersed in cogitation. In fact, Captain Cuttle was labouring with such great designs, that far from being aground, he soon got off into the deepest of water, and could find no bottom to his penetration. By degrees it became perfectly plain to the captain that there was some mistake here, that it was undoubtedly much more likely to be Walter's mistake than his, that if there were really any West India scheme afoot, it was a very different one from what Walter, who was young and rash, supposed, and could only be some new device for making his fortune with unusual celerity. Or if there should be any little hitch between 'em, thought the captain, meaning between Walter and Mr. Dombey, it only wants a word in season from a friend of both parties to set it right, and smooth, and make it all taut again. Captain Cuttle's deduction from these considerations was, that as he already enjoyed the pleasure of knowing Mr. Dombey, from having spent a very agreeable half-hour in his company at Brighton, on the morning when they borrowed the money, and that, as a couple of men of the world, who understood each other, and were mutually disposed to make things comfortable, could easily arrange any little difficulty of this sort, and come at the real facts, the friendly thing for him to do would be, without saying anything about it to Walter at present, just to step up to Mr. Dombey's house, say to the servant, "Would ye be so good, my lad, as report Captain Cuttle here?" meet Mr. Dombey in a confidential spirit, hook him by the buttonhole, talk it over, make it all right, and come away triumphant. As these reflections presented themselves to the captain's mind, and by slow degrees assumed this shape and form, his visage cleared like a doubtful morning when it gives place to a bright noon. His eyebrows, which had been in the highest degree portentous, smoothed their rugged bristling aspect and became serene. His eyes, which had been nearly closed in the severity of his mental exercise, opened freely. A smile which had been at first but 3 specks, one at the right-hand corner of his mouth, and one at the corner of each eye, gradually overspread his whole face, and, rippling up into his forehead, lifted the glazed hat, as if that too had been aground with Captain Cuttle, and were now, like him, happily afloat again. Finally the captain left off biting his nails, and said, "Now, Waller, my boy, you may help me on with them slops," by which the captain meant his coat and waistcoat. Walter little imagined why the captain was so particular in the arrangement of his cravat, as to twist the pendant ends into a sort of pigtail, and pass them through a massive gold ring with a picture of a tomb upon it, and a neat iron railing, and a tree, in memory of some deceased friend; nor why the captain pulled up his shirt collar to the utmost limits allowed by the Irish linen below, and by so doing decorated himself with a complete pair of blinkers; nor why he changed his shoes, and put on an unparalleled pair of ankle-jacks, which he only wore on extraordinary occasions. The captain being at length attired to his own complete satisfaction, and having glanced at himself from head to foot in a shaving-glass which he removed from a nail for that purpose, took up his knotted stick, and said he was ready. The captain's walk was more complacent than usual when they got out into the street, but this Walter supposed to be the effect of the ankle-jacks, and took little heed of. Before they had gone very far, they encountered a woman selling flowers, when the captain, stopping short, as if struck by a happy idea, made a purchase of the largest bundle in her basket, a most glorious nosegay, fan-shaped, some 2 feet and a half round, and composed of all the jolliest looking flowers that blow. Armed with this little token which he designed for Mr. Dombey, Captain Cuttle walked on with Walter until they reached the instrument-maker's door, before which they both paused. "You're going in?" said Walter. "Yes," returned the captain, who felt that Walter must be got rid of before he proceeded any further, and that he had better time his projected visit somewhat later in the day. "And you won't forget anything?" "No," returned the captain. "I'll go upon my walk at once," said Walter, "and then I shall be out of the way, Captain Cuttle." "Take a good long 'un, my lad," replied the captain, calling after him. Walter waved his hand in assent, and went his way. His way was nowhere in particular, but he thought he would go out into the fields, where he could reflect upon the unknown life before him, and resting under some tree, ponder quietly. He knew no better fields than those near Hampstead, and no better means of getting at them than by passing Mr. Dombey's house. It was as stately and dark as ever when he went by and glanced up at its frowning front. The blinds were all pulled down, but the upper windows stood wide open, and the pleasant air stirring those curtains and waving them to and fro was the only sign of animation in the whole exterior. Walter walked softly as he passed, and was glad when he had left the house a door or two behind. He looked back then, with the interest he had always felt for the place since the adventure of the lost child, years ago, and looked especially at those upper windows. While he was thus engaged, a chariot drove to the door, and a portly gentleman in black, with a heavy watch chain, alighted and went in. When he afterwards remembered this gentleman and his equipage together, Walter had no doubt he was a physician, and then he wondered who was ill, but the discovery did not occur to him until he had walked some distance, thinking listlessly of other things, though still of what the house had suggested to him, for Walter pleased himself with thinking that perhaps the time might come when the beautiful child who was his old friend, and had always been so grateful to him and so glad to see him since, might interest her brother in his behalf, and influence his fortunes for the better. He liked to imagine this, more at that moment for the pleasure of imagining her continued remembrance of him than for any worldly profit he might gain, but another and more sober fancy whispered to him that if he were alive then, he would be beyond the sea and forgotten, she married, rich, proud, happy. There was no more reason why she should remember him with any interest in such an altered state of things than any plaything she ever had. No, not so much. Yet Walter so idealized the pretty child whom he had found wandering in the rough streets, and so identified her with her innocent gratitude of that night, and the simplicity and truth of its expression, that he blushed for himself as a libeller when he argued that she could ever grow proud. On the other hand, his meditations were of that fantastic order that it seemed hardly less libellous in him to imagine her grown a woman, to think of her as anything but the same artless, gentle, winning little creature that she had been in the days of good Mrs. Brown. In a word, Walter found out that to reason with himself about Florence at all was to become very unreasonable indeed, and that he could do no better than preserve her image in his mind as something precious, unattainable, unchangeable, and indefinite in all but its power of giving him pleasure, and restraining him like an angel's hand from anything unworthy. It was a long stroll in the fields that Walter took that day, listening to the birds, and the Sunday bells, and the softened murmur of the town, breathing sweet scents, glancing sometimes at the dim horizon, beyond which his voyage and his place of destination lay, then looking round on the green English grass and the home landscape. But he hardly once thought, even of going away, distinctly, and seemed to put off reflection idly from hour to hour, and from minute to minute, while he yet went on reflecting all the time. Walter had left the fields behind him, and was plodding homeward in the same abstracted mood, when he heard a shout from a man, and then a woman's voice calling to him loudly by name. Turning quickly in his surprise, he saw that a hackney coach, going in the contrary direction, had stopped at no great distance, that the coachman was looking back from his box and making signals to him with his whip, and that a young woman inside was leaning out of the window and beckoning with immense energy. Running up to this coach, he found that the young woman was Miss Nipper, and that Miss Nipper was in such a flutter as to be almost beside herself.
"Staggs's Gardens, Mr. Walter," said Miss Nipper, "if you please. Oh, do!"
"Eh?" cried Walter. "What is the matter?"
"Oh, Mr. Walter, Staggs's Gardens, if you please," said Susan.
"There!" cried the coachman, appealing to Walter with a sort of exulting despair. "That's the way the young lady's been a-going on for upwards of a mortal hour, and me continually backing out of no thoroughfares where she would drive up. I've had a many fares in this coach, first and last, but never such a fare as her."
"Do you want to go to Staggs's Gardens, Susan?" inquired Walter.
"Ah, she wants to go there. Where is it?" growled the coachman.
"I don't know where it is," exclaimed Susan wildly. "Mr. Walter, I was there once myself, along with Miss Floy and our poor darling Master Paul, on the very day when you found Miss Floy in the city, for we lost her coming home, Mrs. Richards and me, in a mad bull, and Mrs. Richards' eldest, and I went there afterwards. I can't remember where it is. I think it's sunk into the ground. Oh, Mr. Walter, don't desert me. Staggs's Gardens, if you please. Miss Floy's darling, all our darlings, little meek Master Paul. Oh, Mr. Walter!"
"Good God!" cried Walter. "Is he very ill?"
"The pretty flower," cried Susan, wringing her hands, "has took the fancy that he'd like to see his old nurse, and I've come to bring her to his bedside. Mrs. Staggs of Pollytoodle's Gardens, someone pray!"
Greatly moved by what he heard, and catching Susan's earnestness immediately, Walter, now that he understood the nature of her errand, dashed into it with such ardour that the coachman had enough to do to follow closely as he ran before, inquiring here and there and everywhere the way to Staggs's Gardens. There was no such place as Staggs's Gardens. It had vanished from the earth. Where the old rotten summer-houses once had stood, palaces now reared their heads, and granite columns of gigantic girth opened a vista to the railway world beyond. The miserable waste ground, where the refuse matter had been heaped of yore, was swallowed up and gone, and in its frowsy stead were tiers of warehouses, crammed with rich goods and costly merchandise. The old by-streets now swarmed with passengers and vehicles of every kind. The new streets that had stopped disheartened in the mud and waggon ruts, formed towns within themselves, originating wholesome comforts and conveniences belonging to themselves, and never tried nor thought of until they sprung into existence. Bridges that had led to nothing, led to villas, gardens, churches, healthy public walks. The carcasses of houses, and beginnings of new thoroughfares, had started off upon the line at steam's own speed, and shot away into the country in a monster train. As to the neighbourhood which had hesitated to acknowledge the railroad in its straggling days, that had grown wise and penitent, as any Christian might in such a case, and now boasted of its powerful and prosperous relation. There were railway patrons in its drapers' shops, and railway journals in the windows of its newsmen. There were railway hotels, office-houses, lodging-houses, boarding-houses, railway plans, maps, views, wrappers, bottles, sandwich-boxes, and time-tables, railway hackney coach and stands, railway omnibuses, railway streets and buildings, railway hangers-on and parasites and flatterers out of all calculation. There was even railway time observed in clocks, as if the sun itself had given in. Among the vanquished was the master chimney-sweep, whilom incredulous at Staggs's Gardens, who now lived in a stuccoed house 3 stories high, and gave himself out with golden flourishes upon a varnished board, as contractor for the cleansing of railway chimneys by machinery. To and from the heart of this great change, all day and night, throbbing currents rushed and returned incessantly, like its life's blood. Crowds of people and mountains of goods, departing and arriving scores upon scores of times in every 24 hours, produced a fermentation in the place that was always in action. The very houses seemed disposed to pack up and take trips. Wonderful members of Parliament, who, little more than 20 years before, had made themselves merry with the wild railroad theories of engineers, and given them the liveliest rubs in cross-examinations, went down into the north with their watches in their hands, and sent on messages before by the electric telegraph to say that they were coming. Night and day the conquering engines rumbled at their distant work, or, advancing smoothly to their journey's end, and gliding like tame dragons into the allotted corners grooved out to the inch for their reception, stood bubbling and trembling there, making the walls quake, as if they were dilating with the secret knowledge of great powers yet unsuspected in them, and strong purposes not yet achieved. But Staggs's Gardens had been cut up, root and branch. Oh, woe the day when not a rood of English ground, laid out in Staggs's Gardens, is secure. At last, after much fruitless inquiry, Walter, followed by the coach and Susan, found a man who had once resided in that vanished land, and who was no other than the master sweep before referred to, grown stout, and knocking a double knock at his own door. He knowed Toodle, he said, well. Belonged to the railroad, didn't he?
Yes, sir, yes,
cried Susan Nipper from the coach window. Where did he live now? Hastily inquired Walter. He lived in the company's own buildings, second turning to the right, down the yard, cross over, and take the second on the right again. It was number 11. They couldn't mistake it. But if they did, they had only to ask for Toodle, engine fireman, and any one would show them which was his house. At this unexpected stroke of success, Susan Nipper dismounted from the coach with all speed, took Walter's arm, and set off at a breathless pace on foot, leaving the coach there to await their return. "Has the little boy been long ill, Susan?" inquired Walter, as they hurried on.
"Ailing for a deal of time, but no one knew how much," said Susan, adding with excessive sharpness, "Oh, them blimbers!"
"Blimbers?" echoed Walter.
"I couldn't forgive myself at such a time as this, Mr. Walter," said Susan, "and when there's so much serious distress to think about. If I rested hard on any one, especially on them that little darling Paul speaks well of. But I may wish that the family was set to work in a stony soil to make new roads, and that Miss Blimber went in front and had the pickaxe."
Miss Nipper then took breath, and went on faster than before, as if this extraordinary aspiration had relieved her. Walter, who had by this time no breath of his own to spare, hurried along without asking any more questions, and they soon, in their impatience, burst in at a little door, and came into a clean parlour full of children.
"Where's Mrs. Richards?"
exclaimed Susan Nipper, looking round.
"Oh, Mrs. Richards, Mrs. Richards, come along with me, my dear creature."
"Why, if it ain't Susan!" cried Polly, rising with her honest face and motherly figure from among the group in great surprise.
"Yes, it's Mrs. Richards, it's me," said Susan, "and I wish it wasn't, though I may not seem to flatter when I say so, but little Master Paul is very ill, and told his pa today that he would like to see the face of his old nurse, and him and Miss Floy hope you'll come along with me, and Mr. Walter, Mrs. Richards, forgetting what is past, and do a kindness to the sweet dear that is withering away. Oh, Mrs. Richards, withering away!"
Susan Nipper crying, Polly shed tears to see her, and to hear what she had said, and all the children gathered round, including numbers of new babies, and Mr. Toodle, who had just come home from Birmingham, and was eating his dinner out of a basin, laid down his knife and fork, and put on his wife's bonnet and shawl for her, which were hanging up behind the door, then tapped her on the back, and said, with more fatherly feeling than eloquence, "Polly, cut away." So they got back to the coach, long before the coachman expected them, and Walter, putting Susan and Mrs. Richards inside, took his seat on the box himself, that there might be no more mistakes, and deposited them safely in the hall of Mr. Dombey's house, where, by the by, he saw a mighty nosegay lying, which reminded him of the one Captain Cuttle had purchased in his company that morning. He would have lingered to know more of the young invalid, or waited any length of time to see if he could render the least service, but, painfully sensible that such conduct would be looked upon by Mr. Dombey as presumptuous and forward, he turned slowly, sadly, anxiously away. He had not gone 5 minutes' walk from the door, when a man came running after him, and begged him to return. Walter retraced his steps as quickly as he could, and entered the gloomy house with a sorrowful foreboding. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 16. What the Waves were always saying. Paul had never risen from his little bed. He lay there listening to the noises in the street, quite tranquilly, not caring much how the time went, but watching it and watching everything about him with observing eyes. When the sunbeams struck into his room through the rustling blinds, and quivered on the opposite wall like golden water, he knew that evening was coming on, and that the sky was red and beautiful. As the reflection died away and a gloom went creeping up the wall, he watched it deepen, deepen, deepen into night. Then he thought how the long streets were dotted with lamps, and how the peaceful stars were shining overhead. His fancy had a strange tendency to wander to the river, which he knew was flowing through the great city, and now he thought how black it was, and how deep it would look, reflecting the hosts of stars, and more than all, how steadily it rolled away to meet the sea. As it grew later in the night, and footsteps in the street became so rare that he could hear them coming, count them as they passed, and lose them in the hollow distance, he would lie and watch the many-coloured ring about the candle, and wait patiently for day. His only trouble was the swift and rapid river. He felt forced sometimes to try to stop it, to stem it with his childish hands, or choke its way with sand, and when he saw it coming on, resistless, he cried out. But a word from Florence, who was always at his side, restored him to himself, and leaning his poor head upon her breast, he told Floy of his dream, and smiled. When day began to dawn again, he watched for the sun, and when its cheerful light began to sparkle in the room, he pictured to himself, he saw the high church towers rising up into the morning sky, the town reviving, waking, starting into life once more, the river glistening as it rolled, but rolling fast as ever, and the country bright with dew. Familiar sounds and cries came by degrees into the street below. The servants in the house were roused and busy, faces looked in at the door, and voices asked his attendants softly how he was. Paul always answered for himself.
"I'm better. I'm a great deal better, thank you. Tell papa so."
By little and little he got tired of the bustle of the day, the noise of carriages and carts, and people passing and repassing, and would fall asleep, or be troubled with a restless and uneasy sense again. The child could hardly tell whether this were in his sleeping or his waking moments, of that rushing river.
"Why will it never stop, Floy?"
he would sometimes ask her.
"It is bearing me away, I think."
But Floy could always soothe and reassure him, and it was his daily delight to make her lay her head down on his pillow and take some rest.
"You are always watching me, Floy. Let me watch you now."
They would prop him up with cushions in a corner of his bed, and there he would recline the while she lay beside him, bending forward oftentimes to kiss her, and whispering to those who were near that she was tired, and how she had sat up so many nights beside him. Thus the flush of the day, in its heat and light, would gradually decline, and again the golden water would be dancing on the wall. He was visited by as many as 3 grave doctors. They used to assemble downstairs, and come up together, and the room was so quiet, and Paul was so observant of them, though he never asked of anybody what they said, that he even knew the difference in the sound of their watches. But his interest centred in Sir Parker Peps, who always took his seat on the side of the bed, for Paul had heard them say long ago that that gentleman had been with his mamma when she clasped Florence in her arms and died, and he could not forget it now. He liked him for it. He was not afraid. The people round him changed as unaccountably as on that first night at Dr. Blimber's, except Florence. Florence never changed, and what had been Sir Parker Peps was now his father, sitting with his head upon his hand. Old Mrs. Pipchin, dozing in an easy chair, often changed to Miss Tox, or his aunt, and Paul was quite content to shut his eyes again, and see what happened next, without emotion. But this figure with its head upon its hand returned so often, and remained so long, and sat so still and solemn, never speaking, never being spoken to, and rarely lifting up its face, that Paul began to wonder languidly if it were real, and in the night time saw it sitting there with fear.
"Floy," he said, "what is that?"
"Where, dearest?"
"There, at the bottom of the bed."
"There is nothing there except papa." The figure lifted up its head, and rose, and coming to the bedside, said, "My own boy, don't you know me?" Paul looked it in the face, and thought, was this his father? But the face so altered to his thinking, thrilled while he gazed, as if it were in pain, and before he could reach out both his hands to take it between them, and draw it towards him, the figure turned away quickly from the little bed, and went out at the door. Paul looked at Florence with a fluttering heart, but he knew what she was going to say, and stopped her with his face against her lips. The next time he observed the figure sitting at the bottom of the bed, he called to it,
"Don't be sorry for me, dear papa. Indeed, I am quite happy."
His father coming and bending down to him, which he did quickly, and without first pausing by the bedside, Paul held him round the neck, and repeated those words to him several times, and very earnestly. And Paul never saw him in his room again at any time, whether it were day or night, but he called out,
"Don't be sorry for me. Indeed, I am quite happy."
This was the beginning of his always saying in the morning that he was a great deal better, and that they were to tell his father so. How many times the golden water danced upon the wall, how many nights the dark, dark river rolled towards the sea in spite of him, Paul never counted, never sought to know. If their kindness or his sense of it could have increased, they were more kind, and he more grateful every day. But whether they were many days or few, appeared of little moment now to the gentle boy. One night he had been thinking of his mother, and her picture in the drawing-room downstairs, and thought she must have loved sweet Florence better than his father did, to have held her in her arms when she felt that she was dying, for even he, her brother, who had such dear love for her, could have no greater wish than that. The train of thought suggested to him to inquire if he had ever seen his mother, for he could not remember whether they had told him yes or no, the river running very fast, and confusing his mind.
"Floy, did I ever see mamma?"
"No, darling. Why?"
"Did I ever see any kind face like mamma's, looking at me when I was a baby, Floy?"
he asked incredulously, as if he had some vision of a face before him.
"Oh, yes, dear." "Whose, Floy?"
"Your old nurse's, often."
"And where is my old nurse?"
said Paul.
"Is she dead too? Floy, are we all dead, except you?"
There was a hurry in the room for an instant, longer perhaps, but it seemed no more. Then all was still again, and Florence, with her face quite colourless, but smiling, held his head upon her arm. Her arm trembled very much.
"Show me that old nurse, Floy, if you please."
"She is not here, darling. She shall come to-morrow."
"Thank you, Floy."
Paul closed his eyes with those words, and fell asleep. When he awoke, the sun was high, and the broad day was clear, and he lay a little, looking at the windows, which were open, and the curtains rustling in the air, and waving to and fro. Then he said,
"Floy, is it to-morrow? Is she come?"
Some one seemed to go in quest of her. Perhaps it was Susan. Paul thought he heard her telling him, when he had closed his eyes again, that she would soon be back, but he did not open them to see. She kept her word. Perhaps she had never been away. But the next thing that happened was a noise of footsteps on the stairs, and then Paul woke mind and body, and sat upright in his bed. He saw them now about him. There was no grey mist before them, as there had been sometimes in the night. He knew them every one, and called them by their names.
"And who is this? Is this my old nurse?"
said the child, regarding with a radiant smile a figure coming in. Yes, yes, no other stranger would have shed those tears at sight of him, and called him her dear boy, her pretty boy, her own poor blighted child. No other woman would have stooped down by his bed and taken up his wasted hand and put it to her lips and breast as one who had some right to fondle it. No other woman would have so forgotten everybody there but him and Floy, and been so full of tenderness and pity.
"Floy, this is a kind, good face,"
said Paul.
"I am glad to see it again. Don't go away, old nurse. Stay here."
His senses were all quickened, and he heard a name he knew.
"Who was that? Who said Walter?"
he asked, looking round.
"Someone said Walter. Is he here? I should like to see him very much."
Nobody replied directly, but his father soon said to Susan, "Call him back, then. Let him come up." After a short pause of expectation, during which he looked with smiling interest and wonder on his nurse, and saw that she had not forgotten Floy, Walter was brought into the room. His open face and manner and his cheerful eyes had always made him a favourite with Paul, and when Paul saw him he stretched out his hand and said,
"Good-bye."
"Good-bye, my child," said Mrs. Pipchin, hurrying to his bed's head. "Not good-bye."
For an instant Paul looked at her with the wistful face with which he had so often gazed upon her in his corner by the fire.
"Yes,"
he said placidly.
"Good-bye, Walter, dear. Good-bye."
Turning his head to where he stood, and putting out his hand again.
"Where is it, papa?"
He felt his father's breath upon his cheek before the words had parted from his lips.
"Remember Walter, dear papa,"
he whispered, looking in his face.
"Remember Walter. I was fond of Walter."
The feeble hand waved in the air as if it cried good-bye to Walter once again.
"Now lay me down,"
he said.
"And Floy, come close to me, and let me see you."
Sister and brother wound their arms around each other, and the golden light came streaming in, and fell upon them locked together.
"How fast the river runs between its green banks and the rushes, Floy. But it's very near the sea. I hear the waves. They always said so."
Presently he told her the motion of the boat upon the stream was lulling him to rest. How green the banks were now, how bright the flowers growing on them, and how tall the rushes! Now the boat was out at sea, but gliding smoothly on, and now there was a shore before him. Who stood on the bank? He put his hands together, as he had been used to do at his prayers. He did not remove his arms to do it, but they saw him fold them so behind her neck.
"Mamma is like you, Floy. I know her by the face. But tell them that the print upon the stairs at school is not divine enough. The light about the head is shining on me as I go."
The golden ripple on the wall came back again, and nothing else stirred in the room. The old, old fashion, the fashion that came in with our first garments, and will last unchanged until our race has run its course, and the wide firmament is rolled up like a scroll, the old, old fashion, death. O thank God, all who see it, for that older fashion yet, of immortality! And look upon us, angels of young children, with regards not quite estranged, when the swift river bears us to the ocean.
"Dear me, dear me, to think,"
said Miss Tox, bursting out afresh that night, as if her heart were broken,
"that
Dombey and Son should be a daughter, after all.
End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 17. Captain Cuttle does a little business for the young people. Captain Cuttle, in the exercise of that surprising talent for deep-laid and unfathomable scheming with which, as is not unusual in men of transparent simplicity, he sincerely believed himself to be endowed by nature, had gone to Mr. Dombey's house on the eventful Sunday, winking all the way as a vent for his superfluous sagacity, and had presented himself in the full lustre of the ankle-jacks before the eyes of Towlinson. Hearing from that individual, to his great concern, of the impending calamity, Captain Cuttle, in his delicacy, sheered off again confounded, merely handing in the nosegay as a small mark of his solicitude, and leaving his respectful compliments for the family in general, which he accompanied with an expression of his hope that they would lay their heads well to the wind under existing circumstances, and a friendly intimation that he would look up again to-morrow. The captain's compliments were never heard of any more. The captain's nosegay, after lying in the hall all night, was swept into the dustbin next morning, and the captain's sly arrangement, involved in one catastrophe with greater hopes and loftier designs, was crushed to pieces. So, when an avalanche bears down a mountain forest, twigs and bushes suffer with the trees, and all perish together. When Walter returned home on the Sunday evening from his long walk, and its memorable close, he was too much occupied at first by the tidings he had to give them, and by the emotions naturally awakened in his breast by the scene through which he had passed, to observe either that his uncle was evidently unacquainted with the intelligence the captain had undertaken to impart, or that the captain made signals with his hook, warning him to avoid the subject. Not that the captain's signals were calculated to have proved very comprehensible, however attentively observed, for, like those Chinese sages who are said in their conferences to write certain learned words in the air that are wholly impossible of pronunciation, the captain made such waves and flourishes as nobody without a previous knowledge of his mystery would have been at all likely to understand. Captain Cuttle, however, becoming cognizant of what had happened, relinquished these attempts, as he perceived the slender chance that now existed of his being able to obtain a little easy chat with Mr. Dombey before the period of Walter's departure. But in admitting to himself, with a disappointed and crestfallen countenance, that Soul Gills must be told, and that Walter must go, taking the case for the present as he found it, and not having it enlightened or improved beforehand by the knowing management of a friend, the captain still felt an unabated confidence that he, Ned Cuttle, was the man for Mr. Dombey, and that, to set Walter's fortunes quite square, nothing was wanted but that they two should come together. For the captain never could forget how well he and Mr. Dombey had got on at Brighton, with what nicety each of them had put in a word when it was wanted, how exactly they had taken one another's measure, nor how Ned Cuttle had pointed out that resources in the first extremity, and had brought the interview to the desired termination. On all these grounds the captain soothed himself with thinking that though Ned Cuttle was forced by the pressure of events to stand by, almost useless for the present, Ned would fetch up with a wet sail in good time, and carry all before him. Under the influence of this good-natured delusion, Captain Cuttle even went so far as to revolve in his own bosom, while he sat looking at Walter and listening with a tear on his shirt collar to what he related, whether it might not be at once genteel and politic to give Mr Dombey a verbal invitation, whenever they should meet, to come and cut his mutton in Brig Place, on some day of his own naming, and enter on the question of his young friend's prospects over a social glass. But the uncertain temper of Mrs MacStinger, and the possibility of her setting up her rest in the passage during such an entertainment, and there delivering some homily of an uncomplimentary nature, operated as a check on the captain's hospitable thoughts, and rendered him timid of giving them encouragement. One fact was quite clear to the captain, as Walter, sitting thoughtfully over his untasted dinner, dwelt on all that had happened, namely, that however Walter's modesty might stand in the way of his perceiving it himself, he was, as one might say, a member of Mr Dombey's family. He had been, in his own person, connected with the incident he so pathetically described. He had been by name remembered and commended in close association with it, and his fortunes must have a particular interest in his employer's eyes. If the captain had any lurking doubt whatever of his own conclusions, he had not the least doubt that they were good conclusions for the peace of mind of the instrument maker. Therefore he availed himself of so favourable a moment for breaking the West Indian intelligence to his friend, as a piece of extraordinary preferment, declaring that for his part he would freely give £100,000, if he had it, for Walter's gain in the long run, and that he had no doubt such an investment would yield a handsome premium. Solomon Gills was at first stunned by the communication, which fell upon the little back parlour like a thunderbolt, and tore up the hearth savagely. But the captain flashed such golden prospects before his dim sight, hinted so mysteriously at Whittingtonian consequences, laid such emphasis on what Walter had just now told them, and appealed to it so confidently as a corroboration of his predictions, and a great advance towards the realization of the romantic legend of Lovely Peg, that he bewildered the old man. Walter, for his part, feigned to be so full of hope and ardour, and so sure of coming home again soon, and backed up the captain with such expressive shakings of his head and rubbings of his hands, that Solomon, looking first at him, then at Captain Cuttle, began to think he ought to be transported with joy. "But I'm behind the time, you understand," he observed in apology, passing his hand nervously down the whole row of bright buttons on his coat, and then up again, as if they were beads and he were telling them twice over. "And I would rather have my dear boy here. It's an old-fashioned notion, I dare say. He was always fond of the sea. He's," and he looked wistfully at Walter, "he's glad to go."
"Uncle Sol," cried Walter quickly, "if you say that, I won't go. No, Captain Cuttle, I won't. If my uncle thinks I could be glad to leave him, though I was going to be made governor of all the islands in the West Indies, that's enough. I'm a fixture."
"Waller, my lad," said the captain, "steady. Sol Gills, take an observation of your nevy."
Following with his eyes the majestic action of the captain's hook, the old man looked at Walter.
"Here is a certain craft,"
said the captain, with a magnificent sense of the allegory into which he was soaring,
"a-going to put out on a certain voyage. What name is wrote upon that craft indelibly? Is it the Gay?
or," said the captain, raising his voice as much as to say, "Observe the point of this,"
is it the Gills?"
"Ned," said the old man, drawing Walter to his side and taking his arm tenderly through his, I know. Of course I know that Wally considers me more than himself, always. That's in my mind. When I say he is glad to go, I mean I hope he is, eh? Look you, Ned? And you too, Wally, my dear. This is new and unexpected to me, and I'm afraid my being behind the time, and poor, is at the bottom of it. Is it really good fortune for him? Do you tell me now," said the old man, looking anxiously from one to the other.
Really and truly, is it? I can reconcile myself to almost anything that advances Wally, but I won't have Wally putting himself at any disadvantage for me, or keeping anything from me. You, Ned Cuttle," said the old man, fastening on the captain, to the manifest confusion of that diplomatist, "are you dealing plainly by your old friend? Speak out, Ned Cuttle. Is there anything behind? Ought he to go? How do you know it first, and why?"
As it was a contest of affection and self-denial, Walter struck in with infinite effect to the captain's relief, and between them they tolerably reconciled old Sol Gills by continued talking to the project, or rather so confused him that nothing, not even the pain of separation, was distinctly clear to his mind. He had not much time to balance the matter, for on the very next day Walter received from Mr. Carker, the manager, the necessary credentials for his passage and outfit, together with the information that the Son and Heir would sail in a fortnight, or within a day or two afterwards at latest. In the hurry of preparation, which Walter purposely enhanced as much as possible, the old man lost what little self-possession he ever had, and so the time of departure drew on rapidly. The captain, who did not fail to make himself acquainted with all that passed, through inquiries of Walter from day to day, found the time still tending on towards his going away, without any occasion offering itself, or seeming likely to offer itself, for a better understanding of his position. It was after much consideration of this fact, and much pondering over such an unfortunate combination of circumstances, that a bright idea occurred to the captain. Suppose he made a call on Mr. Carker, and tried to find out from him how the land really lay. Captain Cuttle liked this idea very much. It came upon him in a moment of inspiration, as he was smoking an early pipe in Brig Place after breakfast, and it was worthy of the tobacco. It would quiet his conscience, which was an honest one, and was made a little uneasy by what Walter had confided to him, and what Sol Gills had said, and it would be a deep, shrewd act of friendship. He would sound Mr. Carker carefully, and say much or little, just as he read that gentleman's character, and discovered that they got on well together, or the reverse. Accordingly, without the fear of Walter before his eyes, who he knew was at home packing, Captain Cuttle again assumed his ankle-jacks and mourning brooch, and issued forth on this second expedition. He purchased no propitiatory nosegay on the present occasion, as he was going to a place of business, but he put a small sunflower in his buttonhole to give himself an agreeable relish of the country, and with this, and the knobby stick, and the glazed hat, bore down upon the offices of Dombey and Son. After taking a glass of warm rum and water at a tavern close by, to collect his thoughts, the captain made a rush down the court, lest its good effects should evaporate, and appeared suddenly to Mr. Perch.
"Matey,"
said the captain in persuasive accents,
"one of your governors is named Carker."
Mr. Perch admitted it, but gave him to understand, as in official duty bound, that all his governors were engaged, and never expected to be disengaged any more.
"Look'ee here, mate," said the captain in his ear, "my name's Captain Cuttle."
The captain would have hooked Perch gently to him, but Mr. Perch eluded the attempt, not so much in design as in starting at the sudden thought that such a weapon unexpectedly exhibited to Mrs. Perch might, in her then condition, be destructive to that lady's hopes.
"If you'll be so good as just report Captain Cuttle here, when you get a chance," said the captain, "I'll wait."
Saying which, the captain took his seat on Mr. Perch's bracket, and drawing out his handkerchief from the crown of the glazed hat, which he jammed between his knees, without injury to its shape, for nothing human could bend it, rubbed his head well all over, and appeared refreshed. He subsequently arranged his hair with his hook, and sat looking round the office, contemplating the clerks with a serene respect. The captain's equanimity was so impenetrable, and he was altogether so mysterious a being, that Perch the messenger was daunted.
What name was it you said?
Asked Mr. Perch, bending down over him as he sat on the bracket.
Cap'n.
In a deep, hoarse whisper.
Yes,
said Mr. Perch, keeping time with his head.
Cuttle.
Oh, said Mr. Perch in the same tone, for he caught it and couldn't help it. The captain in his diplomacy was so impressive.
I'll see if he's disengaged now. I don't know. Perhaps he may be for a minute. Aye, aye, my lad. I won't detain him longer than a minute, said the captain, nodding with all the weighty importance that he felt within him. Perch, soon returning, said,
Will Captain Cuttle walk this way?
Mr. Carker the manager, standing on the hearthrug before the empty fireplace, which was ornamented with a castellated sheet of brown paper, looked at the captain as he came in, with no very special encouragement.
Mr. Carker,
said Captain Cuttle.
I believe so,
said Mr. Carker, showing all his teeth. The captain liked his answering with a smile. It looked pleasant.
You see,
began the captain, rolling his eyes slowly round the little room, and taking in as much of it as his shirt collar permitted.
I'm a seafaring man myself, Mr. Carker, and Waller, as is on your books here, is almost a son of mine.
Walter Gay,
said Mr. Carker, showing all his teeth again.
Waller Gay it is, replied the captain. Right.
The captain's manner expressed a warm approval of Mr. Carker's quickness of perception.
I'm an intimate friend of his and his uncle's, perhaps, said the captain. You may have heard your head governor mention my name, Captain Cuttle.
No,
said Mr. Carker, with a still wider demonstration than before.
Well,
resumed the captain,
I've the pleasure of his acquaintance. I waited upon him down on the Sussex coast there, with my young friend Waller, when, in short, when there was a little accommodation wanted.
The captain nodded his head in a manner that was at once comfortable, easy, and expressive.
You remember, I dare say.
I think, said Mr. Carker, I had the honour of arranging the business.
To be sure, returned the captain. Right again, you had. Now I've took the liberty of coming here.
Won't you sit down?
said Mr. Carker, smiling.
Thank ye,
returned the captain, availing himself of the offer.
A man does get more way upon himself, perhaps, in his conversation when he sits down. Won't you take a cheer yourself?
No, thank you,
said the manager, standing, perhaps from the force of winter habit, with his back against the chimney-piece, and looking down upon the captain with an eye in every tooth and gum.
You have taken the liberty, you are going to say, though it's none.
Thank ye kindly, my lad, returned the captain, of coming here on account of my friend Waller. Saul Gills, his uncle, is a man of science, and in science he may be considered a clipper, but he ain't what I should altogether call a able seaman, not a man of practice. Waller is as trim a lad as ever stepped, but he's a little down by the head in one respect, and that is modesty. Now, what I should wish to put to you, said the captain, lowering his voice and speaking in a kind of confidential growl, in a friendly way entirely between you and me, and for my own private reckoning, till your head governor has wore round a bit and I can come alongside of him, is this. Is everything right and comfortable here, and is Waller outward bound with a pretty fair wind?
What do you think now, Captain Cuttle?
returned Carker, gathering up his skirts and settling himself in his position.
You're a practical man. What do you think?
The acuteness and the significance of the captain's eye as he cocked it in reply, no word short of those unutterable Chinese words before referred to could describe.
"Come,"
said the captain, unspeakably encouraged.
"What do you say? Am I right or wrong?"
So much had the captain expressed in his eye, emboldened and incited by Mr. Carker's smiling urbanity, that he felt himself in as fair a condition to put the question as if he had expressed his sentiments with the utmost elaboration.
"Right," said Mr. Carker. "I have no doubt."
"Outward bound with fair weather, then, I say?"
cried Captain Cuttle. Mr. Carker smiled assent.
"Wind right astarn, and plenty of it?"
pursued the captain. Mr. Carker smiled assent again.
"Aye, aye,"
said Captain Cuttle, greatly relieved and pleased.
"I knowed how she headed well enough. I told Waller so. Thank'ee, thank'ee."
"Gay has brilliant prospects,"
observed Mr. Carker, stretching his mouth wider yet.
"All the world before him."
"All the world, and his wife too, as the saying is,"
returned the delighted captain. At the word wife, which he had uttered without design, the captain stopped, cocked his eye again, and putting the glazed hat on the top of the knobby stick, gave it a twirl, and looked sideways at his always smiling friend.
"I'd bet a Jill of old Jamaica," said the captain, eyeing him attentively, "that I know what you're smiling at."
Mr. Carker took his cue, and smiled the more.
"It goes no farther,"
said the captain, making a poke at the door with a knobby stick, to assure himself that it was shut.
"Not an inch,"
said Mr. Carker.
"You're thinking of a capital F, perhaps?"
said the captain. Mr. Carker didn't deny it.
"Anything about a L?"
said the captain.
"Or a O?"
Mr. Carker still smiled.
"Am I right again?"
inquired the captain in a whisper, with the scarlet circle on his forehead swelling in his triumphant joy. Mr. Carker, in reply, still smiling, and now nodding assent, Captain Cuttle rose and squeezed him by the hand, assuring him warmly that they were on the same tack, and that as for him, Cuttle, he had laid his course that way all along.
"He knowed her first,"
said the captain, with all the secrecy and gravity that the subject demanded.
"in an uncommon manner. You remember his finding her in the street when she was a'most a babby? He has liked her ever since, and she him, as much as two youngsters can. We've always said, Sol Gills and me, that they was cut out for each other."
A cat, or a monkey, or a hyena, or a death's head could not have shown the captain more teeth at one time than Mr. Carker showed him at this period of their interview.
"There's a general indraft that way," observed the happy captain. "Wind and water sets in that direction, you see. Look at his being present t'other day."
"Most favourable to his hopes,"
said Mr. Carker.
"Look at his being towed along in the wake of that day," pursued the captain. "Why, what can cut him adrift now?"
"Nothing," replied Mr. Carker.
"You're right again,"
returned the captain, giving his hand another squeeze.
"Nothing it is. So steady. There's a sun gone. Pretty little creature, ain't there?"
"Yes, there's a sun gone," said the acquiescent Carker.
"Pass the word, and there's another ready for you," quoth the captain. "Nevy of a scientific uncle, nevy of Sol Gills, Waller, Waller, as is already in your business, and," said the captain, rising gradually to a quotation he was preparing for a final burst, "who comes from Sol Gills daily to your business and your bosoms." The captain's complacency, as he gently jogged Mr. Carker with his elbow, on concluding each of the foregoing short sentences, could be surpassed by nothing but the exultation with which he fell back and eyed him
when he had finished this brilliant display of eloquence and sagacity, his great blue waistcoat heaving with the throes of such a masterpiece, and his nose in a state of violent inflammation from the same cause.
"Am I right?"
said the captain.
Captain Cuttle,
said Mr. Carker, bending down at the knees for a moment in an odd manner, as if he were falling together to hug the whole of himself at once.
your views in reference to Walter Gay are thoroughly and accurately right. I understand that we speak together in confidence.
"Honour," interposed the captain, "not a word."
To him, or any one," pursued the manager.
Captain Cuttle frowned and shook his head.
"But merely for your own satisfaction and guidance, of course," repeated Mr. Carker, "with a view to your future proceedings."
"Thank ye kindly, I am sure,"
said the captain, listening with great attention.
"I have no hesitation in saying that's the fact. You have hit the probabilities exactly."
"And with regard to your head governor," said the captain, "why, an interview had better come about natural between us. There's time enough."
Mr. Carker, with his mouth from ear to ear, repeated, "Time enough," not articulating the words, but bowing his head affably, and forming them with his tongue and lips.
"And as I know, it's what I always said, that Waller's in a way to make his fortune," said the captain.
"To make his fortune,"
Mr. Carker repeated, in the same dumb manner.
"And as Waller's going on this little voyage is, as I may say, in his day's work, and a part of his general expectations here," said the captain.
"Of his general expectations here," assented Mr. Carker, dumbly as before.
"Why, so long as I know that," pursued the captain, "there's no hurry, and my mind's at ease."
Mr. Carker still blandly assenting in the same voiceless manner, Captain Cuttle was strongly confirmed in his opinion that he was one of the most agreeable men he had ever met, and that even Mr. Dombey might improve himself on such a model. With great heartiness, therefore, the captain once again extended his enormous hand, not unlike an old block in colour, and gave him a grip that left upon his smoother flesh a proof impression of the chinks and crevices with which the captain's palm was liberally tattooed.
"Farewell," said the captain. "I ain't a man of many words, but I take it very kind of you to be so friendly and above board. You'll excuse me if I been at all intruding, will you?" said the captain.
"Not at all,"
returned the other.
"Thank ye. My berth ain't very roomy," said the captain, turning back again, "but it's tolerably snug, and if you was to find yourself near Brig Place, number 9, at any time, will you make a note of it, and would come upstairs without minding what was said by the person at the door, I should be proud to see you."
With that hospitable invitation, the captain said good day, and walked out and shut the door, leaving Mr. Carker still reclining against the chimney-piece, in whose sly look and watchful manner, in whose false mouth, stretched but not laughing, in whose spotless cravat and very whiskers, even in whose silent passing of his soft hand over his white linen and his smooth face, there was something desperately cat-like. The unconscious captain walked out in a state of self-glorification that imparted quite a new cut to the broad blue suit. "Stand by, Ned," said the captain to himself. "You've done a little business for the youngsters to-day, my lad." In his exultation, and in his familiarity, present and prospective, with the house, the captain, when he reached the outer office, could not refrain from rallying Mr. Perch a little, and asking him whether he thought everybody was still engaged. But not to be bitter on a man who had done his duty, the captain whispered in his ear that if he felt disposed for a glass of rum and water, and would follow, he would be happy to bestow the same upon him. Before leaving the premises, the captain, somewhat to the astonishment of the clerks, looked round from a central point of view, and took a general survey of the officers, part and parcel of a project in which his young friend was nearly interested. The strong room excited his especial admiration, but, that he might not appear too particular, he limited himself to an approving glance, and, with a graceful recognition of the clerks as a body, that was full of politeness and patronage, passed out into the court. Being promptly joined by Mr. Perch, he conveyed that gentleman to the tavern, and fulfilled his pledge, hastily, for Perch's time was precious.
"I'll give you for a toast," said the captain, "Waller."
"Who?" submitted Mr. Perch.
"Waller,"
repeated the captain in a voice of thunder. Mr. Perch, who seemed to remember having heard in infancy that there was once a poet of that name, made no objection, but he was much astonished at the captain's coming into the city to propose a poet. Indeed, if he had proposed to put a poet's statue up, say Shakespeare's, for example, in a civic thoroughfare, he could hardly have done a greater outrage to Mr. Perch's experience. On the whole, he was such a mysterious and incomprehensible character that Mr. Perch decided not to mention him to Mrs. Perch at all, in case of giving rise to any disagreeable consequences. Mysterious and incomprehensible, the captain, with that lively sense upon him of having done a little business for the youngsters, remained all day, even to his most intimate friends, and but that Walter attributed his winks and grins, and other such pantomimic reliefs of himself, to his satisfaction in the success of their innocent deception upon old Sol Gills, he would assuredly have betrayed himself before night. As it was, however, he kept his own secret, and went home late from the instrument-maker's house, wearing the glazed hat so much on one side, and carrying such a beaming expression in his eyes, that Mrs. MacStinger, who might have been brought up at Dr. Blimber's, she was such a Roman matron, fortified herself at the first glimpse of him behind the open street door, and refused to come out to the contemplation of her blessed infants until he was securely lodged in his own room. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 18. Father and Daughter. There is a hush through Mr. Dombey's house. Servants gliding up and down stairs rustle, but make no sound of footsteps. They talk together constantly, and sit long at meals, making much of their meat and drink, and enjoying themselves after a grim, unholy fashion. Mrs. Wickham, with her eyes suffused with tears, relates melancholy anecdotes, and tells them how she always said at Mrs. Pipchin's that it would be so, and takes more table ale than usual, and is very sorry, but sociable. Cook's state of mind is similar. She promises a little fry for supper, and struggles about equally against her feelings and the onions. Towlinson begins to think there's a fate in it, and wants to know if anybody can tell him of any good that ever came of living in a corner house. It seems to all of them as having happened a long time ago, though yet the child lies, calm and beautiful, upon his little bed. After dark there comes some visitors, noiseless visitors with shoes of felt, who have been there before, and with them comes that bed of rest which is so strange a one for infant sleepers. All this time the bereaved father has not been seen even by his attendant, for he sits in an inner corner of his own dark room when any one is there, and never seems to move at other times except to pace it to and fro. But in the morning it is whispered among the household that he was heard to go upstairs in the dead night, and that he stayed there, in the room, until the sun was shining. At the offices in the city, the ground-glass windows are made more dim by shutters, and while the lighted lamps upon the desks are half extinguished by the day that wanders in, the day is half extinguished by the lamps, and an unusual gloom prevails. There is not much business done. The clerks are indisposed to work, and they make assignations to eat chops in the afternoon and go up the river. Perch, the messenger, stays long upon his errands, and finds himself in bars of public houses, invited thither by friends, and holding forth on the uncertainty of human affairs. He goes home to Ball's Pond earlier in the evening than usual, and treats Mrs. Perch to a veal cutlet and Scotch ale. Mr. Carker, the manager, treats no one, neither is he treated, but alone in his own room he shows his teeth all day, and it would seem that there is something gone from Mr. Carker's path, some obstacle removed, which clears his way before him. Now the rosy children living opposite to Mr. Dombey's house peep from their nursery windows down into the street, for there are 4 black horses at his door, with feathers on their heads, and feathers tremble on the carriage that they draw, and these and an array of men with scarves and staves attract a crowd. The juggler, who was going to twirl the basin, puts his loose coat on again over his fine dress, and his trudging wife, one-sided with her heavy baby in her arms, loiters to see the company come out. But closer to her dingy breast she presses her baby, when the burden that is so easily carried is borne forth, and the youngest of the rosy children at the high window opposite needs no restraining hand to check her in her glee, when, pointing with her dimpled finger, she looks into her nurse's face and asks, "What's that?" And now, among the knot of servants dressed in mourning, and the weeping women, Mr. Dombey passes through the hall to the other carriage that is waiting to receive him. He is not brought down, these observers think, by sorrow and distress of mind. His walk is as erect, his bearing is as stiff, as ever it has been. He hides his face behind no handkerchief, and looks before him. But that his face is something sunk and rigid, and is pale, it bears the same expression as of old. He takes his place within the carriage, and 3 other gentlemen follow. Then the grand funeral moves slowly down the street. The feathers are yet nodding in the distance, when the juggler has the basin spinning on a cane, and has the same crowd to admire it. But the juggler's wife is less alert than usual with the money-box, for a child's burial has set her thinking that perhaps the baby underneath her shabby shawl may not grow up to be a man, and wear a sky-blue fillet around his head, and salmon-coloured worsted drawers, and tumble in the mud. The feathers wind their gloomy way along the streets, and come within the sound of a church bell. In this same church the pretty boy received all that will soon be left of him on earth, a name. All of him that is dead, they lay there, near the perishable substance of his mother. It is well. Their ashes lie where Florence in her walks, oh lonely, lonely walks, may pass them any day. The service over, and the clergyman withdrawn, Mr. Dombey looks round, demanding in a low voice whether the person who has been requested to attend to receive instructions for the tablet is there. Some one comes forward and says, "Yes." Mr. Dombey intimates where he would have it placed, and shows him, with his hand upon the wall, the shape and size, and how it is to follow the memorial to the mother. Then, with his pencil, he writes out the inscription, and gives it to him, adding, "I wish to have it done at once."
"It shall be done immediately, sir."
"There is really nothing to inscribe but name and age, you see."
The man bows, glancing at the paper, but appears to hesitate. Mr. Dombey, not observing his hesitation, turns away and leads towards the porch.
"I beg your pardon, sir."
A touch falls gently on his mourning cloak.
"But as you wish it done immediately, and it may be put in hand when I get back—" "Well?" "Will you be so good as to read it over again? I think there's a mistake." "Where?"
The statuary gives him back the paper, and points out with his pocket rule the words, "Beloved and only child."
"It should be son, I think, sir."
"You're right, of course. Make the correction." The father, with a hastier step, pursues his way to the coach. When the other three, who follow closely, take their seats, his face is hidden for the first time, shaded by his cloak. Nor do they see it any more that day. He alights first, and passes immediately into his own room. The other mourners, who are only Mr. Chick and two of the medical attendants, proceed upstairs to the drawing-room to be received by Mrs. Chick and Miss Tox. And what the face is in the shut-up chamber underneath, or what the thoughts are, what the heart is, what the contest or the suffering, no one knows. The chief thing that they know, below stairs in the kitchen, is that it seems like Sunday. They can hardly persuade themselves but that there is something unbecoming, if not wicked, in the conduct of the people out of doors, who pursue their ordinary occupations and wear their everyday attire. It is quite a novelty to have the blinds up and the shutters open, and they make themselves dismally comfortable over bottles of wine, which are freely broached as on a festival. They are much inclined to moralize. Mr. Towlinson proposes with a sigh, amendment to us all, for which, as Cook says with another sigh, there's room enough, God knows. In the evening Mrs. Chick and Miss Tox take to needlework again. In the evening also Mr. Towlinson goes out to take the air, accompanied by the housemaid, who has not yet tried her mourning bonnet. They are very tender to each other at dusky street corners, and Towlinson has visions of leading an altered and blameless existence as a serious greengrocer in Oxford Market. There is sounder sleep and deeper rest in Mr. Dombey's house to-night than there has been for many nights. The morning sun awakens the old household, settled down once more in their old ways. The rosy children opposite run past with hoops. There is a splendid wedding in the church. The juggler's wife is active with the money-box in another quarter of the town. The mason sings and whistles as he chips out P-A-U-L in the marble slab before him. And can it be that in a world so full and busy, the loss of one weak creature makes a void in any heart, so wide and deep that nothing but the width and depth of vast eternity can fill it up? Florence, in her innocent affliction, might have answered, "O my brother, O my dearly loved and loving brother, only friend and companion of my slighted childhood, could any less idea shed the light already dawning on your early grave, or give birth to the softened sorrow that is springing into life beneath this rain of tears?"
"My dear child,"
said Mrs. Chick, who held it as a duty incumbent on her to improve the occasion,
"when you were as old as I am—"
"Which will be the prime of life," observed Miss Tox.
"You will then,"
pursued Mrs. Chick, gently squeezing Miss Tox's hand in acknowledgment of her friendly remark,
"you will then know that all grief is unavailing, and that it is our duty to submit."
"I will try, dear aunt, I do try,"
answered Florence, sobbing.
"I am glad to hear it," said Mrs. Chick, "because, my love, as our dear Miss Tox, of whose sound sense and excellent judgment there cannot possibly be two opinions—"
"My dear Louisa, I shall really be proud soon,"
said Miss Tox.
"will tell you, and confirm by her experience,"
pursued Mrs. Chick,
"we are called upon on all occasions to make an effort. It is required of us. If any, my dear," turning to Miss Tox, "I want a word, Miss—"
"Demeanour,"
suggested Miss Tox.
No, said Mrs. Chick. "How can you? Goodness me, it's on the end of my tongue. Miss—"
"Placed affection,"
suggested Miss Tox timidly.
"Good gracious, Lucretia," returned Mrs. Chick, "how very monstrous! Misanthrope is the word I want. The idea! Misplaced affection! I say, if any misanthrope were to put in my presence the question, 'Why were we born?' I should reply, 'To make an effort.'"
"Very good indeed,"
said Miss Tox, much impressed by the originality of the sentiment.
"Very good."
"Unhappily," pursued Mrs. Chick, "we have a warning under our own eyes. We have but too much reason to suppose, my dear child, that if an effort
effort had been made in time in this family, a train of the most trying and distressing circumstances might have been avoided. Nothing shall ever persuade me," observed the good matron with a resolute air, "but that if that effort had been made by poor dear Fanny, the poor dear darling child would at least have had a stronger constitution."
Mrs. Chick abandoned herself to her feelings for half a moment, but as a practical illustration of her doctrine brought herself up short in the middle of a sob, and went on again.
"Therefore, Florence, pray let us see that you have some strength of mind, and do not selfishly aggravate the distress in which your poor papa is plunged."
"Dear aunt," said Florence, kneeling quickly down before her, that she might the better and more earnestly look into her face,
"tell me more about papa. Pray tell me about him. Is he quite heartbroken?"
Miss Tox was of a tender nature, and there was something in this appeal that moved her very much. Whether she saw it in a succession on the part of the neglected child to the affectionate concern so often expressed by her dead brother, or a love that sought to twine itself about the heart that had loved him, and that could not bear to be shut out from sympathy with such a sorrow, in such sad community of love and grief, or whether they only recognized the earnest and devoted spirit which, although discarded and repulsed, was wrung with tenderness long unreturned, and in the waste and solitude of this bereavement cried to him to seek a comfort in it, and to give some, by some small response, whatever may have been her understanding of it, it moved Miss Tox. For the moment she forgot the majesty of Mrs. Chick, and, patting Florence hastily on the cheek, turned aside and suffered the tears to gush from her eyes, without waiting for a lead from that wise matron. Mrs. Chick herself lost for a moment the presence of mind on which she so much prided herself, and remained mute, looking on the beautiful young face that had so long, so steadily and patiently been turned towards the little bed. But recovering her voice, which was synonymous with her presence of mind, indeed they were one and the same thing, she replied with dignity,
"Florence, my dear child, your poor papa is peculiar at times, and to question me about him is to question me upon a subject which I really do not pretend to understand. I believe I have as much influence with your papa as anybody has. Still, all I can say is, that he has said very little to me, and that I have only seen him once or twice for a minute at a time, and indeed have hardly seen him then, for his room has been dark. I have said to your papa, 'Paul,' that is the exact expression I used, 'Paul, why do you not take something stimulating?' Your papa's reply has always been, 'Louisa, have the goodness to leave me. I want nothing. I am better by myself.' If I was to be put upon my oath to-morrow, Lucretia, before a magistrate," said Mrs. Chick, "I have no doubt I could venture to swear to those identical words."
Miss Tox expressed her admiration by saying, "My Louisa is ever methodical."
"In short, Florence," resumed her aunt, "literally nothing has passed between your poor papa and myself until to-day, when I mentioned to your papa that Sir Barnet and Lady Skettles had written exceedingly kind notes. A sweet boy. Lady Skettles loved him like a— Where's my pocket-handkerchief?" Miss Tox produced one. "Exceedingly kind notes, proposing that you should visit them for change of scene. Mentioning to your papa that I thought Miss Tox and myself might now go home, in which he quite agreed. I inquired if he had any objection to your accepting this invitation. He said, 'No, Louisa, not the least.'" Florence raised her tearful eye. "At the same time, if you would prefer staying here, Florence, to paying this visit at present, or to going home with me—" "I should much prefer it, aunt," was the faint rejoinder. "Why then, child," said Mrs. Chick, "you can. It's a strange choice, I must say, but you always were strange. Anybody else at your time of life, and after what has passed— my dear Miss Tox, I have lost my pocket-handkerchief again— would be glad to leave here, one would suppose." "I should not like to feel," said Florence, "as if the house was avoided. I should not like to think that his the rooms upstairs were quite empty and dreary, aunt. I would rather stay here for the present. Oh, my brother! Oh, my brother!"
It was a natural emotion, not to be suppressed, and it would make way even between the fingers of the hands with which she covered up her face. The overcharged and heavy-laden breast must sometimes have that vent, or the poor wounded solitary heart within it would have fluttered like a bird with broken wings, and sunk down in the dust.
"Well, child," said Mrs. Chick, after a pause, "I wouldn't on any account say anything unkind to you. That I'm sure you know. You will remain here, then, and do exactly as you like. No one will interfere with you, Florence, or wish to interfere with you, I'm sure."
Florence shook her head in sad assent.
"I had no sooner begun to advise your poor papa that he really ought to seek some distraction and restoration in a temporary change," said Mrs. Chick, "than he told me he had already formed the intention of going into the country for a short time. I'm sure I hope he'll go very soon. He can't go too soon, but I suppose there are some arrangements connected with his private papers and so forth, consequent on the affliction that has tried us all so much. I can't think what's become of mine. Lucretia, lend me yours, my dear. That may occupy him for 1 or 2 evenings in his own room. Your papa's a Dombey child, if ever there was one," said Mrs. Chick, drying both her eyes at once with great care on opposite corners of Miss Tox's handkerchief. "He'll make an effort. There's no fear of him." "Is there nothing, aunt," said Florence, trembling, "I might do to—" "Lord, my dear child," interposed Mrs. Chick hastily, "what are you talking about? If your papa said to me, I have given you his exact words, 'Louisa, I want nothing, I am better by myself,' what do you think he'd say to you? You mustn't show yourself to him, child. Don't dream of such a thing." "Aunt," said Florence, "I will go and lie down on my bed." Mrs. Chick approved of this resolution, and dismissed her with a kiss. But Miss Tox, on a faint pretence of looking for the mislaid handkerchief, went upstairs after her, and tried in a few stolen minutes to comfort her, in spite of great discouragement from Susan Nipper. For Miss Nipper, in her burning zeal, disparaged Miss Tox as a crocodile, yet her sympathy seemed genuine, and had at least the vantage ground of disinterestedness. There was little favour to be won by it. And was there no one nearer and dearer than Susan to uphold the striving heart in its anguish? Was there no other neck to clasp, no other face to turn to, no one else to say a soothing word to such deep sorrow? Was Florence so alone in the bleak world that nothing else remained to her, nothing, stricken motherless and brotherless at once? For in the loss of little Paul that first and greatest loss fell heavily upon her. This was the only help she had. Oh, who can tell how much she needed help at first? At first, when the house subsided into its accustomed course, and they had all gone away, except the servants and her father shut up in his own rooms, Florence could do nothing but weep and wander up and down, and sometimes, in a sudden pang of desolate remembrance, fly to her own chamber, wring her hands, lay her face down on her bed, and know no consolation, nothing but the bitterness and cruelty of grief. This commonly ensued upon the recognition of some spot or object very tenderly dated with him, and it made the miserable house, at first, a place of agony. But it is not in the nature of pure love to burn so fiercely and unkindly long. The flame that in its grosser composition has the taint of earth may prey upon the breast that gives it shelter, but the fire from heaven is as gentle in the heart as when it rested on the heads of the assembled 12, and showed each man his brother, brightened and unhurt. The image conjured up, there soon returned the placid face, the softened voice, the loving looks, the quiet trustfulness and peace, and Florence, though she wept still, wept more tranquilly, and courted the remembrance. It was not very long before the golden water, dancing on the wall, in the old place at the old serene time, had her calm eye fixed upon it as it ebbed away. It was not very long before that room again knew her, often,
sitting there alone, as patient and as mild as when she had watched beside the little bed. When any sharp sense of its being empty smote upon her, she could kneel beside it and pray God. It was the pouring out of her full heart, to let one angel love her and remember her. It was not very long before, in the midst of the dismal house so wide and dreary, her low voice in the twilight, slowly and stopping sometimes, touched the old air to which she had so often listened with his drooping head upon her arm. And after that, and when it was quite dark, a little strain of music trembled in the room, so softly played and sung, that it was more like the mournful recollection of what she had done at his request on that last night than the reality repeated. But it was repeated often, very often, in the shadowy solitude, and broken murmurs of the strain still trembled on the keys when the sweet voice was hushed in tears. Thus she gained heart to look upon the work with which her fingers had been busy by his side on the seashore, and thus it was not very long before she took to it again, with something of a human love for it, as if it had been sentient and had known him, and, sitting in a window near her mother's picture in the unused room so long deserted, wore away the thoughtful hours. Why did the dark eyes turn so often from this work to where the rosy children lived? They were not immediately suggestive of her loss, for they were all girls, 4 little sisters, but they were motherless like her, and had a father. It was easy to know when he had gone out and was expected home, for the elder child was always dressed and waiting for him at the drawing-room window, or on the balcony, and when he appeared, her expectant face lighted up with joy, while the others at the high window, and always on the watch too, clapped their hands and drummed them on the sill and called to him. The elder child would come down to the hall and put her hand in his and lead him up the stairs, and Florence would see her afterwards sitting by his side or on his knee, or hanging coaxingly about his neck and talking to him, and though they were always gay together, he would often watch her face as if he thought her like her mother that was dead. Florence would sometimes look no more at this, and bursting into tears would hide behind the curtain as if she were frightened, or would hurry from the window. Yet she could not help returning, and her work would soon fall unheeded from her hands again. It was the house that had been empty years ago. It had remained so for a long time. At last, and while she had been away from home, this family had taken it, and it was repaired and newly painted, and there were birds and flowers about it, and it looked very different from its old self. But she never thought of the house. The children and their father were all in all. When he had dined, she could see them through the open windows go down with their governess or nurse, and cluster round the table, and in the still summer weather the sound of their childish voices and clear laughter would come ringing across the street into the drooping air of the room in which he sat. Then they would climb and clamber upstairs with him, and romp about him on the sofa, or group themselves at his knee, a very nosegay of little faces, while he seemed to tell them some story. Or they would come running out into the balcony, and then Florence would hide herself quickly, lest it should check them in their joy to see her in her black dress, sitting there alone. The elder child remained with her father when the rest had gone away, and made his tea for him. Happy little housekeeper she was then, and sat conversing with him, sometimes at the window, sometimes in the room, until the candles came. He made her his companion, though she was some years younger than Florence, and she could be as staid and pleasantly demure, with her little book or work-box, as a woman. When they had candles, Florence from her own dark room was not afraid to look again, but when the time came for the child to say, "Good night, papa," and go to bed, Florence would sob and tremble as she raised her face to him, and could look no more. Though still she would turn again and again, before going to bed herself, from the simple air that had lulled him to rest so often, long ago, and from the other low, soft, broken strain of music, back to that house. But that she ever thought of it, or watched it, was a secret which she kept within her own young breast. And did that breast of Florence, Florence so ingenuous and true, so worthy of the love that he had borne her, and had whispered in his last faint words, whose guileless heart was mirrored in the beauty of her face, and breathed in every accent of her gentle voice, Did that young breast hold any other secret? Yes, one more. When no one in the house was stirring, and the lights were all extinguished, she would softly leave her own room, and with noiseless feet descend the staircase and approach her father's door. Against it, scarcely breathing, she would rest her face and head, and press her lips in the yearning of her love. She crouched upon the cold stone floor outside it every night, to listen even for his breath, and in her one absorbing wish to be allowed to show him some affection, to be a consolation to him, to win him over to the endurance of some tenderness from her, his solitary child, she would have knelt down at his feet, if she had dared, in humble supplication. No one knew it, no one thought of it. The door was ever closed, and he shut up within. He went out once or twice, and it was said in the house that he was very soon going on his country journey, but he lived in those rooms and lived alone, and never saw her or inquired for her. Perhaps he did not even know that she was in the house. One day, about a week after the funeral, Florence was sitting at her work, when Susan appeared, with a face half laughing and half crying, to announce a visitor.
"A visitor to me, Susan?"
said Florence, looking up in astonishment.
"Well, it's a wonder, ain't it now, Miss Floy?" said Susan. "But I wish you had a many visitors, I do indeed, for you'd be all the better for it, and it's my opinion that the sooner you and me goes into them old skettleses, miss, the better for both. I may not wish to live in crowds, Miss Floy, but still I'm not an oyster."
To do Miss Nipper justice, she spoke more for her young mistress than herself, and her face showed it.
"But the visitor, Susan?"
said Florence. Susan, with an hysterical explosion that was as much a laugh as a sob, and as much a sob as a laugh, answered,
"Mr. Toots."
The smile that appeared on Florence's face passed from it in a moment, and her eyes filled with tears. But at any rate it was a smile, and that gave great satisfaction to Miss Nipper.
"My own feelings exactly, Miss Floy,"
said Susan, putting her apron to her eyes and shaking her head.
"Immediately I see that innocent in the hall, Miss Floy, I burst out laughing first, and then I choked."
Susan Nipper involuntarily proceeded to do the like again on the spot. In the meantime, Mr. Toots, who had come upstairs after her, all unconscious of the effect he produced, announced himself with his knuckles on the door, and walked in very briskly.
"How do you do, Miss Dombey?"
said Mr. Toots.
"I'm very well, I thank you. How are you?"
Mr. Toots, than whom there were few better fellows in the world, though there may have been one or two brighter spirits, had laboriously invented this long burst of discourse with the view of relieving the feelings both of Florence and himself. But finding that he had run through his property, as it were, in an injudicious manner, by squandering the whole before taking a chair, or before Florence had uttered a word, or before he had well got in at the door, he deemed it advisable to begin again.
"How do you do, Miss Dombey?"
said Mr. Toots.
"I'm very well, I thank you. How are you?"
Florence gave him her hand, and said she was very well.
"I'm very well indeed,"
said Mr. Toots, taking a chair.
"Very well indeed I am. I don't remember,"
said Mr. Toots, after reflecting a little,
"that I was ever better. Thank you."
"It's very kind of you to come," said Florence, taking up her work. "I'm very glad to see you."
Mr. Toots responded with a chuckle. Thinking that might be too lively, he corrected it with a sigh. Thinking that might be too melancholy, he corrected it with a chuckle. Not thoroughly pleasing himself with either mode of reply, he breathed hard.
"You were very kind to my dear brother,"
said Florence, obeying her own natural impulse to relieve him by saying so.
"He often talked to me about you."
"Oh, it's of no consequence,"
said Mr. Toots hastily.
"Warm, ain't it?"
"It is beautiful weather,"
replied Florence.
"It agrees with me,"
said Mr. Toots.
"I don't think I ever was so well as I find myself at present. I'm obliged to you."
After stating this curious and unexpected fact, Mr. Toots fell into a deep well of silence.
"You have left Dr. Blimber's, I think,"
said Florence, trying to help him out.
"I should hope so,"
returned Mr. Toots, and tumbled in again. He remained at the bottom, apparently drowned, for at least 10 minutes. At the expiration of that period, he suddenly floated, and said,
Well, good morning, Miss Dombey.
Are you going?" asked Florence, rising.
I don't know, though. No, not just at present,
said Mr. Toots, sitting down again most unexpectedly.
The fact is, I say, Miss Dombey.
Don't be afraid to speak to me,
said Florence, with a quiet smile.
I should be very glad if you would talk about my brother.
Would you, though?
retorted Mr. Toots, with sympathy in every fibre of his otherwise expressionless face.
Poor Dombey. I'm sure I never thought that Burgess and Co., fashionable tailors, but very dear, that we used to talk about, would make this suit of clothes for such a purpose.
Mr. Toots was dressed in mourning.
Poor Dombey. I say, Miss Dombey.
Blubbered Toots.
Yes,
said Florence.
There's a friend he took to very much at last. I thought you'd like to have him, perhaps, as a sort of keepsake. You remember his remembering Diogenes?
Oh, yes, oh, yes,
cried Florence.
Poor Dombey. So do I,
said Mr. Toots. Mr. Toots, seeing Florence in tears, had great difficulty in getting beyond this point, and had nearly tumbled into the well again, but a chuckle saved him on the brink.
I say,
he proceeded,
Miss Dombey, I could have had him stolen for 10 shillings if they hadn't given him up, and I would, but they were glad to get rid of him, I think. If you'd like to have him, he's at the door. I brought him on purpose for you. He ain't a lady's dog, you know,
said Mr. Toots.
But you won't mind that, will you?
In fact, Diogenes was at that moment, as they presently ascertained from looking down into the street, staring through the window of a hackney cabriolet, into which, for conveyance to that spot, he had been ensnared on a false pretence of rats among the straw. Sooth to say, he was as unlike a lady's dog as might be, and in his gruff anxiety to get out, presented an appearance sufficiently unpromising, as he gave short yelps out of one side of his mouth, and overbalancing himself by the intensity of every one of those efforts, tumbled down into the straw, and then sprung panting up again, putting out his tongue, as if he had come express to a dispensary to be examined for his health. But though Diogenes was as ridiculous a dog as one would meet with on a summer's day, a blundering, ill-favoured, clumsy, bullet-headed dog, continually acting on a wrong idea that there was an enemy in the neighbourhood, whom it was meritorious to bark at, and though he was far from good-tempered, and certainly was not clever, and had hair all over his eyes, and a comic nose, and an inconsistent tail, and a gruff voice, he was dearer to Florence in virtue of that parting remembrance of him, and that request that he might be taken care of, and the most valuable and beautiful of his kind. So dear, indeed, was this same ugly Diogenes, and so welcome to her, that she took the jewelled hand of Mr. Toots and kissed it in her gratitude. And when Diogenes, released, came tearing up the stairs and bouncing into the room, such a business as there was first to get him out of the cabriolet, dived under all the furniture, and wound a long iron chain that dangled from his neck round legs of chairs and tables, and then tugged at it until his eyes became unnaturally visible, in consequence of their nearly starting out of his head, and when he growled at Mr. Toots, who affected familiarity, and went pell-mell at Towlinson, morally convinced that he was the enemy whom he had barked at round the corner all his life, and had never seen yet, Florence was as pleased with him as if he had been a miracle of discretion. Mr. Toots was so overjoyed by the success of his present, and was so delighted to see Florence bending down over Diogenes, smoothing his coarse back with her little delicate hand, Diogenes graciously allowing it from the first moment of their acquaintance, that he felt it difficult to take leave, and would, no doubt, have been a much longer time in making up his mind to do so, if he had not been assisted by Diogenes himself, who suddenly took it into his head to bay Mr. Toots, and to make short runs at him with his mouth open. Not exactly seeing his way to the end of these demonstrations, and sensible that they placed the pantaloons constructed by the art of Burgess and Co. in jeopardy, Mr. Toots, with chuckles, lapsed out at the door, by which, after looking in again 2 or 3 times without any object at all, and being on each occasion greeted with a fresh run from Diogenes, he finally took himself off and got away.
Come then, Di, dear Di,
Make friends with your new mistress. Let us love each other, Di,"
said Florence, fondling his shaggy head. And Di, the rough and gruff, as if his hairy hide were pervious to the tear that dropped upon it, and his dog's heart melted as it fell, put his nose up to her face, and swore fidelity. Diogenes the man did not speak plainer to Alexander the Great than Diogenes the dog spoke to Florence. He subscribed to the offer of his little mistress cheerfully, and devoted himself to her service. A banquet was immediately provided for him in a corner, and when he had eaten and drunk his fill, he went to the window where Florence was sitting, looking on, rose up on his hind legs with his awkward forepaws on her shoulders, licked her face and hands, nestled his great head against her heart, and wagged his tail till he was tired. Finally Diogenes coiled himself up at her feet and went to sleep. Although Miss Nipper was nervous in regard of dogs, and felt it necessary to come into the room with her skirts carefully collected about her, as if she were crossing a brook on stepping-stones, also to utter little screams and stand up on chairs when Diogenes stretched himself, she was in her own manner affected by the kindness of Mr. Toots, and could not see Florence so alive to the attachment and society of this rude friend of little Paul's without some mental comments thereupon that brought the water to her eyes. Mr. Dombey, as a part of her reflections, may have been in the association of ideas connected with the dog, but, at any rate, after observing Diogenes and his mistress all the evening, and after exerting herself with much good will to provide Diogenes a bed in an antechamber outside his mistress's door, she said hurriedly to Florence, before leaving her for the night,
"Your pa's a going off, Miss Floy, to-morrow morning."
"To-morrow morning, Susan?"
"Yes, miss, that's the orders. Early."
"Do you know," asked Florence without looking at her, "where papa is going, Susan?"
"Not exactly, miss. He's going to meet that precious Major first, and I must say, if I was acquainted with any Major myself, which heavens forbid, it shouldn't be a blue one."
"Oh, hush, Susan," urged Florence gently.
"Well, Miss Floy,"
returned Miss Nipper, who was full of burning indignation, and minded her stops even less than usual,
"I can't help it, blue he is, and while I was a Christian, although humble, I would have a natural coloured friends or none."
It appeared from what she added and had gleaned downstairs, that Mrs. Chick had proposed the Major for Mr. Dombey's companion, and that Mr. Dombey, after some hesitation, had invited him.
"Talk of him being a change, indeed,"
observed Miss Nipper to herself with boundless contempt.
"If he's a change, give me a constancy."
"Good night, Susan," said Florence.
"Good night, my darling dear Miss Floy."
Her tone of commiseration smote the chord so often roughly touched, but never listened to, while she or any one looked on. Florence, left alone, laid her head upon her hand, and pressing the other over her swelling heart, held free communication with her sorrows. It was a wet night, and the melancholy rain fell pattering and dropping with a weary sound. A sluggish wind was blowing, and went moaning round the house, as if it were in pain or grief. A shrill noise quivered through the trees. While she sat weeping, it grew late, and dreary midnight tolled out from the steeples. Florence was little more than a child in years, not yet 14, and the loneliness and gloom of such an hour in the great house, where death had lately made its own tremendous devastation, might have set an older fancy brooding on vague terrors. But her innocent imagination was too full of one theme to admit them. Nothing wandered in her thoughts but love, a wandering love indeed, and castaway, but turning always to her father. There was nothing in the dropping of the rain, the moaning of the wind, the shuddering of the trees, the striking of the solemn clocks, that shook this one thought, or diminished its interest. Her recollections of the dear dead boy, and they were never absent, were itself the same thing. And oh, to be shut out, to be so lost, never to have looked into her father's face or touched him since that hour. She could not go to bed, poor child, and never had gone yet, since then, without making her nightly pilgrimage to his door. It would have been a strange sad sight to see her now, stealing lightly down the stairs through the thick gloom, and stopping at it with a beating heart, and blinded eyes, and hair that fell down loosely and unthought of, and touching it outside with her wet cheek. But the night covered it, and no one knew. The moment that she touched the door on this night, Florence found that it was open. For the first time it stood open, though by but a hair's breadth, and there was a light within. The first impulse of the timid child, and she yielded to it, was to retire swiftly. Her next, to go back and to enter, and this second impulse held her in irresolution on the staircase. In its standing open even by so much as that chink, there seemed to be hope. There was encouragement in seeing a ray of light from within, stealing through the dark stern doorway, and falling in a thread upon the marble floor. She turned back, hardly knowing what she did, but urged on by the love within her, and the trial they had undergone together, but not shared, and with her hands a little raised and trembling, glided in. Her father sat at his old table in the middle room. He had been arranging some papers and destroying others, and the latter lay in fragile ruins before him. The rain dripped heavily upon the glass panes in the outer room, where he had so often watched poor Paul, a baby, and the low complainings of the wind were heard without. But not by him. He sat with his eyes fixed on the table, so immersed in thought that a far heavier tread than the light foot of his child could make might have failed to rouse him. His face was turned towards her. By the waning lamp, and at that haggard hour, it looked worn and dejected, and in the utter loneliness surrounding him there was an appeal to Florence that struck home.
"Papa! Papa! Speak to me, dear papa!"
He started at her voice, and leapt up from his seat. She was close before him, with extended arms, but he fell back.
"What is the matter?"
he said sternly.
"Why do you come here? What has frightened you?"
If anything had frightened her, it was the face he turned upon her. The glowing love within the breast of his young daughter froze before it, and she stood and looked at him as if stricken into stone. There was not one touch of tenderness or pity in it. There was not one gleam of interest, parental recognition, or relenting in it. There was a change in it, but not of that kind. The old indifference and cold constraint had given place to something, what, she never thought and did not dare to think, and yet she felt it in its force, and knew it well without a name, that as it looked upon her, seemed to cast a shadow on her head. Did he see before him the successful rival of his son in health and life? Did he look upon his own successful rival in that son's affection? Did a mad jealousy and withered pride poison sweet remembrances that should have endeared and made her precious to him? Could it be possible that it was gall to him to look upon her in her beauty and her promise, thinking of his infant boy? Florence had no such thoughts, but love is quick to know when it is spurned and hopeless, and hope died out of hers as she stood looking in her father's face.
"I ask you, Florence, are you frightened? Is there anything the matter that you come here?"
"I came, papa."
"Against my wishes? Why?"
She saw he knew why. It was written broadly on his face, and dropped her head upon her hands with one prolonged low cry. Let him remember it in that room, years to come. It has faded from the air before he breaks the silence. It may pass as quickly from his brain as he believes, but it is there. Let him remember it in that room, years to come. He took her by the arm. His hand was cold and loose, and scarcely closed upon her.
"You are tired, I dare say,"
he said, taking up the light and leading her towards the door.
"And want rest. We all want rest. Go, Florence. You have been dreaming."
The dream she had had was over then, God help her, and she felt that it could never more come back.
"I will remain here to light you up the stairs. The whole house is yours above there," said her father slowly. "You are its mistress now. Good night."
Still covering her face, she sobbed and answered,
"Good night, dear papa,"
and silently ascended. Once she looked back as if she would have returned to him, but for fear. It was a momentary thought, too hopeless to encourage, and her father stood there with the light, hard, unresponsive, motionless, until the fluttering dress of his fair child was lost in the darkness. Let him remember it in that room, years to come, the rain that falls upon the roof, the wind that mourns outside the door, may have foreknowledge in their melancholy sound. Let him remember it in that room, years to come. The last time he had watched her, from the same place, winding up those stairs, she had had her brother in her arms. It did not move his heart towards her now, it steeled it. But he went into his room, and locked his door, and sat down in his chair, and cried for his lost boy. Diogenes was broad awake upon his post, and waiting for his little mistress.
"Oh, Di! Oh, dear Di! Love me for his sake."
Diogenes already loved her for her own, and didn't care how much he showed it. So he made himself vastly ridiculous by performing a variety of uncouth bounces in the antechamber, and concluded, when poor Florence was at last asleep, and dreaming of the rosy children opposite, by scratching open her bedroom door, rolling up his bed into a pillow, lying down on the boards at the full length of his tether, with his head towards her, and looking lazily at her upside down out of the top of his eyes, until from winking and winking he fell asleep himself, and dreamed with gruff barks of his enemy. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 19. Walter Goes Away. The wooden midshipman at the instrument-maker's door, like the hard-hearted little midshipman he was, remained supremely indifferent to Walter's going away, even when the very last day of his sojourn in the back parlour was on the decline. With his quadrant and his round black knob of an eye, and his figure in its old attitude of indomitable alacrity, the midshipman displayed his elfin small clothes to the best advantage, and, absorbed in scientific pursuits, had no sympathy with worldly concerns. He was so far the creature of circumstances that a dry day covered him with dust, and a misty day peppered him with little bits of soot, and a wet day brightened up his tarnished uniform for the moment, and a very hot day blistered him. But otherwise he was a callous, obdurate, conceited midshipman, intent on his own discoveries, and caring as little for what went on about him terrestrially as Archimedes at the taking of Syracuse. Such a midshipman he seemed to be, at least, in the then position of domestic affairs. Walter eyed him kindly many a time in passing in and out, and poor old Sol, when Walter was not there, would come and lean against the doorpost, resting his weary wig as near the shoe buckles of the guardian genius of his trade and shop as he could. But no fierce idol with a mouth from ear to ear, and a murderous visage made of parrot's feathers, was ever more indifferent to the appeals of its savage votaries than was the midshipman to these marks of attachment. Walter's heart felt heavy, as he looked round his old bedroom, up among the parapets and chimney-pots, and thought that one more night already darkening would close his acquaintance with it, perhaps for ever. Dismantled of his little stock of books and pictures, it looked coldly and reproachfully on him for his desertion, and had already a foreshadowing upon it of its coming strangeness. A few hours more, thought Walter, and no dream I ever had here when I was a schoolboy will be so little mine as this old room. The dream may come back in my sleep, and I may return waking to this place, it may be, but the dream at least will serve no other master, and the room may have a score, and every one of them may change, neglect, misuse it. But his uncle was not to be left alone in the little back parlour where he was then sitting by himself, For Captain Cuttle, considerate in his roughness, stayed away against his will, purposely that they should have some talk together unobserved. So Walter, newly returned home from his last day's bustle, descended briskly to bear him company.
"Uncle,"
he said gaily, laying his hand upon the old man's shoulder,
"what shall I send you home from Barbados?"
Hope, my dear Wally, hope that we shall meet again on this side of the grave. Send me as much of that as you can.
"So I will, uncle. I have enough and to spare, and I'll not be chary of it. And as to lively turtles and limes for Captain Cuttle's punch, and preserves for you on Sundays, and all that sort of thing, why, I'll send you shiploads, uncle, when I'm rich enough."
Old Sol wiped his spectacles and faintly smiled.
"That's right, uncle,"
cried Walter merrily, and clapping him half a dozen times more upon the shoulder.
"You cheer up me, I'll cheer up you. We'll be as gay as larks to-morrow morning, uncle, and we'll fly as high. As to my anticipations, they are singing out of sight now."
"Wally, my dear boy," returned the old man, "I'll do my best. I'll do my best."
"And your best, uncle,"
said Walter with his pleasant laugh, "is the best that I know.
You'll not forget what you're to send me, uncle?"
"No, Wally, no," replied the old man. "Everything I hear about Miss Dombey, now that she is left alone, poor lamb, I'll write. I fear it won't be much, though, Wally."
"Why, I'll tell you what, uncle,"
said Walter, after a moment's hesitation.
"I have just been up there."
"Aye, aye, aye," murmured the old man, raising his eyebrows, and his spectacles with them.
"Not to see her," said Walter, "though I could have seen her, I dare say, if I had asked, Mr. Dombey being out of town, but to say a parting word to Susan. I thought I might venture to do that, you know, under the circumstances, and remembering when I saw Miss Dombey last."
"Yes, my boy, yes," replied his uncle, rousing himself from a temporary abstraction.
"So I saw her," pursued Walter, "Susan, I mean, and I told her I was off and away to-morrow. And I said, uncle, that you had always had an interest in Miss Dombey since that night when she was here, and always wished her well and happy, and always would be proud and glad to serve her in the least. I thought I might say that, you know, under the circumstances. Don't you think so?"
"Yes, my boy, yes," replied his uncle, in the tone as before.
"And I added," pursued Walter, that if she, Susan I mean, could ever let you know, either through herself or Mrs. Richards or anybody else who might be coming this way, that Miss Dombey was well and happy, you would take it very kindly, and would write so much to me, and I should take it very kindly too. There, upon my word, uncle," said Walter, "I scarcely slept all last night through thinking of doing this, and could not make up my mind when I was out whether to do it or not, and yet I am sure it is the true feeling of my heart, and I should have been quite miserable afterwards if I had not relieved it."
His honest voice and manner corroborated what he said, and quite established its ingenuousness.
"So, if you ever see her, uncle," said Walter, "I mean Miss Dombey now, and perhaps you may, who knows, tell her how much I felt for her, how much I used to think of her when I was here, how I spoke of her, with the tears in my eyes, uncle, on this last night before I went away. Tell her that I said I never could forget her gentle manner, or her beautiful face, or her sweet kind disposition, that was better than all. And as I didn't take them from a woman's feet, or a young lady's, only a little innocent child's," said Walter, "tell her, if you don't mind, uncle, that I kept those shoes. She'll remember how often they fell off that night, and took them away with me as a remembrance."
They were at that very moment going out at the door in one of Walter's trunks. A porter carrying off his baggage on a truck for shipment at the docks on board the Sun and Air had got possession of them, and wheeled them away under the very eye of the insensible midshipman before their owner had well finished speaking. But that ancient mariner might have been excused his insensibility to the treasure as it rolled away, for under his eye at the same moment, accurately within his range of observation, coming full into the sphere of his startled and intensely wide-awake look-out, were Florence and Susan Nipper. Florence looking up into his face half timidly, and receiving the whole shock of his wooden ogling. More than this, they passed into the shop, and passed in at the parlour door before they were observed by anybody but the midshipman; and Walter, having his back to the door, would have known nothing of their apparition even then, but for seeing his uncle spring out of his own chair and nearly tumble over another.
"Why, uncle!" exclaimed Walter, "what's the matter?"
Old Solomon replied,
Miss Dombey!
"Is it possible?"
cried Walter, looking round and starting up in his turn.
"Here?"
Why, it was so possible and so actual that, while the words were on his lips, Florence hurried past him, took Uncle Sol's snuff-coloured lapels, one in each hand, kissed him on the cheek, and turning, gave her hand to Walter with the simple truth and earnestness that was her own, and no one else's in the world.
"Going away, Walter?"
said Florence.
"Yes, Miss Dombey,"
he replied, but not so hopefully as he endeavoured.
"I have a voyage before me." "And your uncle," said Florence, looking back at Solomon. "He is sorry you are going, I am sure. Ah, I see he is. Dear Walter, I'm very sorry too."
"Goodness knows," exclaimed Miss Nipper, "there's a many we could spare instead. If numbers is an object, Mrs Pipchin as an overseer would come cheap at her weight in gold, and if a knowledge of black slavery should be required, them Blimbers is the very people for the situation."
With that, Miss Nipper untied her bonnet strings, and after looking vacantly for some moments into a little black teapot that was set forth with the usual homely service on the table, shook her head and a tin canister, and began unasked to make the tea. In the meantime, Florence had turned again to the instrument maker, who was as full of admiration as surprise.
So grown, said old Sol, so improved, and yet not altered, just the same.
"Indeed," said Florence.
Yes,
returned old Sol, rubbing his hands slowly, and considering the matter half aloud, as something pensive in the bright eyes looking at him arrested his attention.
Yes, that expression was in the younger face too.
"You remember me,"
said Florence with a smile.
"and what a little creature I was then."
My dear young lady, returned the instrument maker, how could I forget you? Often as I have thought of you and heard of you since, at the very moment indeed when you came in, Wally was talking about you to me, and leaving messages for you, and—
"Was he?" said Florence. "Thank you, Walter. Oh, thank you, Walter. I was afraid you might be going away and hardly thinking of me."
And again she gave him her little hand so freely and so faithfully that Walter held it for some moments in his own, and could not bear to let it go. Yet Walter did not hold it as he might have held it once, nor did its touch awaken those old daydreams of his boyhood that had floated past him sometimes, even lately, and confused him with their indistinct and broken shapes. The purity and innocence of her endearing manner, and its perfect trustfulness, and the undisguised regard for him that lay so deeply seated in her constant eyes, and glowed upon her fair face through the smile that shaded, for alas, it was a smile too sad to brighten, it were not of their romantic race. They brought back to his thoughts the early deathbed he had seen her tending, and the love the child had borne her, and on the wings of such remembrances she seemed to rise up, far above his idle fancies, into clearer and serener air.
I'm afraid I must call you Walter's uncle, sir," said Florence to the old man, "if you'll let me."
My dear young lady, cried old Sol. Let you? Good gracious!
We always knew you by that name, and talked of you, said Florence, glancing round and sighing gently. The nice old parlour, just the same. How well I recollect it!
Old Sol looked first at her, then at his nephew, and then rubbed his hands and rubbed his spectacles, and said below his breath, "Ah, time, time, time!" There was a short silence, during which Susan Nipper skilfully impounded 2 extra cups and saucers from the cupboard, and awaited the drawing of the tea with a thoughtful air.
I want to tell Walter's uncle, said Florence, laying her hand timidly upon the old man's as it rested on the table, to bespeak his attention, something that I'm anxious about. He is going to be left alone, and if he will allow me, not to take Walter's place, for that I couldn't do, but to be his true friend, and help him if I ever can while Walter is away, I shall be very much obliged to him indeed. Will you? May I, Walter's uncle?
The instrument maker, without speaking, put her hand to his lips, and Susan Nipper, leaning back with her arms crossed in the chair of presidency into which she had voted herself, bit one end of her bonnet strings, and heaved a gentle sigh as she looked up at the skylight.
You will let me come to see you, said Florence, when I can, and you will tell me everything about yourself and Walter, and you will have no secrets from Susan when she comes and I do not, but will confide in us and trust us and rely upon us, and you'll try to let us be a comfort to you. Will you, Walter's uncle?
The sweet face looking into his, the gentle pleading eyes, the soft voice, and the light touch on his arm made the more winning by a child's respect and honour for his age, that gave to all an air of graceful doubt and modest hesitation. These and her natural earnestness so overcame the poor old instrument-maker that he only answered, "Wally, say a word for me, my dear. I'm very grateful."
No, Walter, returned Florence with her quiet smile. Say nothing for him, if you please. I understand him very well, and we must learn to talk together without you, dear Walter.
The regretful tone in which she said these latter words touched Walter more than all the rest. "Miss Florence," he replied, with an effort to recover the cheerful manner he had preserved while talking with his uncle, "I know no more than my uncle what to say in acknowledgment of such kindness, I am sure, but what could I say, after all, if I had the power of talking for an hour, except that it is like you?" Susan Nipper began upon a new part of her bonnet string, and nodded at the skylight in approval of the sentiment expressed.
"Oh, but Walter," said Florence, "there is something that I wish to say to you before you go away, and you must call me Florence, if you please, and not speak like a stranger."
"Like a stranger?" returned Walter. "No, I couldn't speak so, I am sure. At least, I couldn't feel like one."
"Aye, but that is not enough, and is not what I mean. For, Walter," added Florence, bursting into tears, "he liked you very much, and said before he died that he was fond of you, and said, 'Remember, Walter, and if you'll be a brother to me, Walter, now that he is gone, and I have none on earth, I'll be your sister all my life, and think of you like one, wherever we may be.' This is what I wished to say, dear Walter, but I cannot say it as I would, because my heart is full."
And in its fullness and its sweet simplicity she held out both her hands to him. Walter, taking them, stooped down and touched the tearful face, that neither shrunk nor turned away, nor reddened as he did so, but looked up at him with confidence and truth. In that one moment every shadow of doubt or agitation passed away from Walter's soul. It seemed to him that he responded to her innocent appeal beside the dead child's bed, and, in the solemn presence he had seen there, pledged himself to cherish and protect her very image, in his banishment, with brotherly regard, to garner up her simple faith inviolate, and hold himself degraded if he breathed upon it any thought that was not in her own breast when she gave it to him. Susan Nipper, who had bitten both her bonnet strings at once, and imparted a great deal of private emotion to the skylight, during this transaction, now changed the subject by inquiring who took milk and who took sugar, and being enlightened on these points, poured out the tea. They all four gathered socially about the little table, and took tea under that young lady's active superintendence, and the presence of Florence in the back parlour brightened the Tartar frigate on the wall. Half an hour ago, Walter, for his life, would have hardly called her by her name, but he could do so now when she entreated him. He could think of her being there, without a lurking misgiving that it would have been better if she had not come. He could calmly think how beautiful she was, how full of promise, what a home some happy man would find in such a heart one day. He could reflect upon his own place in that heart with pride, and with a brave determination, if not to deserve it, he still thought that far above him, never to deserve it less. Some fairy influence must surely have hovered round the hands of Susan Nipper when she made the tea, engendering the tranquil air that reigned in the back parlour during its discussion. Some counter-influence must surely have hovered round the hands of Uncle Sol's chronometer, and moved them faster than the Tartar frigate ever went before the wind. Be this as it may, the visitors had a coach in waiting at a quiet corner not far off, and the chronometer, on being incidentally referred to, gave such a positive opinion that it had been waiting a long time, that it was impossible to doubt the fact, especially when stated on such unimpeachable authority. If Uncle Sol had been going to be hanged by his own time, he never would have allowed that chronometer was too fast, by the least fraction of a second. Florence, at parting, recapitulated to the old man all that she had said before, and bound him to the compact. Uncle Sol attended her lovingly to the legs of the wooden midshipman, and there resigned her to Walter, who was ready to escort her and Susan Nipper to the coach.
"Walter," said Florence by the way, "I've been afraid to ask before your uncle. Do you think you will be absent very long?"
"Indeed," said Walter, "I don't know. I fear so. Mr. Dombey signified as much, I thought, when he appointed me."
"Is it a favour, Walter?"
inquired Florence, after a moment's hesitation, and looking anxiously in his face. "The appointment?" returned Walter.
"Yes."
Walter would have given anything to have answered in the affirmative, but his face answered before his lips could, and Florence was too attentive to it not to understand its reply.
"I'm afraid you have scarcely been a favourite with papa," she said timidly.
"There is no reason," replied Walter, smiling, "why I should be."
"No reason, Walter?"
"There was no reason," said Walter, understanding what she meant. "There are many people employed in the house. Between Mr. Dombey and a young man like me there is a wide space of separation. If I do my duty, I do what I ought, and do no more than all the rest." Had Florence any misgivings of which she was hardly conscious, any misgiving that had sprung into an indistinct and undefined existence since that recent night when she had gone down to her father's room, that Walter's accidental interest in her, and early knowledge of her, might have involved him in that powerful displeasure and dislike? Had Walter any such idea, or any sudden thought that was in her mind at the moment? Neither of them hinted at it. Neither of them spoke at all, for some short time. Susan, walking on the other side of Walter, eyed them both sharply, and certainly Miss Nipper's thoughts travelled in that direction, and very confidently too.
"You may come back very soon," said Florence. "Perhaps, Walter?"
"I may come back," said Walter, "an old man, and find you an old lady, but I hope for better things."
Papa," said Florence after a moment, will recover from his grief, and speak more freely to me one day, perhaps. And if he should, I will tell him how much I wish to see you back again, and ask him to recall you, for my sake." There was a touching modulation in these words about her father, that Walter understood too well. The coach being close at hand, he would have left her without speaking, for now he felt what parting was. But Florence held his hand when she was seated, and then he found there was a little packet in her own. "Walter," she said, looking full upon him with her affectionate eyes, "like you, I hope for better things. I will pray for them, and believe that they will arrive. I made this little gift for Paul. Pray take it with my love, and do not look at it until you are gone away. And now, God bless you, Walter. Never forget me. You are my brother, dear." He was glad that Susan Nipper came between them, or he might have left her with a sorrowful remembrance of him. He was glad, too, that she did not look out of the coach again, but waved the little hand to him instead, as long as he could see it. In spite of her request, he could not help opening the packet that night when he went to bed. It was a little purse, and there was money in it. Bright rose the sun next morning, from his absence in strange countries, and up rose Walter with it to receive the captain, who was already at the door, having turned out earlier than was necessary in order to get under way while Mrs. MacStinger was still slumbering. The captain pretended to be in tip-top spirits, and brought a very smoky tongue in one of the pockets of the broad blue coat for breakfast.
"And Waller," said the captain, when they took their seats at table, "if your uncle's the man I think him, he'll bring out the last bottle of the Madeira on the present occasion."
"No, no, Ned," returned the old man. "No, that shall be opened when Walter comes home again."
"Well said," cried the captain. "Hear him."
"There it lies," said Sol Gills, "down in the little cellar, covered with dirt and cobwebs. There may be dirt and cobwebs over you and me, perhaps, Ned, before it sees the light."
"Hear him," cried the captain. "Good morality. Waller, my lad, train up a fig tree in the way it should go, and when you are old, sit under the shade on it. Overhaul the well," said the captain on second thoughts, "I ain't quite certain where that's to be found, but when found, make a note of. Sol Gills, heave ahead again."
"But there or somewhere it shall lie, Ned, until Wally comes back to claim it," said the old man. "That's all I meant to say."
"And well said too," returned the captain. "And if we three don't crack that bottle in company, I'll give you two leave to."
Notwithstanding the captain's excessive joviality, he made but a poor hand at the smoky tongue, though he tried very hard, when anybody looked at him, to appear as if he were eating with a vast appetite. He was terribly afraid, likewise, of being left alone with either uncle or nephew, appearing to consider that his only chance of safety, as to keeping up appearances, was in their being always three together. This terror, on the part of the captain, reduced him to such ingenious evasions as running to the door, when Solomon went to put his coat on, under pretence of having seen an extraordinary hackney coach pass, and darting out into the road when Walter went upstairs to take leave of the lodgers, on a feint of smelling fire in a neighbouring chimney. These artifices Captain Cuttle deemed inscrutable by any uninspired observer. Walter was coming down from his parting expedition upstairs, and was crossing the shop to go back to the little parlour, when he saw a faded face he knew, looking in at the door, and darted towards it.
"Mr. Carker!"
cried Walter, pressing the hand of John Carker the junior.
"Pray come in. This is kind of you to be here so early to say good-bye to me. You knew how glad it would make me to shake hands with you once before going away. I cannot say how glad I am to have this opportunity. Pray come in."
"It is not likely that we may ever meet again, Walter," returned the other, gently resisting his invitation, "and I am glad of this opportunity too. I may venture to speak to you, and to take you by the hand on the eve of separation. I shall not have to resist your frank approaches, Walter, any more." There was a melancholy in his smile as he said it, that showed he had found some company and friendship for his thoughts even in that.
"Ah, Mr. Carker," returned Walter, "why did you resist them? You could have done me nothing but good, I am very sure."
He shook his head. "If there were any good," he said, "I could do on this earth, I would do it, Walter, for you. The sight of you from day to day has been at once happiness and remorse to me. But the pleasure has outweighed the pain. I know that now, by knowing what I lose."
"Come in, Mr. Carker, and make acquaintance with my good old uncle," urged Walter. "I have often talked to him about you, and he will be glad to tell you all he hears from me.
"I have not," said Walter, noticing his hesitation, and speaking with embarrassment himself,
"I have not told him anything about our last conversation, Mr. Carker. Not even him, believe me."
The grey junior pressed his hand, and tears rose in his eyes. "If I ever make acquaintance with him, Walter," he returned, "it will be that I may hear tidings of you. Rely on my not wronging your forbearance and consideration. It would be to wrong it not to tell him all the truth before I sought a word of confidence from him. But I have no friend or acquaintance except you, and even for your sake am little likely to make any."
"I wish," said Walter, "you had suffered me to be your friend indeed. I always wished it, Mr. Carker, as you know, but never half so much as now, when we are going to part."
"It is enough," replied the other, "that you have been the friend of my own breast, and that when I have avoided you most, my heart inclined the most towards you, and was fullest of you. Walter, good-bye."
"Good-bye, Mr. Carker. Heaven be with you, sir,"
cried Walter with emotion. "If," said the other, retaining his hand while he spoke, "if, when you come back, you miss me from my old corner, and should hear from any one where I am lying, come and look upon my grave. Think that I might have been as honest and as happy as you, and let me think, when I know time is coming on, that some one like my former self may stand there for a moment, and remember me with pity and forgiveness. Walter, good-bye." His figure crept like a shadow down the bright, sun-lighted street, so cheerful, yet so solemn in the early summer morning, and slowly passed away. The relentless chronometer at last announced that Walter must turn his back upon the wooden midshipman, and away they went, himself, his uncle, and the captain, in a hackney coach, to a wharf where they were to take steamboat for some reach down the river, the name of which, as the captain gave it out, was a hopeless mystery to the ears of landsmen. Arrived at this reach, whither the ship had repaired by last night's tide, they were boarded by various excited watermen, and among others by a dirty Cyclops of the captain's acquaintance, who, with his one eye, had made the captain out some mile and a half off, and had been exchanging unintelligible roars with him ever since. Becoming the lawful prize of this personage, who was frightfully hoarse, and constitutionally in want of shaving, they were all three put aboard the Son and Heir. And the Son and Heir was in a pretty state of confusion, with sails lying all bedraggled on the wet decks, loose ropes tripping people up, men in red shirts running barefoot to and fro, casks blockading every foot of space, and, in the thickest of the fray, a black cook in a black caboose up to his eyes in vegetables and blinded with smoke. The captain immediately drew Walter into a corner, and with a great effort that made his face very red, pulled up the silver watch, which was so big and so tight in his pocket that it came out like a bung.
"Waller," said
the captain, handing it over and shaking him heartily by the hand,
a parting gift, my lad. Put it back half an hour every morning, and about another quarter towards the arternoon, and it's a watch that'll do you credit."
"Captain Cuttle, I couldn't think of it," cried Walter, detaining him, for he was running away. "Pray take it back. I have one already."
"Then, Waller,"
said the captain, suddenly diving into one of his pockets, and bringing up the 2 teaspoons and the sugar tongs, with which he had armed himself to meet such an objection,
"take this here trifle of plate instead."
"No, no, I couldn't indeed," cried Walter. "1,000 thanks. Oh, don't throw them away, Captain Cuttle," for the captain was about to jerk them overboard. "They'll be of much more use to you than me. Give me your stick. I've often thought I should like to have it. There. Good-bye, Captain Cuttle. Take care of my uncle, Uncle Sol. God bless you." They were over the side in the confusion before Walter caught another glimpse of either, and when he ran up to the stern and looked after them, he saw his uncle hanging down his head in the boat, and Captain Cuttle rapping him on the back with the great silver watch (it must have been very painful), and gesticulating hopefully with the teaspoons and sugar tongs. Catching sight of Walter, Captain Cuttle dropped the property into the bottom of the boat with perfect unconcern, being evidently oblivious of its existence, and pulling off the glazed hat, hailed him lustily. The glazed hat made quite a show in the sun with its glistening, and the captain continued to wave it until he could be seen no longer. Then the confusion on board, which had been rapidly increasing, reached its height. 2 or 3 other boats went away with a cheer. The sails shone bright and full above, as Walter watched them spread their surface to the favourable breeze. The water flew in sparkles from the prow, and off upon her voyage went the Son and Heir, as hopefully and trippingly as many another son and heir, gone down, had started on his way before her. Day after day, old Sol and Captain Cuttle kept her reckoning in the little back parlour, and worked out her course with the chart spread before them on the round table. At night, when old Sol climbed upstairs, so lonely, to the attic where it sometimes blew great guns, he looked up at the stars and listened to the wind, and kept a longer watch than would have fallen to his lot on board the ship. The last bottle of the old Madeira, which had had its cruising days, and known its dangers of the deep, lay silently beneath its dust and cobwebs, in the meanwhile undisturbed. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 20. Mr. Dombey goes upon a journey.
"Mr. Dombey, sir," said Major Bagstock, "Joey B. is not in general a man of sentiment, but Joseph is tough. But Joe has his feelings, sir, and when they are awakened, damn Mr. Dombey," cried the Major with sudden ferocity, "this is a weakness, and I won't submit to it."
Major Bagstock delivered himself of these expressions on receiving Mr. Dombey as his guest at the head of his own staircase in Princess's Place. Mr. Dombey had come to breakfast with the Major previous to their setting forth on their trip, and the ill-starved native had already undergone a world of misery arising out of the muffins, while, in connection with the general question of boiled eggs, life was a burden to him.
"It is not for an old soldier of the Bagstock breed," observed the Major, relapsing into a mild state, "to deliver himself up, a prey to his own emotions. But damme, sir," cried the Major in another spasm of ferocity, "I condole with you." The Major's purple visage deepened in its hue, and the Major's lobster eyes stood out in bolder relief, as he shook Mr. Dombey by the hand,
imparting to that peaceful action as defiant a character as if it had been the prelude to his immediately boxing Mr. Dombey for £1,000 a side and the championship of England. With a rotatory motion of his head, and a wheeze very like the cough of a horse, the Major then conducted his visitor to the sitting-room, and there welcomed him, having now composed his feelings, with the freedom and frankness of a travelling companion. "Dombey," said the Major, "I'm glad to see you. I'm proud to see you. There are not many men in Europe to whom J. Bagstock would say that, for Josh is blunt, sir. It's his nature. But Joey B. is proud to see you, Dombey." "Major," returned Mr. Dombey, "you are very obliging." "No, sir," said the Major, "devil a bit. That's not my character. If that had been Joe's character, Joe might have been, by this time, Lieutenant General Sir Joseph Bagstock, K.C.B., and might have received you in very different quarters. You don't know old Joe yet, I find, but this occasion, being special, is a source of pride to me. By the Lord, sir," said the Major resolutely, "it's an honour to me." Mr. Dombey, in his estimation of himself and his money, felt that this was very true, and therefore did not dispute the point. But the instinctive recognition of such a truth by the Major, and his plain avowal of it, were very able. It was a confirmation to Mr. Dombey, if he had required any, of his not being mistaken in the Major. It was an assurance to him that his power extended beyond his own immediate sphere, and that the Major, as an officer and a gentleman, had a no less becoming sense of it than the beadle of the Royal Exchange. And if it were ever consolatory to know this, or the like of this, it was consolatory then, when the impotence of his will, the instability of his hopes, the feebleness of wealth, had been so direfully impressed upon him. What could it do, his boy had asked him. Sometimes, thinking of the baby question, he could hardly forbear inquiring himself, what could it do indeed? What had it done? But these were lonely thoughts, bred late at night in the sullen despondency and gloom of his retirement, and pride easily found its reassurance in many testimonies to the truth, as unimpeachable and precious as the Major's. Mr. Dombey, in his friendlessness, inclined to the Major. It cannot be said that he warmed towards him, but he thawed a little. The Major had had some part, and not too much, in the days by the seaside. He was a man of the world, and knew some great people. He talked much, and told stories, and Mr. Dombey was disposed to regard him as a choice spirit who shone in society, and who had not that poisonous ingredient of poverty with which choice spirits in general are too much adulterated. His station was undeniable. Altogether the Major was a creditable companion, well accustomed to a life of leisure, and to such places as that they were about to visit, and having an air of gentlemanly ease about him that mixed well enough with his own city character, and did not compete with it at all. If Mr. Dombey had any lingering idea that the Major, as a man accustomed, in the way of his calling, to make light of the ruthless hand that had lately crushed his hopes, might unconsciously impart some useful philosophy to him, and scare away his weak regrets, he hid it from himself, and left it lying at the bottom of his pride, unexamined. "Where is my scoundrel?" said the Major, looking wrathfully round the room. The native, who had no particular name, but answered to any vituperative epithet, presented himself instantly at the door, and ventured to come no nearer. "You villain!" said the choleric Major. "Where's the breakfast?" The dark servant disappeared in search of it, and was quickly heard reascending the stairs in such a tremulous state that the plates and dishes on the tray he carried, trembling sympathetically as he came, rattled again all the way up. "Dombey," said the Major, glancing at the native as he arranged the table, and encouraging him with an awful shake of his fist when he upset a spoon, "here's a devilled grill, a savoury pie, a dish of kidneys, and so forth. Pray sit down. Old Joe can give you nothing but camp fare, you see." "Very excellent fare, Major," replied his guest, and not in mere politeness either, for the Major always took the best possible care of himself, and indeed ate rather more of rich meats than was good for him, insomuch that his imperial complexion was mainly referred by the faculty to that circumstance.
"You have been looking over the way, sir," observed the Major. "Have you seen our friend?"
"You mean Miss Tox?" retorted Mr. Dombey.
"No." "Charming woman, sir,"
said the Major, with a fat laugh rising in his short throat and nearly suffocating him. "Miss Tox is a very good sort of person, I believe," replied Mr. Dombey. The haughty coldness of the reply seemed to afford Major Bagstock infinite delight. He swelled and swelled exceedingly, and even laid down his knife and fork for a moment to rub his hands.
"Old Joe, sir," said the Major, "was a bit of a favourite in that quarter once, but Joe has had his day. J. Bagstock is extinguished, outrivalled, floored, sir."
"I should have supposed," Mr. Dombey replied, "that the lady's day for favourites was over, but perhaps you are jesting, Major."
"Perhaps you are jesting, Dombey,"
was the Major's rejoinder. There never was a more unlikely possibility. It was so clearly expressed in Mr. Dombey's face that the Major apologized.
"I beg your pardon," he said. "I see you are in earnest. I tell you what, Dombey."
The Major paused in his eating and looked mysteriously indignant.
"That's a devilish ambitious woman, sir."
Mr. Dombey said, "Indeed," with frigid indifference, mingled perhaps with some contemptuous incredulity as to Miss Tox having the presumption to harbour such a superior quality.
"That woman, sir," said the Major, "is in her way a Lucifer. Joey B. has had his day, sir, but he keeps his eyes. He sees, does Joe. His Royal Highness the late Duke of York observed of Joey at a levee that he saw."
The Major accompanied this with such a look, and, between eating, drinking, hot tea, devilled grill, muffins, and meaning, was altogether so swollen and inflamed about the head, that even Mr. Dombey showed some anxiety for him.
"That ridiculous old spectacle, sir," pursued the Major, she aspires sky high, sir, matrimonially, Dombey."
"I am sorry for her," said Mr. Dombey.
"Don't say that, Dombey,"
returned the Major in a mourning voice. "Why should I not, Major?" said Mr. Dombey. The Major gave no answer but the horse's cough, and went on eating vigorously.
"She has taken an interest in your household," said the Major, stopping short again, "and has been a frequent visitor at your house for some time now."
"Yes," replied Mr. Dombey, with great stateliness. "Miss Tox was originally received there, at the time of Mrs. Dombey's death, as a friend of my sister's, and being a well-behaved person, and showing a liking for the poor infant, she was permitted, may I say encouraged, to repeat her visits with my sister, and gradually to occupy a kind of footing of familiarity in the family. I have," said Mr. Dombey, in the tone of a man who was making a great and valuable concession, "I have a respect for Miss Tox. She has been so obliging as to render many little services in my house, trifling and insignificant services perhaps, Major, but not to be disparaged on that account, and I hope I have had the good fortune to be enabled to acknowledge them by such attention and notice as it had been in my power to bestow. I hold myself indebted to Miss Tox, Major," added Mr. Dombey, with a slight wave of his hand, "for the pleasure of your acquaintance."
"Dombey,"
said the Major warmly,
"no, no, sir.
Joseph Bagstock can never permit that assertion to pass uncontradicted.
Your knowledge of old Joe, sir, such as he is, and old Joe's knowledge of you, sir, had its origin in a noble fellow, sir, in a great creature, sir, Dombey," said the Major, with a struggle which it was not very difficult to parade,
his whole life being a struggle against all kinds of apoplectic symptoms. "We knew each other through your boy." Mr. Dombey seemed touched, as it is not improbable the Major designed he should be by this allusion. He looked down and sighed, and the Major, rousing himself fiercely again, said, in reference to the state of mind into which he felt himself in danger of falling, that this was weakness, and nothing should induce him to submit to it. "Our friend had a remote connection with that event," said the Major, "and all the credit that belongs to her, J.B. is willing to give her, sir. Notwithstanding which, ma'am," he added, raising his eyes from his plate, and casting them across Princess's Place to where Miss Tox was at that moment visible at her window watering her flowers, "you're a scheming jade, ma'am, and your ambition is a piece of monstrous impudence. If it only made yourself ridiculous, ma'am," said the Major, rolling his head at the unconscious Miss Tox, while his starting eyes appeared to make a leap towards her, "you might do that to your heart's content, ma'am, without any objection, I assure you, on the part of Bagstock." Here the Major laughed frightfully up in the tips of his ears and in the veins of his head. "But when, ma'am," said the Major, "you compromise other people, and generous, unsuspicious people too, as a repayment for their condescension, you stir the blood of old Joe in his body." "Major," said Mr. Dombey, reddening, "I hope you do not hint at anything so absurd on the part of Miss Tox as—" "Dombey," returned the Major, "I hint at nothing. But Joey B. has lived in the world, sir, lived in the world with his eyes open, sir, and his ears cocked, and Joe tells you, Dombey, that there's a devilish, artful, and ambitious woman over the way." Mr. Dombey involuntarily glanced over the way, and an angry glance he sent in that direction too. "That's all on such a subject that shall pass the lips of Joseph Bagstock," said the Major firmly. "Joe is not a tale-bearer, but there are times when he must speak, when he will speak. Confound your arts, ma'am!" cried the Major, again apostrophising his fair neighbour with great ire, "when the provocation is too strong to admit of his remaining silent." The emotion of this outbreak threw the Major into a paroxysm of horse's coughs, which held him for a long time. On recovering, he added, "And now, Dombey, as you have invited Joe, old Joe, who has no other merit, sir, but that he is tough and hearty, to be your guest and guide at Leamington, command him in any way you please, and he's wholly yours. I don't know, sir," said the Major, wagging his double chin with a jocose air, "what it is you people see in Joe to make you hold him in such great request, all of you. But this I know, sir, that if he wasn't pretty tough and obstinate in his refusals, you'd kill him among you with your invitations and so forth in double quick time." Mr. Dombey, in a few words, expressed his sense of the preference he received over those other distinguished members of society who were clamouring for the possession of Major Bagstock. But the Major cut him short by giving him to understand that he followed his own inclinations, and that they had risen up in a body and said with one accord, "J.B., Dombey is the man for you to choose as a friend." The Major being by this time in a state of repletion, with essence of savoury pie oozing out at the corner of his eyes, and devilled grill and kidneys tightening his cravat, and the time, moreover, approaching for the departure of the railway train to Birmingham, by which they were to leave town, the native got him into his greatcoat with immense difficulty, and buttoned him up until his face looked staring and gasping over the top of that garment as if he were in a barrel. The native then handed him separately, and with a decent interval between each supply, his wash-leather gloves, his thick stick, and his hat, which latter article the Major wore with a rakish air on one side of his head, by way of toning down his remarkable visage. The native had previously packed, in all possible and impossible parts of Mr. Dombey's chariot, which was in waiting, an unusual quantity of carpet bags and small portmanteaus, no less apoplectic in appearance than the Major himself, and having filled his own pockets with seltzer water, East India sherry, sandwiches, shawls, telescopes, maps, and newspapers, any or all of which light baggage the Major might require at any instant of the journey, he announced that everything was ready. To complete the equipment of this unfortunate foreigner, currently believed to be a prince in his own country, when he took his seat in the rumble by the side of Mr. Towlinson, a pile of the Major's cloaks and greatcoats was hurled upon him by the landlord, who aimed at him from the pavement with those great missiles like a Titan, and so covered him up that he proceeded in a living tomb to the railroad station. But before the carriage moved away, and while the native was in the act of sepulture, Miss Tox, appearing at her window, waved a lily-white handkerchief. Mr. Dombey received this parting salutation very coldly even for him, and honouring her with the slightest possible inclination of his head, leaned back in the carriage with a very discontented look. His marked behaviour seemed to afford the Major, who was all politeness in his recognition of Miss Tox, unbounded satisfaction, and he sat for a long time afterwards, leering and choking like an overfed Mephistopheles. During the bustle of preparation at the railway, Mr. Dombey and the Major walked up and down the platform side by side, the former taciturn and gloomy, and the latter entertaining him, or entertaining himself, with a variety of anecdotes and reminiscences, in most of which Joe Bagstock was the principal performer. Neither of the two observed that in the course of these walks they attracted the attention of a working man who was standing near the engine, and who touched his hat every time they passed, for Mr. Dombey habitually looked over the vulgar herd, not at them, and the Major was looking, at the time, into the core of one of his stories. At length, however, this man stepped before them as they turned round, and pulling his hat off, and keeping it off, ducked his head to Mr. Dombey. "Beg your pardon, sir," said the man, "but I hope you're a-doing pretty well, sir." He was dressed in a canvas suit abundantly besmeared with coal dust and oil, and had cinders in his whiskers, and a smell of half-slaked ashes all over him. He was not a bad-looking fellow, nor even what could be fairly called a dirty-looking fellow, in spite of this, and, in short, he was Mr. Toodle, professionally clothed. "I shall have the honour of stoking of you down, sir," said Mr. Toodle. "Beg your pardon, sir. I hope you find yourself a-coming round." Mr. Dombey looked at him, in return for his tone of interest, as if a man like that would make his very eyesight dirty. "'Scuse the liberty, sir," said Toodle, seeing he was not clearly remembered, "but my wife Polly, as was called Richards in your family—" A change in Mr. Dombey's face, which seemed to express recollection of him, and so it did, but it expressed in a much stronger degree an angry sense of humiliation, stopped Mr. Toodle short. "Your wife wants money, I suppose," said Mr. Dombey, putting his hand in his pocket, and speaking, but that he always did, haughtily. "No, thank ye, sir," returned Toodle. "I can't say she does. I don't." Mr. Dombey was stopped short now in his turn, and awkwardly, with his hand in his pocket. "No, sir," said Toodle, turning his oilskin cap round and round. "We're doing pretty well, sir. We haven't no cause to complain in a worldly way, sir. We've had 4 more since then, sir, but we rubs on." Mr. Dombey would have rubbed on to his own carriage, though in so doing he had rubbed the stoker underneath the wheels, but his attention was arrested by something in connection with the cap, still going slowly round and round in the man's hand. "We lost one, babby," observed Toodle. "There's no denying." "Lately?" added Mr. Dombey, looking at the cap. "No, sir, up'ard of 3 years ago. All the rest is hearty. And in the matter of reading, sir," said Toodle, ducking again, as if to remind Mr. Dombey of what had passed between them on that subject long ago, "them boys of mine, they learnt me among 'em, arter all. They made a wery tolerable scholar of me, sir, them boys." "Come, Major," said Mr. Dombey. "Beg your pardon, sir," resumed Toodle, taking a step before them, and deferentially stopping them again, still cap in hand.
I wouldn't have troubled you with such a point, except as a way of getting in the name of my son Biler, christened Robin, him as you were so good as to make a charitable grinder on.'
'Well, man,' said Mr Dombey in his severest manner, 'what about him?'
'Why, sir,'
returned Toodle, shaking his head with a face of great anxiety and distress,
'I'm forced to say, sir, that he's gone wrong.'
'He has gone wrong, has he?' said Mr Dombey, with a hard kind of satisfaction.
'He has fell into bad company, you see, gentlemen,'
pursued the father, looking wistfully at both, and evidently taking the major into the conversation with the hope of having his sympathy.
'He has got into bad ways. God send he may come to again, gentlemen, but he's on the wrong track now. You could hardly be off hearing of it somehow, sir,' said Toodle, again addressing Mr Dombey individually, 'and it's better I should out and say, my boy's gone rather wrong. Polly's dreadful down about it, gentlemen,' said Toodle with the same dejected look, and another appeal to the major.
'A son of this man's, whom I caused to be educated, major,' said Mr Dombey, giving him his arm, 'the usual return.'
'Take advice from plain old Joe, and never educate that sort of people, sir,' returned the major. 'Damme, sir, it never does. It always fails.'
The simple father was beginning to submit that he hoped his son, the quondam grinder, huffed and cuffed, and flogged and badged, and taught, as parrots are, by a brute jobbed into his place of schoolmaster with as much fitness for it as a hound, might not have been educated on quite a right plan in some undiscovered respect, when Mr Dombey, angrily repeating, 'the usual return,' led the major away. And the major, being heavy to hoist into Mr Dombey's carriage, elevated in mid-air, and having to stop and swear that he would flay the native alive, and break every bone in his skin, and visit other physical torments upon him, every time he couldn't get his foot on the step, and fell back on that dark exile, had barely time before they started to repeat hoarsely that it would never do, that it always failed, and that if he were to educate his own vagabond, he would certainly be hanged. Mr Dombey assented bitterly, but there was something more in his bitterness, and in his moody way of falling back in the carriage, and looking with knitted brows at the changing objects without, than the failure of that noble education system administered by the Grinders' Company. He had seen upon the man's rough cap a piece of new crape, and he had assured himself, from his manner and his answers, that he wore it for his son. So from high to low, at home or abroad, from Florence in his great house to the coarse churl who was feeding the fire then smoking before them, every one set up some claim or other to a share in his dead boy, and was a bidder against him. Could he ever forget how that woman had wept over his pillow, and called him her own child, or how he, waking from his sleep, had asked for her, and had raised himself in his bed and brightened when she came in? To think of this presumptuous raker among coals and ashes going on before there with his sign of mourning! To think that he dared to enter, even by a common show like that, into the trial and disappointment of a proud gentleman's secret heart! To think that this lost child, who was to have divided with him his riches, and his projects, and his power, and allied with whom he was to have shut out all the world as with a double door of gold, should have let in such a herd to insult him with their knowledge of his defeated hopes, and their boasts of claiming community of feeling with himself, so far removed, if not of having crept into the place wherein he would have lorded it alone. He found no pleasure or relief in the journey. Tortured by these thoughts, he carried monotony with him through the rushing landscape, and hurried headlong, not through a rich and varied country, but a wilderness of blighted plans and gnawing jealousies. The very speed at which the train was whirled along mocked the swift course of the young life that had been borne away so steadily, and so inexorably, to its foredoomed end. The power that forced itself upon its iron way, its own, defiant of all paths and roads, piercing through the heart of every obstacle, and dragging living creatures of all classes, ages, and degrees behind it, was a type of the triumphant monster, Death. Away with a shriek and a roar and a rattle from the town, burrowing among the dwellings of men and making the streets hum, flashing out into the meadows for a moment, mining in through the damp earth, booming on in darkness and heavy air, bursting out again into the sunny day so bright and wide. Away with a shriek and a roar and a rattle through the fields, through the woods, through the corn, through the hay, through the chalk, through the mould, through the clay, through the rock, among objects close at hand and almost in the grasp, ever flying from the traveller, and a deceitful distance ever moving slowly within him, like as in the track of the remorseless monster, Death. Through the hollow, on the height, by the heath, by the orchard, by the park, by the garden, over the canal, across the river, where the sheep are feeding, where the mill is going, where the barge is floating, where the dead are lying, where the factory is smoking, where the stream is running, where the village clusters, where the great cathedral rises, where the bleak moor lies, and the wild breeze smooths or ruffles it at its inconstant will. Away with a shriek and a roar and a rattle, and no trace to leave behind but dust and vapour, like as in the track of the remorseless monster, Death. Breasting the wind and light, the shower and sunshine, away and still away it rolls and roars, fierce and rapid, smooth and certain, and great works and massive bridges crossing up above, fall like a beam of shadow an inch broad upon the eye, and then are lost. Away and still away, onward and onward ever. Glimpses of cottage homes, of houses, mansions, rich estates, of husbandry and handicraft, of people, of old roads and paths that look deserted, small and insignificant as they are left behind. And so they do, and what else is there but such glimpses in the track of the indomitable monster, Death? Away with a shriek and a roar and a rattle, plunging down into the earth again, and working on in such a storm of energy and perseverance, that amidst the darkness and whirlwind the motion seems reversed, and to tend furiously backward, until a ray of light upon the wet wall shows its surface flying past like a fierce stream. Away once more into the day, and through the day, with a shrill yell of exultation, roaring, rattling, tearing on, spurning everything with its dark breath, sometimes pausing for a minute where a crowd of faces are, that in a minute or more are not, sometimes lapping water greedily, and before the spout at which it drinks has ceased to drip upon the ground, shrieking, roaring, rattling through the purple distance. Louder and louder yet it shrieks and cries as it comes tearing on, resistless to the goal, and now its way, still like the way of death, is strewn with ashes thickly. Everything around is blackened. There are dark pools of water, muddy lanes, and miserable habitations far below. There are jagged walls and falling houses close at hand, and through the battered roofs and broken windows, wretched rooms are seen, where want and fever hide themselves in many wretched shapes, while smoke and crowded gables and distorted chimneys and deformity of brick and mortar, penning up deformity of mind and body, choke the murky distance. As Mr. Dombey looks out of his carriage window, it is never in his thoughts that the monster who has brought him there has let the light of day in on these things, not made or caused them. It was the journey's fitting end, and might have been the end of everything, it was so ruinous and dreary. So, pursuing the one course of thought, he had the one relentless monster still before him. All things looked black and cold and deadly upon him, and he on them. He found a likeness to his misfortune everywhere. There was a remorseless triumph going on about him, and it galled and stung him in his pride and jealousy, whatever form it took, though most of all when it divided with him the love and memory of his lost boy. There was a face. He had looked upon it on the previous night, and it on him, with eyes that read his soul, though they were dim with tears, and hidden soon behind two quivering hands that often had attended him in fancy on this ride. He had seen it with the expression of last night timidly pleading to him. It was not reproachful, but there was something of doubt, almost of hopeful incredulity in it, which, as he once more saw that fade away into a desolate certainty of his dislike, was like reproach. It was a trouble to him to think of this face of Florence. Because he felt any new compunction towards it? No. Because the feeling it awakened in him, of which he had had some old foreshadowing in older times, was full formed now, and spoke out plainly, moving him too much, and threatening to grow too strong for his composure. Because the face was abroad in the expression of defeat and persecution that seemed to encircle him like the air. Because it barbed the arrow of that cruel and remorseless enemy on which his thoughts so ran, and put into its grasp a double-handed sword. Because he knew full well in his own breast, as he stood there, tinging the scene of transition before him with the morbid colours of his own mind, and making it a ruin and a picture of decay, instead of hopeful change and promise of better things, that life had quite as much to do with his complainings as death. One child was gone, and one child left. Why was the object of his hope removed instead of her? The sweet, calm, gentle presence in his fancy moved him to no reflection but that. She had been unwelcome to him from the first. She was an aggravation of his bitterness now. If his son had been his only child, and the same blow had fallen on him, it would have been heavy to bear, but infinitely lighter than now, when it might have fallen on her, whom he could have lost, or he believed it, without a pang, and had not. Her loving and innocent face rising before him had no softening or winning influence. He rejected the angel, and took up with the tormenting spirit crouching in his bosom. Her patience, goodness, youth, devotion, love, were as so many atoms in the ashes upon which he set his heel. He saw her image in the blight and blackness all around him, not irradiating, but deepening the gloom. More than once upon this journey, and now again as he stood pondering at this journey's end, tracing figures in the dust with his stick, the thought came into his mind, what was there he could interpose between himself and it? The Major, who had been blowing and panting all the way down, like another engine, and whose eye had often wandered from his newspaper to leer at the prospect as if there were a procession of discomfited Miss Toxes pouring out in the smoke of the train, and flying away over the fields to hide themselves in any place of refuge, aroused his friend by informing him that the post-horses were harnessed and the carriage ready.
"Dombey,"
said the Major, rapping him on the arm with his cane,
"don't be thoughtful. It's a bad habit. Old Joe, sir, wouldn't be as tough as you see him if he had ever encouraged it. You're too great a man, Dombey, to be thoughtful. In your position, sir, you're far above that kind of thing."
The Major, even in his friendly remonstrances, thus consulting the dignity and honour of Mr. Dombey, and showing a lively sense of their importance. Mr. Dombey felt more than ever disposed to defer to a gentleman possessing so much good sense and such a well-regulated mind. Accordingly, he made an effort to listen to the Major's stories as they trotted along the turnpike road, and the Major, finding both the pace and the road a great deal better adapted to his conversational powers than the mode of travelling they had just relinquished, came out of his entertainment. But still the Major, blunt and tough as he was, and as he so very often said he was, administered some palatable catering to his companion's appetite. He related, or rather suffered it to escape him, accidentally, as one might say, grudgingly and against his will, how there was great curiosity and excitement at the club in regard of his friend Dombey. How he was suffocated with questions, sir. How old Joe Bagstock was a greater man than ever there on the strength of Dombey. How they said, "Bagstock, your friend Dombey now, what is the view he takes of such and such a question?"
"Though by the rood, sir," said the Major, with a broad stare, "how they discovered that J.B. ever came to know you is a mystery."
In this flow of spirits and conversation, only interrupted by his usual plethoric symptoms, and by intervals of lunch, and from time to time by some violent assault upon the native, who wore a pair of earrings in his dark brown ears, and on whom his European clothes sat with an outlandish impossibility of adjustment, being of their own accord, and without any reference to the tailor's art, long where they ought to be short, and short where they ought to be long, tight where they ought to be loose, and loose where they ought to be tight, and to which he imparted a new grace, whenever the Major attacked him, by shrinking into them like a shrivelled nut or a cold monkey. In this flow of spirits and conversation the Major continued all day, so that when evening came on and found them trotting through the green and leafy road near Leamington, the Major's voice, what with talking and eating and chuckling and choking, appeared to be in the box under the rumble, or in some neighbouring haystack. Nor did the Major improve it at the Royal Hotel, where rooms and dinner had been ordered, and where he so oppressed his organs of speech by eating and drinking, that when he retired to bed he had no voice at all, except to cough with, and could only make himself intelligible to the dark servant by gasping at him. He not only rose next morning, however, like a giant refreshed, but conducted himself at breakfast like a giant refreshing. At this meal they arranged their daily habits. The Major was to take the responsibility of ordering everything to eat and drink, and they were to have a late breakfast together every morning, and a late dinner together every day. Mr. Dombey would prefer remaining in his own room, or walking in the country by himself, on that first day of their sojourn at Leamington, but next morning he would be happy to accompany the Major to the pump-room and about the town. So they parted until dinner-time. Mr. Dombey retired to nurse his wholesome thoughts in his own way. The Major, attended by the native carrying a camp-stool, a great-coat, and an umbrella, swaggered up and down through all the public places, looking into subscription books to find out who was there, looking up old ladies by whom he was much admired, reporting J.B. tougher than ever, and puffing his rich friend Dombey wherever he went. There never was a man who stood by a friend more staunchly than the Major, when in puffing him, he puffed himself. It was surprising how much new conversation the Major had to let off at dinner-time, and what occasion he gave Mr. Dombey to admire his social qualities. At breakfast next morning he knew the contents of the latest newspapers received, and mentioned several subjects in connection with them, on which his opinion had recently been sought by persons of such power and might that they were only to be obscurely hinted at. Mr. Dombey, who had been so long shut up within himself, and who had rarely at any time overstepped the enchanted circle within which the operations of Dombey and Son were conducted, began to think this an improvement on his solitary life, and in place of excusing himself for another day, as he had thought of doing when alone, walked out with the Major arm in arm. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 21. New Faces. The Major, more blue-faced and staring, more over-ripe, as it were, than ever, and giving vent every now and then to one of the horse's coughs, not so much of necessity as in a spontaneous explosion of importance, walked arm in arm with Mr. Dombey up the sunny side of the way, with his cheeks swelling over his tight stock, his legs majestically wide apart, and his great head wagging from side to side, as if he were remonstrating within himself for being such a captivating object. They had not walked many yards before the Major encountered somebody he knew, nor many yards farther before the Major encountered somebody else he knew, but he merely shook his fingers at them as he passed, and led Mr. Dombey on, pointing out the localities as they went, and enlivening the walk with any current scandal suggested by them. In this manner the Major and Mr. Dombey were walking arm in arm, much to their own satisfaction, when they beheld advancing towards them a wheeled chair, in which a lady was seated, indolently steering her carriage by a kind of rudder in front, while it was propelled by some unseen power in the rear. Although the lady was not young, she was very blooming in the face, quite rosy, and her dress and attitude were perfectly juvenile. Walking by the side of the chair, and carrying her gossamer parasol with a proud and weary air, as if so great an effort must be soon abandoned and the parasol dropped, sauntered a much younger lady, very handsome, very haughty, very wilful, who tossed her head and drooped her eyelids, as though, if there were anything in all the world worth looking into, save a mirror, it certainly was not the earth or sky.
"Why, what the devil have we here, sir?"
cried the Major, stopping as this little cavalcade drew near.
"My dearest Edith,"
drawled the lady in the chair,
"Major Bagstock."
The Major no sooner heard the voice than he relinquished Mr. Dombey's arm, darted forward, took the hand of the lady in the chair, and pressed it to his lips. With no less gallantry, the Major folded both his gloves upon his heart, and bowed low to the other lady. And now, the chair having stopped, the motive power became visible in the shape of a flushed page pushing behind, who seemed to have in part outgrown and in part outpushed his strength, for when he stood upright he was tall and wan and thin, and his plight appeared the more forlorn from his having injured the shape of his hat by butting at the carriage with his head to urge it forward, as is sometimes done by elephants in oriental countries.
"Joe Bagstock," said the Major to both ladies, "is a proud and happy man for the rest of his life."
"You false creature," said the old lady in the chair insipidly. "Where do you come from? I can't bear you."
"Then suffer old Joe to present a friend, ma'am," said the Major promptly, "as a reason for being tolerated. Mr. Dombey, Mrs. Skewton."
The lady in the chair was gracious.
"Mr. Dombey, Mrs. Granger."
The lady with the parasol was faintly conscious of Mr. Dombey's taking off his hat and bowing low.
"I am delighted, sir," said the Major, "to have this opportunity."
The Major seemed in earnest, for he looked at all the three, and leered in his ugliest manner.
"Mrs. Skewton Dombey," said the Major, "makes havoc in the heart of old Josh."
Mr. Dombey signified that he didn't wonder at it.
"You perfidious goblin," said the lady in the chair, "have done. How long have you been here, bad man?" "1 day," replied the Major. "And can you be a day, or even a minute?" returned the lady, slightly settling her false curls and false eyebrows with her fan, and showing her false teeth, set off by her false complexion. "In the garden of what's its name?"
"Eden, I suppose, mamma," interrupted the younger lady scornfully.
"My dear Edith," said the other, "I cannot help it. I never can remember those frightful names without having your whole soul and being inspired by the sight of nature, by the perfume," said Mrs. Skewton, rustling a handkerchief that was faint and sickly with essences, "of her artless breath, you creature."
The discrepancy between Mrs. Skewton's fresh enthusiasm of words and forlornly faded manner was hardly less observable than that between her age, which was about 70, and her dress, which would have been youthful for 27. Her attitude in the wheeled chair, which she never varied, was one in which she had been taken in a barouche, some 50 years before, by a then fashionable artist who had appended to his published sketch the name of Cleopatra. In consequence of a discovery made by the critics of the time, that it bore an exact resemblance to that princess as she reclined on board her galley, Mrs. Skewton was a beauty then, and bucks threw wine-glasses over their heads by dozens in her honour. The beauty and the barouche had both passed away, but she still preserved the attitude, and for this reason expressly maintained the wheeled chair and the butting page, there being nothing whatever, except the attitude, to prevent her from walking. Mr Dombey is devoted to nature, I trust,' said Mrs Skewton, settling her diamond brooch. And by the way, she chiefly lived upon the reputation of some diamonds and her family connections.
'My friend Dombey, ma'am,' returned the Major, "may be devoted to her in secret, but a man who was paramount in the greatest city in the universe—'
'No one can be a stranger,' said Mrs Skewton, 'to Mr Dombey's immense influence.' As Mr Dombey acknowledged the compliment with a bend of his head, the younger lady, glancing at him, met his eyes. 'You reside here, madam?' said Mr Dombey, addressing her. 'No, we have been to a great many places. To Harrogate and Scarborough, and into Devonshire. We have been visiting and resting here and there. Mamma likes change.' 'Edith, of course, does not,' said Mrs Skewton, with a ghastly archness. 'I have not found that there is any change in such places,' was the answer, delivered with supreme indifference. 'They libel me. There is only one change, Mr Dombey,' observed Mrs Skewton, with a mincing sigh, 'for which I really care, and that I fear I shall never be permitted to enjoy. People cannot spare one, but seclusion and contemplation are my what's his name?' 'If you mean paradise, mamma, you had better say so, to render yourself intelligible,' said the younger lady. 'My dearest Edith,' returned Mrs Skewton, 'you know that I am wholly dependent upon you for those odious names. I assure you, Mr Dombey, nature intended me for an Arcadian. I am thrown away in society. Cows are my passion. What I have ever sighed for has been to retreat to a Swiss farm and live entirely surrounded by cows and china.' This curious association of objects, suggesting a remembrance of the celebrated bull who got by mistake into a crockery shop, was received with perfect gravity by Mr Dombey, who intimated his opinion that nature was, no doubt, a very respectable institution. 'What I want,' drawled Mrs Skewton, pinching her shrivelled throat, 'is heart.' It was frightfully true in one sense, if not in that in which she used the phrase. 'What I want is frankness, confidence, less conventionality, and freer play of soul. We are all so dreadfully artificial.' We were, indeed. 'In short,' said Mrs Skewton, 'I want nature everywhere. It would be so extremely charming.' 'Nature is inviting us away now, mamma, if you are ready,' said the younger lady, curling her handsome lip. At this hint, the one page, who had been surveying the party over the top of the chair, vanished behind it as if the ground had swallowed him up. 'Stop a moment, Withers,' said Mrs Skewton, as the chair began to move, calling to the page with all the languid dignity with which she had called in days of yore to a coachman with a wig, cauliflower nosegay, and silk stockings. 'Where are you staying, abomination?' The Major was staying at the Royal Hotel with his friend Dombey. 'You may come and see us any evening when you are good,' lisped Mrs Skewton. 'If Mr Dombey will honour us, we shall be happy. Withers, go on.' The Major again pressed to his blue lips the tips of the fingers that were disposed on the ledge of the wheeled chair with careful carelessness, after the Cleopatra model, and Mr Dombey bowed. The elder lady honoured them both with a very gracious smile and a girlish wave of her hand, the younger lady with the very slightest inclination of her head that common courtesy allowed. The last glimpse of the wrinkled face of the mother, with that patched colour on it which the sun made infinitely more haggard and dismal than any want of colour could have been, and of the proud beauty of the daughter with her graceful figure and erect deportment, engendered such an involuntary disposition on the part of both the Major and Mr Dombey to look after them, that they both turned at the same moment. The page, nearly as much aslant as his own shadow, was toiling after the chair, uphill, like a slow battering ram. the top of Cleopatra's bonnet was fluttering in exactly the same corner to the inch as before, and the beauty, loitering by herself a little in advance, expressed in all her elegant form from head to foot the same supreme disregard of everything and everybody.
"I tell you what, sir," said the Major, as they resumed their walk again, "if Joe Bagstock were a younger man, there's not a woman in the world whom he'd prefer for Mrs. Bagstock to that woman. By George, sir," said the Major, "she's superb."
"Do you mean the daughter?" inquired Mr. Dombey.
"Is Joey be a turnip, Dombey?" said the Major, "that he should mean the mother?"
"You were complimentary to the mother," returned Mr. Dombey.
"An ancient flame, sir," chuckled Major Bagstock. "Devilish ancient. I humour her."
"She impresses me as being perfectly genteel," said Mr. Dombey.
"Genteel, sir?"
said the Major, stopping short and staring in his companion's face.
"The Honourable Mrs. Skewton, sir, is sister to the late Lord Phoenix, and aunt to the present lord. The family are not wealthy, they're poor indeed, and she lives upon a small jointure. But if you come to blood, sir—"
The Major gave a flourish with his stick, and walked on again, in despair of being able to say what you came to, if you came to that. "You addressed the daughter, I observed," said Mr. Dombey, after a short pause, "as Mrs. Granger."
"Edith Skewton, sir,"
returned the Major, stopping short again, and punching a mark in the ground with his cane, to represent her.
"Married at 18, Granger of ours,"
whom the Major indicated by another punch.
"Granger, sir,"
said the Major, tapping the last ideal portrait, and rolling his head emphatically,
"was colonel of ours, a devilish handsome fellow, sir, of 41. He died, sir, in the 2nd year of his marriage."
The Major ran the representative of the deceased Granger through and through the body with his walking stick, and went on again, carrying his stick over his shoulder. "How long is this ago?" asked Mr. Dombey, making another halt.
"Edith Granger, sir,"
replied the Major, shutting one eye, putting his head on one side, passing his cane into his left hand, and smoothing his shirt frill with his right,
"is at present time not quite 30. And damme, sir," said the Major, shouldering his stick once more, and walking on again, "she's a peerless woman."
"Was there any family?" asked Mr. Dombey presently.
"Yes, sir," said the Major, "there was a boy."
Mr. Dombey's eyes sought the ground, and a shade came over his face.
"Who was drowned, sir," pursued the Major, "when a child of 4 or 5 years old."
"Indeed," said Mr. Dombey, raising his head.
"By the upsetting of a boat, in which his nurse had no business to have put him," said the Major. "That's his history. Edith Granger is Edith Granger still, but if tough old Joey B, sir, were a little younger and a little richer, the name of that immortal paragon should be Bagstock."
The Major heaved his shoulders and his cheeks, and laughed more like an overfed Mephistopheles than ever, as he said the words. "Provided the lady made no objection, I suppose," said Mr. Dombey coldly.
"By gad, sir," said the Major, "the Bagstock breed are not accustomed to that sort of obstacle. Though it's true enough that Edith might have married 20 times, but for being proud, sir, proud."
Mr. Dombey seemed by his face to think no worse of her for that.
"It's a great quality after all," said the Major. "By the Lord, it's a high quality, Dombey. You are proud yourself, and your friend old Joe respects you for it, sir."
With this tribute to the character of his ally, which seemed to be wrung from him by the force of circumstances and the irresistible tendency of their conversation, the Major closed the subject, and glided into a general exposition of the extent to which he had been beloved and doted on by splendid women and brilliant creatures. On the next day but one, Mr. Dombey and the Major encountered the Honourable Mrs. Skewton and her daughter in the pump-room. On the day after, they met them again very near the place where they had met them first. After meeting them thus 3 or 4 times in all, it became a point of mere civility to old acquaintances that the Major should go there one evening. Mr. Dombey had not originally intended to pay visits, but on the Major announcing his intention, he said he would have the pleasure of accompanying him. So the Major told the native to go round before dinner, and say, with his and Mr. Dombey's compliments, that they would have the honour of visiting the ladies that same evening, if the ladies were alone. In answer to which message, the native brought back a very small note with a very large quantity of scent about it, indited by the Honourable Mrs. Skewton to Major Bagstock, and briefly saying, "You are a shocking bear, and I have a great mind not to forgive you, but if you are very good indeed," which was underlined, "you may come." Compliments, in which Edith unites to Mr. Dombey. The Honourable Mrs. Skewton and her daughter, Mrs. Granger, resided, while at Leamington, in lodgings that were fashionable enough and dear enough, but rather limited in point of space and conveniences, so that the Honourable Mrs. Skewton, being in bed, had her feet in the window and her head in the fireplace, while the Honourable Mrs. Skewton's maid was quartered in a closet within the drawing-room, so extremely small that, to avoid developing the whole of its accommodations, she was obliged to writhe in and out of the door like a beautiful serpent. Withers, the one page, slept out of the house immediately under the tiles at a neighbouring milk-shop, and the wheeled chair, which was the stone of that young Sisyphus, passed the night in a shed belonging to the same dairy, where new-laid eggs were produced by the poultry connected with the establishment, who roosted on a broken donkey-cart, persuaded, to all appearance, that it grew there, and was a species of tree. Mr. Dombey and the Major found Mrs. Skewton arranged, as Cleopatra, among the cushions of a sofa, very airily dressed, and certainly not resembling Shakespeare's Cleopatra, whom age could not wither. On their way upstairs they had heard the sound of a harp, but it had ceased on their being announced, and Edith now stood beside it, handsomer and haughtier than ever. It was a remarkable characteristic of this lady's beauty that it appeared to vaunt and assert itself without her aid, and against her will. She knew that she was beautiful. It was impossible that it could be otherwise, but she seemed with her own pride to defy her very self. Whether she held cheap attractions that could only call forth admiration that was worthless to her, or whether she designed to render them more precious to admirers by this usage of them, those to whom they were precious seldom paused to consider.
"I hope, Mrs. Granger," said Mr. Dombey, advancing a step towards her, "we are not the cause of your ceasing to play."
"You? Oh, no." "Why do you not go on, then, my dearest Edith?" said Cleopatra.
"I left off as I began, of my own fancy." The exquisite indifference of her manner in saying this, an indifference quite removed from dullness or insensibility, for it was pointed with proud purpose, was well set off by the carelessness with which she drew her hand across the strings, and came from that part of the room.
"Do you know, Mr. Dombey," said her languishing mother, playing with a hand-screen, "that occasionally my dearest Edith and myself actually almost differ—"
"Not quite sometimes, mamma," said Edith.
"Oh, never quite, my darling. Fie, fie! It would break my heart,"
returned her mother, making a faint attempt to pat her with the screen, which Edith made no movement to meet.
"About these old conventionalities of manner that are observed in little things. Why are we not more natural? Dear me! With all those yearnings and gushings and impulsive throbbings that we have implanted in our souls, and which are so very charming, why are we not more natural?"
Mr. Dombey said it was very true, very true.
"We could be more natural, I suppose, if we tried," said Mrs. Skewton.
Mr. Dombey thought it possible.
"Devil a bit, ma'am," said the Major. "We couldn't afford it. Unless the world was peopled with J.B.'s, tough and blunt old Joes, ma'am, plain red herrings with hard roes, sir, we couldn't afford it. It wouldn't do."
"You naughty infidel," said Mrs. Skewton. "Be mute."
"Cleopatra commands," returned the Major, kissing his hand, "and Anthony Bagstock obeys."
The man has no sensitiveness," said Mrs. Skewton, cruelly holding up the hand-screen so as to shut the Major out. "No sympathy. And what do we live for but sympathy? What else is so extremely charming? Without that gleam of sunshine on our cold, cold earth," said Mrs. Skewton, arranging her lace tucker, and complacently observing the effect of her bare lean arm looking upward from the wrist, "how could we possibly bear it? In short, obdurate man," glancing at the Major round the screen, "I would have my world all heart, and Faith is so excessively charming that I won't allow you to disturb it. Do you hear?" The Major replied that it was hard in Cleopatra to require the world to be all heart, and yet to appropriate to herself the hearts of all the world, which obliged Cleopatra to remind him that flattery was insupportable to her, and that if he had the boldness to address her in that strain any more, she would positively send him home. Withers the one, at this period, handing round the tea, Mr. Dombey again addressed himself to Edith. "There is not much company here, it would seem," said Mr. Dombey, in his own portentous, gentlemanly way. "I believe not. We see none." "Why, really," observed Mrs. Skewton from her couch, "there are no people here just now with whom we care to associate." "They have not enough heart," said Edith with a smile, the very twilight of a smile, so singularly were its light and darkness blended. "My dearest Edith rallies me, you see," said her mother, shaking her head, which shook a little of itself sometimes, as if the palsy twinkled now and then in opposition to the diamonds. "Wicked one!" "You have been here before, if I am not mistaken," said Mr. Dombey, still to Edith. "Oh, several times. I think we have been everywhere." "A beautiful country." "I suppose it is. Everybody says so." "Your cousin Phoenix raves about it, Edith," interposed her mother from her couch. The daughter slightly turned her graceful head, and raising her eyebrows by a hair's breadth, as if her cousin Phoenix were of all the mortal world the least to be regarded, turned her eyes again towards Mr. Dombey. "I hope, for the credit of my good taste, that I am tired of the neighbourhood," she said. "You have almost reason to be, madam," he replied, glancing at a variety of landscape drawings, of which he had already recognized several as representing neighbouring points of view, and which were strewn abundantly about the room. "If these beautiful productions are from your hand." She gave him no reply, but sat in a disdainful beauty, quite amazing. "Have they that interest?" said Mr. Dombey. "Are they yours?" "Yes." "And you play, I already know." "Yes." "And sing." "Yes." She answered all these questions with a strange reluctance, and with that remarkable air of opposition to herself already noticed as belonging to her beauty. Yet she was not embarrassed, but wholly self-possessed. Neither did she seem to wish to avoid the conversation, for she addressed her face, and, so far as she could, her manner also, to him, and continued to do so when he was silent. "You have many resources against weariness, at least," said Mr. Dombey. "Whatever their efficiency may be," she returned, "you know them all now. I have no more." "May I hope to prove them all?" said Mr. Dombey, with solemn gallantry, laying down a drawing he had held, and motioning towards the harp. "Oh, certainly, if you desire it." She rose as she spoke, and crossing by her mother's couch, and directing a stately look towards her, which was instantaneous in its duration, but inclusive, if any one had seen it, of a multitude of expressions, among which that of the twilight smile, without the smile itself, overshadowed all the rest, went out of the room. The Major, who was quite forgiven by this time, had wheeled a little table up to Cleopatra, and was sitting down to play piquet with her. Mr. Dombey, not knowing the game, sat down to watch them for his edification until Edith should return. "We are going to have some music, Mr. Dombey, I hope," said Cleopatra.
"Mrs. Granger has been kind enough to promise so," said Mr. Dombey. "Ah, that's very nice. Do you propose, Major?" "No, ma'am," said the Major. "Couldn't do it." "You're a barbarous being," replied the lady, "and my hand's destroyed. You are fond of music, Mr. Dombey?" "Eminently so," was Mr. Dombey's answer. "Yes, it's very nice," said Cleopatra, looking at her cards. "So much heart in it. Undeveloped recollections of a previous state of existence, and all that, which is so truly charming. Do you know," simpered Cleopatra, reversing the knave of clubs, who had come into her game with his heels uppermost, "that if anything could tempt me to put a period to my life, it would be curiosity to find out what it's all about, and what it means. There are so many provoking mysteries, really, that are hidden from us. Major, you to play." The Major played, and Mr. Dombey, looking on for his instruction, would soon have been in a state of dire confusion, but that he gave no attention to the game whatever, and sat wondering instead when Edith would come back. She came at last, and sat down to her harp, and Mr. Dombey rose and stood beside her, listening. He had little taste for music, and no knowledge of the strain she played, but he saw her bending over it, and perhaps he heard among the sounding strings some distant music of his own, that tamed the monster of the iron road, and made it less inexorable. Cleopatra had a sharp eye, verily, at piquet. It glistened like a bird's, and did not fix itself upon the game, but pierced the room from end to end, and gleamed on harp, performer, listener, everything. When the haughty beauty had concluded, she arose, and receiving Mr. Dombey's thanks and compliments in exactly the same manner as before, went with scarcely any pause to the piano, and began there. Edith Granger, any song but that. Edith Granger, you are very handsome, and your touch upon the keys is brilliant, and your voice is deep and rich, but not the air that his neglected daughter sang to his dead son. Alas, he knows it not, and if he did, what air of hers would stir him, rigid man? Sleep, lonely Florence, sleep. Peace in thy dreams, although the night has turned dark, and the clouds are gathering, and threaten to discharge themselves in hail. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 22. A Trifle of Management by Mr. Carker the Manager. Mr. Carker the Manager sat at his desk, smooth and soft as usual, reading those letters which were reserved for him to open, backing them occasionally with such memoranda and references as their business purport required, and parcelling them out into little heaps for distribution through the several departments of the house. The post had come in heavy that morning, and Mr. Carker the Manager had a good deal to do. The general action of a man so engaged, pausing to look over a bundle of papers in his hand, dealing them round in various portions, taking up another bundle and examining its contents with knitted brows and pursed out lips, dealing and sorting and pondering by turns, would easily suggest some whimsical resemblance to a player at cards. The face of Mr. Carker the Manager was in good keeping with such a fancy. It was the face of a man who studied his play warily, who made himself master of all the strong and weak points of the game, who registered the cards in his mind as they fell about him, knew exactly what was on them, what they missed, and what they made, who was crafty to find out what the other players held, and who never betrayed his own hand. The letters were in various languages, but Mr. Carker the Manager read them all. If there had been anything in the offices of Dombey and Son that he could not read,
there would have been a card wanting in the pack. He read almost at a glance, and made combinations of one letter with another, and one business with another, as he went on, adding new matter to the heaps, much as a man would know the cards at sight, and work out their combinations in his mind after they were turned. Something too deep for a partner, and much too deep for an adversary, Mr. Carker the manager sat in the rays of the sun that came down slanting on him through the skylight, playing his game alone. And although it is not among the instincts wild or domestic of the cat tribe to play at cards, feline from sole to crown was Mr. Carker the manager, as he basked in the strip of summerlight and warmth that shone upon his table, and the ground as if they were a crooked dial plate, and himself the only figure on it. With hair and whiskers deficient in colour at all times, but feebler than common in the rich sunshine, and more like the coat of a sandy tortoise-shell cat, with long nails nicely pared and sharpened, with a natural antipathy to any speck of dirt, which made him pause sometimes and watch the falling motes of dust, and rub them off his smooth white hand or glossy linen. Mr. Carker the manager, sly of manner, sharp of tooth, soft of foot, watchful of eye, oily of tongue, cruel of heart, nice of habit, sat with a dainty steadfastness and patience at his work, as if he were waiting at a mouse's hole. At length the letters were disposed of, excepting one which he reserved for a particular audience. Having locked the more confidential correspondence in a drawer, Mr. Carker the manager rang his bell. "Why do you answer it?" was his reception of his brother. "The messenger is out, and I am the next," was the submissive reply. "You are the next," muttered the manager. "Yes, creditable to me. There." Pointing to the heaps of opened letters, he turned disdainfully away, in his elbow chair, and broke the seal of that one which he held in his hand. "I'm sorry to trouble you, James," said the brother, gathering them up, "but—" "Oh, you have something to say. I knew that. Well?" Mr. Carker the manager did not raise his eyes or turn them on his brother, but kept them on his letter, though without opening it. "Well?" he repeated sharply. "I am uneasy about Harriet." "Harriet who? What Harriet? I know nobody of that name." "She is not well, and has changed very much of late." "She changed very much a great many years ago," replied the manager, "and that is all I have to say." "I think, if you would hear me—" "Why should I hear you, brother John?" returned the manager, laying a sarcastic emphasis on those two words, and throwing up his head, but not lifting his eyes. "I tell you, Harriet Carker made her choice many years ago between her two brothers. She may repent it, but she must abide by it." "Don't mistake me. I do not say she does repent it. It would be black ingratitude in me to hint at such a thing," returned the other, "though believe me, James, I am as sorry for her sacrifice as you." "As I?" exclaimed the manager. "As I?" "As sorry for her choice, for what you call her choice, as you are angry at it," said the junior. "Angry?" repeated the other, with a wide show of his teeth. "Displeased. Whatever word you like best. You know my meaning. There is no offence in my intention." "There is offence in everything you do," replied his brother, glancing at him with a sudden scowl, which in a moment gave place to a wider smile than the last. "Carry those papers away, if you please. I am busy." His politeness was so much more cutting than his wrath, that the junior went to the door. But stopping at it, and looking round, he said, "When Harriet tried in vain to plead for me with you, on your first just indignation and my first disgrace, and when she left you, James, to follow my broken fortunes, and devote herself in her mistaken affection to a ruined brother, because without her he had no one and was lost, she was young and pretty. I think if you could see her now, if you would go and see her,
she would move your admiration and compassion." The manager inclined his head, and showed his teeth, as who should say, in answer to some careless small talk, "Dear me, is that the case?" but said never a word. "We thought in those days, you and I both, that she would marry young and lead a happy and light-hearted life," pursued the other. "Oh, if you knew how cheerfully she cast those hopes away, how cheerfully she has gone forward on the path she took, and never once looked back. You never could say again that her name was strange in your ears. Never." Again the manager inclined his head and showed his teeth, and seemed to say, "Remarkable indeed. You quite surprise me." And again he never uttered a word. "May I go on?" said John Carker mildly.
"On your way," replied his smiling brother, "if you will have the goodness."
John Carker, with a sigh, was passing slowly out at the door, when his brother's voice detained him for a moment on the threshold.
"If she has gone, and goes her own way cheerfully," he said,
throwing the still unfolded letter on his desk, and putting his hands firmly in his pockets,
"you may tell her that I goes cheerfully on mine. If she has never once looked back, you may tell her that I have sometimes, to recall her taking part with you, and that my resolution is no easier to wear away," he smiled very sweetly here, "than marble."
"I tell her nothing of you. We never speak about you. Once a year, on your birthday, Harriet says always, 'Let us remember James by name, and wish him happy.' But we say no more."
"Tell it then, if you please," returned the other, "to yourself. You can't repeat it too often, as a lesson to you to avoid the subject in speaking to me. I know no Harriet Carker. There is no such person. You may have a sister, make much of her. I have none."
Mr. Carker the manager took up the letter again, and waved it with a smile of mock courtesy towards the door. Unfolding it as his brother withdrew, and looking darkly after him as he left the room, he once more turned round in his elbow chair, and applied himself to a diligent perusal of its contents. It was in the writing of his great chief, Mr. Dombey, and dated from Leamington. Though he was a quick reader of all other letters, Mr. Carker read this slowly, weighing the words as he went, and bringing every tooth in his head to bear upon them. When he had read it through once, he turned it over again, and picked out these passages. "I find myself benefited by the change, and am not yet inclined to name any time for my return. I wish, Carker, you would arrange to come down once and see me here, and let me know how things are going on in person. I omitted to speak to you about young Gay. If not gone per son and heir, or if son and heir still lying in the docks, appoint some other young man, and keep him in the city for the present. I am not decided." "Now that's unfortunate," said Mr. Carker the manager, expanding his mouth, as if it were made of india rubber, "for he's far away." Still that passage, which was in a postscript, attracted his attention and his teeth once more. "I think," he said, "my good friend Captain Cuttle mentioned something about being towed along in the wake of that day. What a pity he's so far away." He refolded the letter, and was sitting trifling with it, standing it longwise and broadwise on his table, and turning it over and over on all sides, doing pretty much the same thing perhaps by its contents, when Mr. Perch, the messenger, knocked softly at the door, and coming in on tiptoe, bending his body at every step, as if it were the delight of his life to bow, laid some papers on the table.
"Would you please to be engaged, sir?"
asked Mr. Perch, rubbing his hands, and deferentially putting his head on one side, like a man who felt he had no business to hold it up in such a presence, and would keep it as much out of the way as possible.
"Who wants me?"
"Why, sir," said Mr. Perch in a soft voice, "really nobody, sir, to speak of at present."
Mr Gills, the ship's instrument maker, sir, has looked in, about a little matter of payment, he says. But I mentioned to him, sir, that you was engaged several deep. Several deep. Mr Perch coughed once behind his hand, and waited for further orders. Anybody else? Well, sir, said Mr Perch, I wouldn't of my own self take the liberty of mentioning, sir, that there was anybody else, but that same young lad that was here yesterday, sir, and last week, has been hanging about the place, and it looks, sir, added Mr Perch, stopping to shut the door, dreadful unbusinesslike to see him whistling to the sparrows down the court, and making of 'em answer him. You said he wanted something to do, didn't you, Perch? Asked Mr Carker, leaning back in his chair and looking at that officer. Why, sir, said Mr Perch, coughing behind his hand again, his expressions certainly were that he was in wants of a situation, and that he considered something might be done for him about the docks, being used to fishing with rod and line. But Mr Perch shook his head very dubiously indeed. What does he say when he comes? Asked Mr Carker. Indeed, sir, said Mr Perch, coughing another cough behind his hand, which was always his resource as an expression of humility when nothing else occurred to him. His observation generally air that he would humbly wish to see one of the gentlemen, and he wants to earn a living. But you see, sir, added Perch, dropping his voice to a whisper, and turning in the inviolable nature of his confidence to give the door a thrust with his hand and knee, as if that would shut it any more when it was shut already, it's hardly to be bore, sir, that a common lad like that should come a-prowling here, and saying that his mother nursed our house's young gentleman, and that he hopes our house will give him a chance on that account. I am sure, sir, observed Mr Perch, that although Mrs Perch was at that time nursing as thriving a little girl, sir, as we've ever took the liberty of adding to our family, I wouldn't have made so free as to drop a hint of her being capable of imparting nourishment, not if it was never so. Mr Carker grinned at him like a shark, but in an absent, thoughtful manner. Whether, submitted Mr Perch after a short silence and another cough, it mightn't be best for me to tell him that if he was seen here any more, he would be given into custody, and to keep to it, with respect to bodily fear, said Mr Perch. I'm so timid myself by nature, sir, and my nerves is so unstrung by Mrs Perch's state, that I could take my affidavit easy. Let me see this fellow, Perch, said Mr Carker. Bring him in. Yes, sir. Begging your pardon, sir, said Mr Perch, hesitating at the door. He's rough, sir, in appearance. Never mind. If he's there, bring him in. I'll see Mr Gills directly. Ask him to wait. Mr Perch bowed, and shutting the door as precisely and carefully as if he were not coming back for a week, went on his quest among the sparrows in the court. While he was gone, Mr Carker assumed his favourite attitude before the fireplace, and stood looking at the door, presenting with his under lip tucked into the smile that showed his whole row of upper teeth, a singularly crouching pace. The messenger was not long in returning, followed by a pair of heavy boots that came bumping along the passage like boxes, with the unceremonious words, "Come along with you," a very unusual form of introduction from his lips. Mr Perch then ushered into the presence a strong-built lad of 15, with a round red face, a round sleek head, round black eyes, round limbs, and round body, who, to carry out the general rotundity of his appearance, had a round hat in his hand, without a particle of brim to it. Obedient to a nod from Mr Carker, Perch had no sooner confronted the visitor with that gentleman than he withdrew. The moment they were face to face alone, Mr Carker, without a word of preparation, took him by the throat, and shook him until his head seemed loose upon his shoulders. The boy, who in the midst of his astonishment could not help staring wildly at the gentleman with so many white teeth who was choking him, and at the office walls, as though determined, if he were choked, that his last look should be at the mysteries for his intrusion to which he was paying such a severe penalty, at last contrived to utter,
Come, sir, you let me alone, will you?
Let you alone, said Mr. Carker. What? I have got you, have I? There was no doubt of that, and tightly too. You dog, said Mr. Carker through his set jaws. I'll strangle you. Byler whimpered. Would he, though? Oh, no, he wouldn't. And what was he doing of? And why didn't he strangle somebody of his own size, and not him? But Byler was quelled by the extraordinary nature of his reception, and as his head became stationary, and he looked the gentleman in the face, or rather in the teeth, and saw him snarling at him, he so far forgot his manhood as to cry.
I haven't done nothing to you, sir,
said Byler, otherwise Rob, otherwise Grinder, and always Toodle.
You young scoundrel, replied Mr. Carker, slowly releasing him, and moving back a step into his favourite position. What do you mean by daring to come here?
I didn't mean no harm, sir,
whimpered Rob, putting one hand to his throat, and the knuckles of the other to his eyes.
I'll never come again, sir. I only wanted work.
Work, young Cain that you are, repeated Mr. Carker, eyeing him narrowly. Ain't you the idlest vagabond in London?
The impeachment, while it much affected Mr. Toodle junior, attached to his character so justly that he could not say a word in denial. He stood looking at the gentleman, therefore, with a frightened, self-convicted, and remorseful air. As to his looking at him, it may be observed that he was fascinated by Mr. Carker, and never took his round eyes off him for an instant.
Ain't you a thief? Said Mr. Carker, with his hands behind him in his pockets.
No, sir,
pleaded Rob. You are, said Mr. Carker.
I ain't indeed, sir,
whimpered Rob.
I never did such a thing as thieve, sir, if you believe me. I know I've been a-going wrong, sir, ever since I took to bird-catching and walking-matching. I'm sure a cove might think, said Mr. Toodle junior, with a burst of penitence, that singing birds was innocent company. But nobody knows what harm is in them little creatures, and what they brings you down to.
They seemed to have brought him down to a velveteen jacket and trousers, very much the worse for wear, a particularly small red waistcoat, like a georgette, and interval of blue check, and the hat before mentioned.
I ain't been home 20 times since them birds got their will of me, said Rob, and that's 10 months. How can I go home when everybody's miserable to see me, I wonder, said Byler, blubbering outright and smearing his eyes with his coat cuff, that I haven't been and drownded myself over and over again.
All of which, including his expression of surprise at not having achieved this last scarce performance, the boy said, just as if the teeth of Mr. Carker drew it out of him, and he had no power of concealing anything with that battery of attraction in full play.
You're a nice young gentleman, said Mr. Carker, shaking his head at him. There's hemp seed sown for you, my fine fellow.
I'm sure, sir,
returned the wretched Byler, blubbering again, and again having recourse to his coat cuff.
I shouldn't care sometimes if it was growed too. My misfortunes all began in wagging, sir, but what could I do, excepting wag?
Excepting what? Said Mr. Carker.
Wag, sir, wagging from school.
Do you mean pretending to go there and not going? Said Mr. Carker.
Yes, sir, that's wagging, sir,
returned the quondam Grinder, much affected.
I was chivied through the streets, sir, when I went there, and pounded when I got there. So I wagged and hid myself, and that began it.
And you mean to tell me, said Mr. Carker, taking him by the throat again, holding him out at arm's length and surveying him in silence for some moments, that you want a place, do you?
I should be thankful to be tried, sir,
returned Toodle junior faintly. Mr. Carker the manager pushed him backward into a corner. The boy, submitting quietly, hardly venturing to breathe, and never once removing his eyes from his face, and rang the bell.
Tell Mr Gills to come here.
Mr Perch was too deferential to express surprise or recognition of the figure in the corner, and Uncle Sol appeared immediately.
Mr Gills, said Carker with a smile, sit down. How do you do? You continue to enjoy your health, I hope?
Thank you, sir, returned Uncle Sol, taking out his pocket-book and handing over some notes as he spoke. Nothing ails me in body but old age. 25, sir.
You are as punctual and exact, Mr Gills, replied the smiling manager, taking a paper from one of his many drawers and making an endorsement on it, while Uncle Sol looked over him, as one of your own chronometers. Quite right.
The son and heir has not been spoken, I find, by the list, sir, said Uncle Sol, with a slight addition to the usual tremor in his voice.
The son and heir has not been spoken, returned Carker. There seems to have been tempestuous weather, Mr Gills, and she has probably been driven out of her course.
She is safe, I trust, in heaven, said old Sol.
She is safe, I trust, in heaven, assented Mr Carker, in that voiceless manner of his, which made the observant young Toodle tremble again. Mr Gills, he added aloud, throwing himself back in his chair, you must miss your nephew very much. Uncle Sol, standing by him, shook his head and heaved a deep sigh. Mr Gills, said Carker, with his soft hand playing round his mouth and looking up into the instrument-maker's face, it would be company to you to have a young fellow in your shop just now, and it would be obliging me if you would give one house-room for the present. No, to be sure, he added quickly in anticipation of what the old man was going to say, there's not much business doing there, I know, but you can make him clean the place out, polish up the instruments, drudge, Mr Gills. That's the lad. Sol Gills put down his spectacles from his forehead to his eyes, and looked at Toodle junior standing upright in the corner, his head presenting the appearance, which it always did, of having been newly drawn out of a bucket of cold water, his small waistcoat rising and falling quickly in the play of his emotions, and his eyes intently fixed on Mr Carker, without the least reference to his proposed master. Will you give him house room, Mr Gills? Said the manager. Old Sol, without being quite enthusiastic on the subject, replied that he was glad of any opportunity, however slight, to oblige Mr Carker, whose wish on such a point was a command, and that the wooden midshipman would consider himself happy to receive in his berth any visitor of Mr Carker's selecting. Mr Carker bared himself to the tops and bottoms of his gums, making the watchful Toodle junior tremble more and more, and acknowledged the instrument-maker's politeness in his most affable manner. I'll dispose of him so, then, Mr Gills, he answered, rising and shaking the old man by the hand, until I make up my mind what to do with him and what he deserves. As I consider myself responsible for him, Mr Gills, here he smiled a wide smile at Rob, who shook before it, I shall be glad if you'll look sharply after him and report his behaviour to me. I'll ask a question or two of his parents as I ride home this afternoon, respectable people, to confirm some particulars in his own account of himself. That done, Mr Gills, I'll send him round to you tomorrow morning. Good-bye. His smile at parting was so full of teeth that it confused old Sol, and made him vaguely uncomfortable. He went home, thinking of raging seas, foundering ships, drowning men, an ancient bottle of Madeira never brought to light, and other dismal matters. Now, boy, said Mr Carker, putting his hand on young Toodle's shoulder, and bringing him out into the middle of the room, you have heard me? Rob said, Yes, sir. Perhaps you understand, pursued his patron, that if you ever deceive or play tricks with me, you had better have drowned yourself indeed, once for all, before you came here. There was nothing in any branch of mental acquisition that Rob seemed to understand better than that. If you have lied to me,' said Mr. Carker, 'in anything, never come in my way again. If not, you may let me find you waiting for me somewhere near your mother's house this afternoon. I shall leave this at 5 o'clock, and ride there on horseback. Now, give me the address.' Rob repeated it slowly, as Mr. Carker wrote it down. Rob even spelt it over a second time, letter by letter, as if he thought that the omission of a dot or scratch would lead to his destruction. Mr. Carker then handed him out of the room, and Rob, keeping his round eyes fixed upon his patron to the last, vanished for the time being. Mr. Carker the manager did a great deal of business in the course of the day, and showed his teeth upon a great many people. In the office, in the court, in the street, and on 'Change, they glistened and bristled to a terrible extent. 5 o'clock arriving, and with it Mr. Carker's bay horse, they got on horseback and went gleaming up Cheapside. As no one can easily ride fast, even if inclined to do so, through the press and throng of the city at that hour, and as Mr. Carker was not inclined, he went leisurely along, picking his way among the carts and carriages, avoiding whenever he could the wetter and more dirty places in the over-watered road, and taking infinite pains to keep himself and his steed clean. Glancing at the passers-by while he was thus ambling on his way, he suddenly encountered the round eyes of the sleek-headed Rob, intently fixed upon his face, as if they had never been taken off, while the boy himself, with a pocket-handkerchief twisted up like a speckled eel and girded round his waist, made a very conspicuous demonstration of being prepared to attend upon him at whatever pace he might think proper to go. This attention, however flattering, being one of an unusual kind, and attracting some notice from the other passengers, Mr. Carker took advantage of a clearer thoroughfare and a cleaner road, and broke into a trot. Rob immediately did the same. Mr. Carker presently tried a canter. Rob was still in attendance. Then a short gallop. It was all one to the boy. Whenever Mr. Carker turned his eyes to that side of the road, he still saw Toodle junior holding his course, apparently without distress, and working himself along by the elbows after the most approved manner of professional gentlemen who get over the ground for wagers. Ridiculous as this attendance was, it was a sign of an influence established over the boy, and therefore Mr. Carker, affecting not to notice it, rode away into the neighbourhood of Mr. Toodle's house. On his slackening his pace here, Rob appeared before him to point out the turnings, and when he called to a man at a neighbouring gateway to hold his horse, pending his visit to the buildings that had succeeded Staggs's Gardens, Rob dutifully held the stirrup while the manager dismounted. "Now, sir," said Mr. Carker, taking him by the shoulder, "come along." The prodigal son was evidently nervous of visiting the parental abode. Mr. Carker pushing him on before, he had nothing for it but to open the right door, and suffer himself to be walked into the midst of his brothers and sisters, mustered in overwhelming force round the family tea-table. At the sight of the prodigal in the grasp of a stranger, these tender relations united in a general howl, which smote upon the prodigal's breast so sharply when he saw his mother stand up among them, pale and trembling, with the baby in her arms, that he lent his own voice to the chorus. Nothing doubting now that the stranger, if not Mr. Ketch in person, was one of that company, the whole of the young family wailed the louder, while its more infantine members, unable to control the transports of emotion appertaining to their time of life, threw themselves on their backs like young birds when terrified by a hawk, and kicked violently. At length poor Polly, making herself audible, said with quivering lips, "Oh, Rob, my poor boy, what have you done at last?"
"Nothing, mother,"
cried Rob in a piteous voice.
"Ask the gentleman."
"Don't be alarmed," said Mr. Carker. "I want to do him good." At this announcement, Polly, who had not cried yet, began to do so. The elder Toodles, who appeared to have been meditating a rescue, unclenched their fists. The younger Toodles clustered round their mother's gown, and peeped from under their own chubby arms at their desperado brother and his unknown friend. Everybody blessed the gentleman with the beautiful teeth, who wanted to do good. "This fellow," said Mr. Carker to Polly,
giving him a gentle shake. "Is your son, ma'am?"
Yes, sir,"
sobbed Polly with a curtsy.
"Yes, sir."
"A bad son, I'm afraid?" said Mr. Carker.
"Never a bad son to me, sir," returned Polly.
"To whom, then?" demanded Mr. Carker.
"He has been a little wild, sir," returned Polly,
checking the baby, who was making convulsive efforts with his arms and legs to launch himself on Biler through the ambient air,
"and has gone with wrong companions. But I hope he has seen the misery of that, sir, and will do well again."
Mr. Carker looked at Polly, and the clean room, and the clean children, and the simple Toodle face, combined of father and mother, that was reflected and repeated everywhere about him, and seemed to have achieved the real purpose of his visit. "Your husband, I take it, is not at home?" he said.
"No, sir," replied Polly. "He's down the line at present."
The prodigal Rob seemed very much relieved to hear it. Though still in the absorption of all his faculties in his patron, he hardly took his eyes from Mr. Carker's face, unless for a moment at a time to steal a sorrowful glance at his mother. "Then," said Mr. Carker, "I'll tell you how I have stumbled on this boy of yours, and who I am, and what I am going to do for him." This Mr. Carker did in his own way, saying that he at first intended to have accumulated nameless terrors on his presumptuous head for coming to the whereabout of Dombey and Son; that he had relented in consideration of his youth, his professed contrition, and his friends; that he was afraid he took a rash step in doing anything for the boy, and one that might expose him to the censure of the prudent, but that he did it of himself and for himself, and risked the consequences single-handed, and that his mother's past connection with Mr. Dombey's family had nothing to do with it, and that Mr. Dombey had nothing to do with it, but that he, Mr. Carker, was the be-all and the end-all of this business. Taking great credit to himself for his goodness, and receiving no less from all the family then present, Mr. Carker signified, indirectly, but still pretty plainly, that Rob's implicit fidelity, attachment, and devotion were for evermore his due, and the least homage he could receive. And with this great truth Rob himself was so impressed, that, standing gazing on his patron with tears rolling down his cheeks, he nodded his shiny head until it seemed almost as loose as it had done under the same patron's hands that morning. Polly, who had passed heaven knows how many sleepless nights on account of this, her dissipated firstborn, and had not seen him for weeks and weeks, could have almost kneeled to Mr. Carker the manager, as to a good spirit, in spite of his teeth. But Mr. Carker rising to depart, she only thanked him with her mother's prayers and blessings, thanks so rich when paid out of the heart's mint, especially for any service Mr. Carker had rendered, that he might have given back a large amount of change, and yet been overpaid. As that gentleman made his way among the crowding children to the door, Rob retreated on his mother, and took her and the baby in the same repentant hug.
"I'll try hard, dear mother, now. Upon my soul I will," said Rob. "Oh, do, my dear boy. I'm sure you will, for our sakes and your own," cried Polly, kissing him. "But you're coming back to speak to me when you've seen the gentleman away?" "I don't know, mother." Rob hesitated and looked down. "Father, when's he coming home?" "Not till 2 o'clock to-morrow morning." "I'll come back, mother dear," cried Rob, and passing through the shrill cry of his brothers and sisters in reception of this promise, he followed Mr. Carker out.
"What?" said Mr. Carker, who had heard this. "You have a bad father, have you?"
"No, sir," returned Rob, amazed. "There ain't a better nor a kinder father going than mine is."
"Why don't you want to see him, then?" inquired his patron.
"There's such a difference between a father and a mother, sir," said Rob, after faltering for a moment. "He couldn't hardly believe yet that I was going to do better, though I know he'd try to. But a mother, she always believes what's good, sir. At least I know my mother does. God bless her."
Mr. Carker's mouth expanded, but he said no more until he was mounted on his horse and had dismissed the man who held it, when, looking down from the saddle steadily into the attentive and watchful face of the boy, he said, "You'll come to me to-morrow morning, and you shall be shown where that old gentleman lives. That old gentleman who was with me this morning. Where you are going, as you heard me say."
"Yes, sir,"
returned Rob. "I have a great interest in that old gentleman, and in serving him you serve me, boy. Do you understand? Well," he added, interrupting him, for he saw his round face brighten when he was told that, "I see you do. I want to know all about that old gentleman, and how he goes on from day to day, for I am anxious to be of service to him, and especially who comes there to see him. Do you understand?" Rob nodded his steadfast face and said,
"Yes, sir,"
again. "I should like to know that he has friends who are attentive to him, and that they don't desert him, for he lives very much alone now, poor fellow, but that they are fond of him and of his nephew who has gone abroad. There's a very young lady who may perhaps come to see him. I want particularly to know all about her."
"I'll take care, sir,"
said the boy. "And take care," returned his patron, bending forward to advance his grinning face closer to the boy's, and pat him on the shoulder with the handle of his whip. "Take care you talk about affairs of mine to nobody but me."
"To nobody in the world, sir,"
replied Rob, shaking his head. "Neither there," said Mr. Carter, pointing to the place they had just left, "nor anywhere else. I'll try how true and grateful you can be. I'll prove you." Making this, by his display of teeth and by the action of his head, as much a threat as a promise, he turned from Rob's eyes, which were nailed upon him as if he had won the boy by a charm, body and soul, and rode away. But again becoming conscious, after trotting a short distance, that his devoted henchman, girt as before, was yielding him the same attendance, to the great amusement of sundry spectators, he reined up and ordered him off. To ensure his obedience, he turned in the saddle and watched him as he retired. It was curious to see that even then Rob could not keep his eyes wholly averted from his patron's face, but, constantly turning and turning again to look after him, involved himself in a tempest of buffetings and jostlings from the other passengers in the street, of which, in the pursuit of the one paramount idea, he was perfectly heedless. Mr. Carker the manager rode on at a foot pace, with the easy air of one who had performed all the business of the day in a satisfactory manner, and got it comfortably off his mind. Complacent and affable as man could be, Mr. Carker picked his way along the streets, and hummed a soft tune as he went. He seemed to purr, he was so glad. And in some sort, Mr. Carker, in his fancy, basked upon a hearth too. Coiled up snugly at certain feet, he was ready for a spring, for a tear, or for a scratch, or for a velvet touch, as the humour took him and occasion served. Was there any bird in a cage that came in for a share of his regards? A very young lady, thought Mr. Carker the manager through his song. Aye, when I saw her last she was a little child, with dark eyes and hair, I recollect, and a good face, a very good face. I dare say she's pretty. More affable and pleasant yet, and humming his song until his many teeth vibrated to it, Mr. Carker picked his way along, and turned at last into the shady street where Mr. Dombey's house stood. He had been so busy winding webs round good faces, and obscuring them with meshes, that he hardly thought of being at this point of his ride, until, glancing down the cold perspective of tall houses, he reined in his horse quickly within a few yards of the door. But to explain why Mr. Carker reined in his horse quickly, and what he looked at in no small surprise, a few digressive words are necessary. Mr. Toots, emancipated from the Blimber thraldom, and coming into the possession of a certain portion of his worldly wealth, which, as he had been wont, during his last half-year's probation, to communicate to Mr. Feeder every evening as a new discovery, the executors couldn't keep him out of, had applied himself with great diligence to the science of life. Fired with a noble emulation to pursue a brilliant and distinguished career, Mr. Toots had furnished a choice set of apartments, had established among them a sporting bower, embellished with the portraits of winning horses, in which he took no particle of interest, and a divan which made him poorly. In this delicious abode, Mr. Toots devoted himself to the cultivation of those gentle arts which refine and humanize existence, his chief instructor in which was an interesting character called the Game Chicken, who was always to be heard of at the bar of the Black Badger, wore a shaggy white greatcoat in the warmest weather, and knocked Mr. Toots about the head 3 times a week for the small consideration of 10 and 6 per visit. The Game Chicken, who was quite the Apollo of Mr. Toots's pantheon, had introduced to him a marker who taught billiards, a lifeguard who taught fencing, a job master who taught riding, a Cornish gentleman who was up to anything in the athletic line, and 2 or 3 other friends connected no less intimately with the fine arts, under whose auspices Mr. Toots could hardly fail to improve apace, and under whose tuition he went to work. But however it came about, it came to pass, even while these gentlemen had the gloss of novelty upon them, that Mr. Toots felt, he didn't know how, unsettled and uneasy. There were husks in his corn that even game chickens couldn't peck up, gloomy giants in his leisure that even game chickens couldn't knock down. Nothing seemed to do Mr. Toots so much good as incessantly leaving cards at Mr. Dombey's door. No tax-gatherer in the British dominions, that wide-spread territory on which the sun never sets, and where the tax-gatherer never goes to bed, was more regular and persevering in his calls than Mr. Toots. Mr. Toots never went upstairs, and always performed the same ceremonies, richly dressed for the purpose, at the hall door. "Oh, good morning," would be Mr. Toots's first remark to the servant. "For Mr. Dombey," would be Mr. Toots's next remark, as he handed in a card. "For Miss Dombey," would be his next, as he handed in another. Mr. Toots would then turn around as if to go away, but the man knew him by this time, and knew he wouldn't. "Oh, I beg your pardon," Mr. Toots would say, as if a thought had suddenly descended on him. "Is the young woman at home?" The man would rather think she was, but wouldn't quite know. Then he would ring a bell that rang upstairs, and would look up the staircase and would say, yes, she was at home and was coming down. Then Miss Nipper would appear, and the man would retire. "Oh, how d'ye do?" Mr. Toots would say, with a chuckle and a blush. Susan would thank him, and say she was very well. "How's Diogenes going on?" would be Mr. Toots's second interrogation. Very well indeed. Miss Florence was fonder and fonder of him every day. Mr. Toots was sure to hail this with a burst of chuckles, like the opening of a bottle of some effervescent beverage. "Miss Florence is quite well, sir," Susan would add. "Oh, it's of no consequence, thank'ee," was the invariable reply of Mr. Toots. And when he had said so, he always went away very fast. Now it is certain that Mr. Toots had a filmy something in his mind, which led him to conclude that if he could aspire successfully in the fullness of time to the hand of Florence, he would be fortunate and blessed. It is certain that Mr. Toots, by some remote and roundabout road, had got to that point, and that there he made a stand. His heart was wounded. He was touched. He was in love. He had made a desperate attempt one night, and had sat up all night for the purpose, to write an acrostic on Florence, which affected him to tears in the conception. But he never proceeded in the execution further than the words, "For when I gaze," the flow of imagination in which he had previously written down the initial letters of the other 7 lines deserting him at that point. Beyond devising that very artful and politic measure of leaving a card for Mr. Dombey daily, the brain of Mr. Toots had not worked much in reference to the subject that held his feelings prisoner. But deep consideration at length assured Mr. Toots that an important step to gain was the conciliation of Miss Susan Nipper, preparatory to giving her some inkling of his state of mind. A little light and playful gallantry towards this lady seemed the means to employ in that early chapter of the history for winning her to his interests. Not being able to quite make up his mind about it, he consulted the chicken, without taking that gentleman into his confidence, merely informing him that a friend in Yorkshire had written to him, Mr. Toots, for his opinion on such a question. The chicken replying that his opinion always was, go in and win, and further, when your man's before you, and your work cut out, go in and do it. Mr. Toots considered this a figurative way of supporting his own view of the case, and heroically resolved to kiss Miss Nipper next day. Upon the next day, therefore, Mr. Toots, putting into requisition some of the greatest marvels that Burgess and Co. had ever turned out, went off to Mr. Dombey's upon this design. But his heart failed him so much, as he approached the scene of action, that, although he arrived on the ground at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was 6 before he knocked at the door. Everything happened as usual, down to the point where Susan said her young mistress was well, and Mr. Toots said it was of no consequence. To her amazement, Mr. Toots, instead of going off like a rocket after that observation, lingered and chuckled.
"Perhaps you'd like to walk upstairs, sir?" said Susan.
Well, I think I will come in,"
said Mr. Toots. But instead of walking upstairs, the bold Toots made an awkward plunge at Susan when the door was shut, and embracing that fair creature, kissed her on the cheek.
"Oh, go along with you!" cried Susan, "or I'll tear your eyes out."
"Just another?"
said Mr. Toots. "Go along with you!" exclaimed Susan, giving him a push. "Innocents like you two, who'll begin next? Go along, sir."
Susan was not in any serious strait, for she could hardly speak for laughing. But Diogenes on the staircase, hearing a rustling against the wall and a shuffling of feet, and seeing through the banisters that there was some contention going on, and foreign invasion in the house, formed a different opinion, dashed down to the rescue, and in the twinkling of an eye had Mr. Toots by the leg. Susan screamed, laughed, opened the street door, and ran downstairs. The bold Toots tumbled staggering out into the street, with Diogenes holding on to one leg of his pantaloons, as if Burgess and Co. were his cooks, and had provided that dainty morsel for his holiday entertainment. Diogenes, shaken off, rolled over and over in the dust, got up again, whirled round the giddy Toots, and snapped at him, and all this turmoil Mr. Carker, reining up his horse and sitting a little at a distance, saw to his amazement issue from the stately house of Mr. Dombey. Mr. Carker remained watching the discomfited Toots when Diogenes was called in and the door shut; and while that gentleman, taking refuge in a doorway near at hand, bound up the torn leg of his pantaloons with a costly silk handkerchief that had formed part of his expensive outfit for the Advent. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Mr. Carker, riding up, with his most propitiatory smile. "I hope you are not hurt."
"Oh, no, thank you,"
replied Mr. Toots, raising his flushed face.
"It's of no consequence."
Mr. Toots would have signified, if he could, that he liked it very much. "If the dog's teeth have entered the leg, sir," began Carker, with a display of his own.
"Oh, no, thank you," said Mr. Toots. "It's all quite right. It's very comfortable, thank you."
"I have the pleasure of knowing Mr. Dombey," observed Carker.
"Have you, though?"
rejoined the blushing Toots.
"And you will allow me, perhaps, to apologize in his absence," said Mr. Carker, taking off his hat, "for such a misadventure, and to wonder how it can possibly have happened."
Mr. Toots is so much gratified by this politeness, and the lucky chance of making friends with a friend of Mr. Dombey, that he pulls out his card case, which he never loses an opportunity of using, and hands his name and address to Mr. Carker, who responds to that courtesy by giving him his own, and with that they part. As Mr. Carker picks his way so softly past the house, looking up at the windows and trying to make out the pensive face behind the curtain looking at the children opposite, the rough head of Diogenes came clambering up close by it, and the dog, regardless of all soothing, barks and growls, and makes at him from that height as if he would spring down and tear him limb from limb. Well spoken, Di, so near your mistress. Another and another with your head up, your eyes flashing, and your vexed mouth worrying itself for want of him. Another as he picks his way along. You have a good scent, Di. Cats, boy, cats. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 23. Florence solitary, and the midshipman mysterious. Florence lived alone in the great dreary house, and day succeeded day, and still she lived alone, and the blank walls looked down upon her with a vacant stare, as if they had a Gorgon-like mind to stare her youth and beauty into stone. No magic dwelling-place in magic story, shut up in the heart of a thick wood, was ever more solitary and deserted to the fancy than was her father's mansion in its grim reality, as it stood lowering on the street, always by night, when lights were shining from neighbouring windows, a blot upon its scanty brightness, always by day, a frown upon its never-smiling face. There were not two dragon sentries keeping ward before the gate of this above, as in magic legend are usually found on duty over the wronged innocents imprisoned, but besides a glowering visage, with its thin lips parted wickedly, that surveyed all comers from above the archway of the door, there was a monstrous fantasy of rusty iron, curling and twisting like a petrifaction of an arbour over threshold, budding in spikes and corkscrew points, and bearing, one on either side, two ominous extinguishers, that seemed to say, "Who enter here, leave light behind." There were no talismanic characters engraven on the portal, but the house was now so neglected in appearance that boys chalked the railings and the pavement, particularly round the corner where the side wall was, and drew ghosts on the stable door, and being sometimes driven off by Mr. Towlinson, made portraits of him in return, with his ears growing out horizontally from under his hat. Noise ceased to be within the shadow of the roof. The brass band that came into the street once a week, in the morning, never brayed a note in at those windows, but all such company, down to a poor little piping organ of weak intellect, with an imbecile party of automaton dancers, waltzing in and out at folding doors, fell off from it with one accord, and shunned it as a hopeless place. The spell upon it was more wasting than the spell that used to set enchanted houses sleeping once upon a time, but left their waking freshness unimpaired. The passive desolation of disuse was everywhere silently manifest about it. Within doors, curtains, drooping heavily, lost their old folds and shapes, and hung like cumbrous palls. Hecatombs of furniture, still piled and covered up, shrunk like imprisoned and forgotten men, and changed insensibly. Mirrors were dim as with the breath of years. Patterns of carpets faded, and became perplexed and faint, like the memory of those years' trifling incidents. Boards, starting at unwonted footsteps, creaked and shook. Keys rusted in the locks of doors. Damp started on the walls, and as the stains came out, the pictures seemed to go in and secrete themselves. Mildew and mould began to lurk in closets. Fungus trees grew in corners of the cellars. Dust accumulated, nobody knew whence nor how. Spiders, moths, and grubs were heard of every day. An exploratory black beetle now and then was found immovable upon the stairs, or in an upper room, as wondering how he got there. Rats began to squeak and scuffle in the night time. Through dark galleries they mined behind the panelling. The dreary magnificence of the state-rooms, seen imperfectly by the doubtful light admitted through closed shutters, would have answered well enough for an enchanted abode, such as the tarnished paws of gilded lions stealthily put out from beneath their wrappers, the marble lineaments of busts on pedestals, fearfully revealing themselves through veils, the clocks that never told the time, or, if wound up by any chance, told it wrong, and struck unearthly numbers which are not upon the dial. the accidental tinklings among the pendant lustres more startling than alarm bells, the softened sounds and laggard air that made their way among these objects, and a phantom crowd of others, shrouded and hooded and made spectral of shape. But besides, there was the great staircase, where the lord of the place so rarely set his foot, and by which his little child had gone up to heaven. There were other staircases and passages where no one went for weeks together. There were 2 closed rooms associated with dead members of the family, and with whispered recollections of them, and to all the house, but Florence, there was a gentle figure moving through the solitude and gloom, that gave to every lifeless thing a touch of present human interest and wonder. For Florence lived alone in the deserted house, and day succeeded day, and still she lived alone, and the cold walls looked down upon her with a vacant stare, as if they had a Gorgon-like mind to stare her youth and beauty into stone. The grass began to grow upon the roof, and in the crevices of the basement paving. A scaly, crumbling vegetation sprouted round the window-sills. Fragments of mortar lost their hold upon the insides of the unused chimneys, and came dropping down. The 2 trees, with the smoky trunks, were blighted high up, and the withered branches domineered above the leaves. Through the whole building white had turned yellow, yellow nearly black, and since the time when the poor lady died, it had slowly become a dark gap in the long monotonous street. But Florence bloomed there, like the king's fair daughter in the story. Her books, her music, and her daily teachers were her only real companions, Susan Nipper and Diogenes excepted, of whom the former, in her attendance on the studies of her young mistress, began to grow quite learned herself, while the latter, softened possibly by the same influences, would lay his head upon the window-ledge, and placidly open and shut his eyes upon the street, all through a summer morning, sometimes pricking up his head to look with great significance after some noisy dog in a cart, who was barking his way along, and sometimes, with an exasperated and unaccountable recollection of his supposed enemy in the neighbourhood, rushing to the door, whence, after a deafening disturbance, he would come jogging back with a ridiculous complacency that belonged to him, and lay his jaw upon the window-ledge again with the air of a dog who had done a public service. So Florence lived in her wilderness of a home, within the circle of her innocent pursuits and thoughts, and nothing harmed her. She could go down to her father's rooms now, and think of him, and suffer her loving heart humbly to approach him, without fear of repulse. She could look upon the objects that had surrounded him in his sorrow, and could nestle near his chair, and not dread the glance that she so well remembered. She could render him such little tokens of her duty and service, as putting everything in order for him with her own hands, binding little nosegays for table, changing them as one by one they withered, and he did not come back, preparing something for him every day, and leaving some timid mark of her presence near his usual seat. To-day it was a little painted stand for his watch. To-morrow she would be afraid to leave it, and would substitute some other trifle of her making, not so likely to attract his eye. Waking in the night, perhaps, she would tremble at the thought of his coming home and angrily rejecting it, and would hurry down with slippered feet and quickly beating heart, and bring it away. At another time she would only lay her face upon his desk, and leave a kiss there, and a tear. Still no one knew of this, unless the household found it out when she was not there, and they all held Mr. Dombey's rooms in awe. It was as deep a secret in her breast as what had gone before it. Florence stole into those rooms at twilight, early in the morning, and at times when meals were served downstairs. And although they were in every nook the better and the brighter for her care, she entered and passed out as quietly as any sunbeam, opting that she left her light behind. Shadowy company attended Florence up and down the echoing house, and sat with her in the dismantled rooms. As if her life were an enchanted vision, there arose out of her solitude ministering thoughts that made it fanciful and unreal. She imagined so often what her life would have been if her father could have loved her, and she had been a favourite child, that sometimes for the moment she almost believed it was so, and, borne on by the current of that pensive fiction, seemed to remember how they had watched her brother in his grave together, how they had freely shared his heart between them, how they were united in the dear remembrance of him, how they often spoke about him yet, and her kind father, looking at her gently, told her of their common hope and trust in God. At other times she pictured to herself her mother yet alive, and oh, the happiness of falling on her neck and clinging to her with the love and confidence of all her soul, and oh, the desolation of the solitary house again, with evening coming on, and no one there. But there was one thought, scarcely shaped out to herself, yet fervent and strong within her, that upheld Florence when she strove and filled her true young heart, so sorely tried, with constancy of purpose. Into her mind, as into all others contending with the great affliction of our mortal nature, there had stolen solemn wonderings and hopes, arising in the dim world beyond the present life, and murmuring, like faint music, of recognition in the far-off land between her brother and her mother, of some present consciousness in both of her, some love and commiseration for her, and some knowledge of her as she went her way upon the earth. It was a soothing consolation to Florence to give shelter to these thoughts, until one day, it was soon after she had last seen her father in his own room, late at night, the fancy came upon her that, in weeping for his alienated heart, she might stir the spirits of the dead against him. Wild, weak, childish as it may have been to think so, and to tremble at the half-formed thought, it was the impulse of her loving nature, and from that hour Florence strove against the cruel wound in her breast, and tried to think of him whose hand had made it only with hope. Her father did not know, she held to it from that time, how much she loved him. She was very young, and had no mother, and had never learned, by some fault or misfortune, how to express to him that she loved him. She would be patient, and would try to gain that art in time, and win him to a better knowledge of his only child. This became the purpose of her life. The morning sun shone down upon the faded house, and found the resolution bright and fresh within the bosom of its solitary mistress. Through all the duties of the day it animated her, for Florence hoped that the more she knew, and the more accomplished she became, the more glad he would be when he came to know and like her. Sometimes she wondered, with a swelling heart and rising tear, whether she was proficient enough in anything to surprise him when they should become companions. Sometimes she tried to think if there were any kind of knowledge that would bespeak his interest more readily than another. Always, at her books, her music, and her work, in her morning walks, and in her nightly prayers, she had her engrossing aim in view. Strange study for a child, to learn the road to a hard parent's heart. There were many careless loungers through the street as the summer evening deepened into night, who glanced across the road at the sombre house, and saw the youthful figure at the window, such a contrast to it, looking upward at the stars as they began to shine, who would have slept the worse if they had known on what design she mused so steady. The reputation of the mansion as a haunted house would not have been the gayer with some humble dwellers elsewhere, who were struck by its external gloom in passing and repassing on their daily avocations, and so named it, if they could have read its story in the darkening face. But Florence held her sacred purpose, unsuspected and unaided, and studied only how to bring her father to the understanding that she loved him, and made no appeal against him in any wandering thought. Thus Florence lived alone in the deserted house, and day succeeded day, and still she lived alone, and the monotonous walls looked down upon her with a stare, as if they had a Gorgon-like intent to stare her youth and beauty into stone. Susan Nipper stood opposite to her young mistress one morning, as she folded and sealed a note she had been writing, and showed in her looks an approving knowledge of its contents.
"Better late than never, dear Miss Floy," said Susan, "and I do say that even a visit to them old Skettleses will be a godsend."
"It is very good of Sir Barnet and Lady Skettles, Susan," returned Florence, with a mild correction of that young lady's familiar mention of the family in question, "to repeat their invitation so kindly."
Miss Nipper, who was perhaps the most thoroughgoing partisan on the face of the earth, and who carried her partisanship into all matters great or small, and perpetually waged war with it against society, screwed up her lips and shook her head as a protest against any recognition of disinterestedness in the Skettleses, and a plea in bar that they would have valuable consideration for their kindness in the company of Florence.
They know what they're about, if ever people did, murmured Miss Nipper, drawing in her breath. Oh, trust them Skettleses for that.
I am not very anxious to go to Fulham, Susan, I confess, said Florence thoughtfully. But it will be right to go. I think it will be better.
Much better,
interposed Susan with another emphatic shake of her head.
And so, said Florence, though I would prefer to have gone when there was no one there, instead of in this vacation time, when it seems there are some young people staying in the house, I have thankfully said yes.
For which I say, Miss Floy, oh, be joyful, returned Susan. Ah.
This last ejaculation, with which Miss Nipper frequently wound up a sentence, at about that epoch of time, was supposed below the level of the hall to have a general reference to Mr. Dombey, and to be expressive of a yearning in Miss Nipper to favour that gentleman with a piece of her mind. But she never explained it, and it had, in consequence, the charm of mystery, in addition to the advantage of the sharpest expression.
How long it is before we have any news of Walter, Susan? Observed Florence, after a moment's silence.
Long indeed, Miss Floy,
replied her maid.
And Perch said, when he came just now to see for letters, but what signifies what he says?
Exclaimed Susan, reddening and breaking off.
Much he knows about it.
Florence raised her eyes quickly, and a flush overspread her face.
If I hadn't,
said Susan Nipper, evidently struggling with some latent anxiety and alarm, and looking full at her young mistress, while endeavouring to work herself into a state of resentment with the unoffending Mr. Perch's image.
If I hadn't more manliness than that insipidest of his sex, I'd never take pride in my hair again, but turn it up behind my ears and wear coarse caps without a bit of border, until death released me from my insignificance. I may not be a Amazon, Miss Floy, and wouldn't so demean myself with such disfigurement, but anyways, I'm not a giver up, I hope.
Give up what? Cried Florence with a face of terror.
Why, nothing, miss, said Susan. Good gracious, nothing. It's only that wet curl paper of a man Perch that anyone might almost make away with a touch, and really it would be a blessed event for all parties if someone would take pity on him and would have the goodness.
Does he give up the ship, Susan? Inquired Florence, very pale.
No, miss, returned Susan. I should like to see him make so bold as to do it to my face. Oh, no, miss, but he goes on about some bothering ginger that Mr. Walter was to send to Mrs. Perch, and shakes his dismal head and says he hopes it may be coming. Anyhow, he says it can't come now in time for the intended occasion, but may do for next, which really, said Miss Nipper, with aggravated scorn, puts me out of patience with the man, for though I can bear a great deal, I am not a camel. Neither am I, added Susan, after a moment's consideration, if I know myself, a dromedary neither.
What else does he say, Susan? Inquired Florence earnestly. Won't you tell me?
As if I wouldn't tell you anything, Miss Floy, and everything, said Susan. Why, nothing, miss. He says that there begins to be a general talk about the ship, and they have never had a ship on that voyage half so long unheard of, and the captain's wife was at the office yesterday and seemed a little put out about it. But any one could say that. We knew nearly that before.
I must visit Walter's uncle, said Florence hurriedly, before I leave home. I will go and see him this morning. Let us walk there directly, Susan.
Miss Nipper having nothing to urge against the proposal, but being perfectly acquiescent, they were soon equipped and in the streets, and on their way towards the little midshipman. The state of mind in which poor Walter had gone to Captain Cuttle's, on the day when Brogley the broker came into possession, and when there seemed to him to be an execution in the very steeples, was pretty much the same as that in which Florence now took her way to Uncle Sol's, with this difference, that Florence suffered the added pain of thinking that she had been perhaps the innocent occasion of involving Walter in peril, and all to whom he was dear, herself included, in an agony of suspense. For the rest, uncertainty and danger seemed written upon everything. The weathercocks on spires and housetops were mysterious with hints of stormy wind, and pointed like so many ghostly fingers out to dangerous seas, where fragments of great wrecks were drifting perhaps, and helpless men were rocked upon them into a sleep as deep as the unfathomable waters. When Florence came into the city, and passed gentlemen who were talking together, she dreaded to hear them speaking of the ship, and saying it was lost. Pictures and prints of vessels fighting with the rolling waves filled her with alarm. The smoke and clouds, though moving gently, moved too fast for her apprehensions, and made her fear there was a tempest blowing at that moment on the ocean. Susan Nipper may or may not have been affected similarly, but having her attention much engaged in struggles with boys, whenever there was any press of people, for, between that grade of humankind and herself, there was some natural animosity that invariably broke out whenever they came together, it would seem that she had not much leisure on the road for intellectual operations. Arriving in good time abreast of the wooden midshipman on the opposite side of the way, and waiting for an opportunity to cross the street, they were a little surprised at first to see, at the instrument-maker's door, a round-headed lad with his chubby face addressed towards the sky, who, as they looked at him, suddenly thrust into his capacious mouth 2 fingers of each hand, and with the assistance of that machinery whistled with astonishing shrillness to some pigeons at a considerable elevation in the air.
"Mrs. Richards' eldest, miss," said Susan, "and the worrit of Mrs. Richards's life."
As Polly had been to tell Florence of the resuscitated prospects of her son and heir, Florence was prepared for the meeting. So, a favourable moment presenting itself, they both hastened across without any further contemplation of Mrs. Richards's bane. That sporting character, unconscious of their approach, again whistled with his utmost might, and then yelled in a rapture of excitement,
"Strays! Whip! Strays!"
which identification had such an effect upon the conscience-stricken pigeons, that instead of going direct to some town in the north of England, as appeared to have been their original intention, they began to wheel and falter, whereupon Mrs. Richards's firstborn pierced them with another whistle, and again yelled in a voice that rose above the turmoil of the streets,
"Strays! Whoop! Strays!"
From this transport he was abruptly recalled to terrestrial objects by a poke from Miss Nipper, which sent him into the shop.
"Is this the way you show your penitence, when Mrs. Richards has been fretting for you months and months?" said Susan, following the poke. "Where's Mr. Gills?"
Rob, who smoothed his first rebellious glance at Miss Nipper when he saw Florence following, put his knuckles to his hair in honour of the latter, and said to the former that Mr. Gills was out.
"Fetch him home," said Miss Nipper with authority, "and say that my young lady's here." "I don't know where he's gone," said Rob. "Is that your penitence?" cried Susan with stinging sharpness. "Why, how can I go and fetch him when I don't know where to go?" whimpered the baited Rob. "How can you be so unreasonable?"
"Did Mr. Gills say when he should be home?" asked Florence.
"Yes, miss,"
replied Rob with another application of his knuckles to his hair.
"He said he should be home early in the afternoon, in about a couple of hours from now, miss." "Is he very anxious about his nephew?" inquired Susan. "Yes, miss," returned Rob, preferring to address himself to Florence, and slighting Nipper. "I should say he was, very much so. He ain't indoors, miss, not a quarter of a night together. He can't settle in one place 5 minutes. He goes about just like a stray," said Rob, stooping to get a glimpse of the pigeons through the window, and checking himself with his fingers halfway to his mouth, on the verge of another whistle. "Do you know a friend of Mr. Gills called Captain Cuttle?" inquired Florence after a moment's reflection. "Him with the hook, miss," rejoined Rob, with an illustrative twist of his left hand. "Yes, miss, he was here a day before yesterday." "Has he not been here since?" asked Susan. "No, miss," returned Rob, still addressing his reply to Florence.
"Perhaps Walter's uncle has gone there, Susan," observed Florence, turning to her.
"To Captain Cuttle's, miss," interposed Rob. "No, he not gone there, miss, because he left particular word. If Captain Cuttle called, I should tell him how surprised he was, and not to have seen him yesterday, and should make him stop till he came back."
"Do you know where Captain Cuttle lives?" asked Florence. Rob replied in the affirmative, and turning to a greasy parchment book on the shop desk, read the address aloud. Florence again turned to her maid, and took counsel with her in a low voice, while Rob, the round-eyed, mindful of his patron's secret charge, looked on and listened. Florence proposed that they would go to Captain Cuttle's house, hear from his own lips what he thought of the absence of any tidings of the son and heir, and bring him, if they could, to comfort Uncle Sol. Susan at first objected slightly on the score of distance, but a hackney coach being mentioned by her mistress, withdrew that opposition, and gave in her assent. There were some minutes of discussion between them before they came to this conclusion, during which the staring Rob paid close attention to both speakers, and inclined his ear to each by turns, as if he were appointed arbitrator of the argument. In time, Rob was dispatched for a coach, the visitors keeping shop meanwhile, and when he brought it, they got into it, leaving word for Uncle Sol that they would be sure to call again on their way back. Rob, having stared after the coach until it was as invisible as the pigeons had now become, sat down behind the desk with the most assiduous demeanour, and in order that he might forget nothing of what had transpired, made notes of it on various small scraps of paper with a vast expenditure of ink. There was no danger of these documents betraying anything, if accidentally lost, for long before a word was dry, it became as profound a mystery to Rob as if he had had no part whatever in its production. While he was yet busy with these labours, the hackney coach, after encountering unheard-of difficulties, from swivel bridges, soft roads, impassable canals, caravans of casks, settlements of scarlet beans and little wash-houses, and many such obstacles abounding in that country, stopped at the corner of Brig Place. Alighting here, Florence and Susan Nipper walked down the street and sought out the abode of Captain Cuttle. It happened by evil chance to be one of Mrs. MacStinger's great cleaning days. On these occasions Mrs. MacStinger was knocked up by the policeman at 3:15 in the morning, and rarely such before 12 o'clock next night. The chief object of this institution appeared to be that Mrs. MacStinger should move all the furniture into the back garden at early dawn, walk about the house in pattens all day, and move the furniture back again after dark. These ceremonies greatly fluttered those doves, the young MacStingers, who were not only unable at such times to find any resting place for the soles of their feet, but generally came in for a good deal of pecking from the maternal bird during the progress of the solemnities. At the moment when Florence and Susan Nipper presented themselves at Mrs. MacStinger's door, that worthy but redoubtable female was in the act of conveying Alexander MacStinger, aged 2 years and 3 months, along the passage, for forcible deposition in a sitting posture on the street pavement. Alexander being black in the face with holding his breath after punishment, and a cool paving stone being usually found to act as a powerful restorative in such cases. The feelings of Mrs. MacStinger, as a woman and a mother, were outraged by the look of pity for Alexander which she observed on Florence's face. Therefore Mrs. MacStinger, asserting those finest emotions of our nature, in preference to weakly gratifying her curiosity, shook and buffeted Alexander both before and during the application of the paving stone, and took no further notice of the strangers.
"I beg your pardon, ma'am,"
said Florence, when the child had found his breath again, and was using it.
"Is this Captain Cuttle's house?"
"No," said Mrs. MacStinger.
"Not number 9?
asked Florence, hesitating.
"Who said it wasn't number 9?
said Mrs. MacStinger. Susan Nipper instantly struck in, and begged to inquire what Mrs. MacStinger meant by that, and if she knew whom she was talking to. Mrs. MacStinger, in retort, looked at her all over.
"What do you want with Captain Cuttle, I should wish to know?"
said Mrs. MacStinger.
"Should you? Then I'm sorry that you won't be satisfied,"
returned Miss Nipper.
"Hush, Susan, if you please," said Florence. "Perhaps you can have the goodness to tell us where Captain Cuttle lives, ma'am, as he don't live here."
"Who says he don't live here?"
retorted the implacable MacStinger.
I said it wasn't Captain Cuttle's house, and it ain't his house, and forbid it that it ever should be his house, for Captain Cuttle don't know how to keep a house, and don't deserve to have a house. It's my house, and when I let the upper floor to Captain Cuttle, oh, I do a thankless thing and cast pearls before swine. Mrs. Maxtinger pitched her voice for the upper windows in offering these remarks, and cracked off each clause sharply by itself, as if from a rifle possessing an infinity of barrels. After the last shot, the captain's voice was heard to say, in feeble remonstrance from his own room, "Steady below." "Since you want Captain Cuttle, there he is," said Mrs. Maxtinger, with an angry motion of her hand. On Florence making bold to enter without any more parley, and on Susan following, Mrs. Maxtinger recommenced her pedestrian exercise in pattens, and Alexander Maxtinger, still on the paving stone, who had stopped in his crying to attend to the conversation, began to wail again, entertaining himself during that dismal performance, which was quite mechanical, with a general survey of the prospect, terminating in the hackney coach. The captain, in his own apartment, was sitting with his hands in his pockets and his legs drawn up under his chair on a very small desolate island, lying about midway in an ocean of soap and water. The captain's windows had been cleaned, the walls had been cleaned, the stove had been cleaned, and everything, the stove excepted, was wet, and shining with soft soap and sand, the smell of which dry saltery impregnated the air. In the midst of the dreary scene, the captain, cast away upon his island, looked round on the waste of waters with a rueful countenance, and seemed waiting for some friendly bark to come that way and take him off. But when the captain, directing his forlorn visage towards the door, saw Florence appear with her maid, no words can describe his astonishment. Mrs. Maxtinger's eloquence having rendered all other sounds but imperfectly distinguishable, he had looked for no rarer visitor than the pot-boy or the milkman. Wherefore, when Florence appeared, and coming to the confines of the island, put her hand in his, the captain stood up aghast, as if he supposed her for the moment to be some young member of the Flying Dutchman's family. Instantly recovering his self-possession, however, the captain's first care was to place her on dry land, which he happily accomplished with one motion of his arm. Issuing forth then upon the main, Captain Cuttle took Miss Nipper round the waist and bore her to the island also. Captain Cuttle then, with great respect and admiration, raised the hand of Florence to his lips, and standing off a little, for the island was not large enough for three, beamed on her from the soap and water like a new description of Triton.
"You are amazed to see us, I am sure," said Florence with a smile.
The inexpressibly gratified captain kissed his hook in reply, and growled as if a choice and delicate compliment were included in the words, "Stand by, stand by."
"But I couldn't rest," said Florence, "without coming to ask you what you think about dear Walter, who is my brother now, and whether there is anything to fear, and whether you will not go and console his poor uncle every day until we have some intelligence of him." At these words Captain Cuttle, as by an involuntary gesture, clapped his hand to his head, on which the hard glazed hat was not, and looked discomfited. "Have you any fears for Walter's safety?"
inquired Florence, from whose face the captain, so enraptured he was with it, could not take his eyes, while she in her turn looked earnestly at him, to be assured of the sincerity of his reply.
"No, heart's delight," said Captain Cuttle. "I'm not afeard. Waller is a lad as'll go through a deal o' hard weather. Waller is a lad as'll bring as much success to that here brig as a lad is capable on. Waller," said the captain, his eyes glistening with the praise of his young friend, and his hook raised to announce a beautiful quotation, "is what you may call a out'ard and visible sign of an in'ard and spirited grasp, and when found make a note of."
Florence, who did not quite understand this, though the captain evidently thought it full of meaning and highly satisfactory, mildly looked to him for something more.
"I am not afeard, my heart's delight," resumed the captain. "There has been most uncommon bad weather in them latitudes, there is no denying, and they have drove and been beat off, maybe t'other side of the world. But the ship's a good ship, and the lad's a good lad, and it ain't easy, thank the Lord," the captain made a little bow, "to break up hearts of oak, whether they're in brigs or bosoms. Here we have 'em both ways, which is bringing it up with a round turn, and so I ain't a bit afeard as yet."
"As yet?" repeated Florence.
"Not a bit,"
returned the captain, kissing his iron hand.
"And afore I begin to be, my heart's delight, Waller will have wrote home from the island, or from some port or another, and made all taut and shipshape. And with regard to old Sol Gills," here the captain became solemn, "who I'll stand by, and not desert, until death do us part, and when the stormy winds do blow, overhaul the catechism," said the captain parenthetically, "and there you'll find them expressions, if it would console Sol Gills to have the opinion of a seafaring man as has got a mind equal to any undertaking that he puts it alongside of, and as was all but smashed in his prenticeship, and of which the name is Bunsby, that here man shall give him such an opinion in his own parlour as'll stun him. Ah!" said Captain Cuttle vauntingly, "as much as if he'd gone and knocked his head agin a door."
"Let us take this gentleman to see him, and let us hear what he says," cried Florence. "Will you go with us now? We have a coach here."
Again the captain clapped his hand to his head, on which the hard glazed hat was not, and looked discomfited. But at this instant a most remarkable phenomenon occurred. The door opening, without any note of preparation, and apparently of itself, the hard glazed hat in question skimmed into the room like a bird, and alighted heavily at the captain's feet. The door then shut as violently as it had opened, and nothing ensued in explanation of the prodigy. Captain Cuttle picked up his hat, and having turned it over with a look of interest and welcome, began to polish it on his sleeve. While doing so, the captain eyed his visitors intently, and said in a low voice, "You see, I should have bore down on Sol Gills yesterday, and this morning, but she took it away and kept it. That's the long and short of the subject."
"Who did, for goodness' sake?"
asked Susan Nipper.
"The lady of the house, my dear,"
returned the captain in a gruff whisper, and making signals of secrecy.
"We had some words about the swabbing of these here planks, and she, in short," said the captain, eyeing the door, and relieving himself with a long breath, "she stopped my liberty."
"Oh, I wish she had me to deal with," said Susan, reddening with the energy of the wish. "I'd stop her."
"Would you? Do you, my dear?"
rejoined the captain, shaking his head doubtfully, but regarding the desperate courage of the fair aspirant with obvious admiration.
"I don't know. It's difficult navigation. She's very hard to carry on with, my dear. You never can tell how she'll head, you see. She's full one minute, and round upon you next. And when she in a tartar," said the captain with the perspiration breaking out upon his forehead. There was nothing but a whistle emphatic enough for the conclusion of the sentence, so the captain whistled tremulously. After which he again shook his head, and recurring to his admiration of Miss Nipper's devoted bravery, timidly repeated, "Would you? Do you think, my dear?" Susan only replied with a bridling smile, but that was so very full of defiance that there is no knowing how long Captain Cuttle might have stood entranced in its contemplation, if Florence in her anxiety had not again proposed their immediately resorting to the oracular Bunsby. Thus reminded of his duty, Captain Cuttle put on the glazed hat firmly, took up another knobby stick with which he had supplied the place of that one given to Walter, and offering his arm to Florence, prepared to cut his way through the enemy. It turned out, however, that Mrs. MacStinger had already changed her course, and that she headed, as the captain had remarked she often did, in quite a new direction. For when they got downstairs, they found that exemplary woman beating the mats on the doorsteps, with Alexander, still upon the paving stone, dimly looming through a fog of dust. And so absorbed was Mrs. MacStinger in her household occupation,
that when Captain Cuttle and his visitors passed, she beat the harder, and neither by word nor gesture showed any consciousness of their vicinity. The captain was so well pleased with this easy escape, although the effect of the doormats on him was like a copious administration of snuff, and made him sneeze until the tears ran down his face, that he could hardly believe his good fortune, but more than once, between the door and the hackney coach, looked over his shoulder with an obvious apprehension of Mrs. MacStinger's giving chase yet. However, they got to the corner of Brig Place without any molestation from that terrible fire-ship, and the captain mounting the coach-box, for his gallantry would not allow him to ride inside with the ladies, though besought to do so, piloted the driver on his course for Captain Bunsby's vessel, which was called the Cautious Clara, and was lying hard by Ratcliffe. Arrived at the wharf, off which this great commander's ship was jammed in among some 500 companions, whose tangled rigging looked like monstrous cobwebs half swept down, Captain Cuttle appeared at the coach window, and invited Florence and Miss Nipper to accompany him on board, observing that Bunsby was to the last degree soft-hearted in respect of ladies, and nothing would so much tend to bring his expansive intellect into a state of harmony as their presentation to the Cautious Clara. Florence readily consented, and the captain, taking her little hand in his prodigious palm, led her, with a mixed expression of patronage, paternity, pride, and ceremony that was pleasant to see, over several very dirty decks, until, coming to the Clara, they found that cautious craft, which lay outside the tier, with her gangway removed, and 6 feet of river interposed between herself and her nearest neighbour. It appeared from Captain Cuttle's explanation that the great Bunsby, like himself, was cruelly treated by his landlady, and that when her usage of him for the time being was so hard that he could bear it no longer, he set this gulf between them as a last resort.
"Clara, ahoy!"
cried the captain, putting a hand to each side of his mouth.
"Ahoy!"
cried a boy, like the captain's echo, tumbling up from below.
"Bunsby aboard?"
cried the captain, hailing the boy in a stentorian voice, as if he were 1/2 mile off instead of 2 yards.
"Aye, aye!"
cried the boy in the same tone. The boy then shoved out a plank to Captain Cuttle, who adjusted it carefully, and led Florence across, returning presently for Miss Nipper. So they stood upon the deck of the Cautious Clara, in whose standing rigging divers fluttering articles of dress were curing, in company with a few tongues and some mackerel. Immediately there appeared, coming slowly up above the bulkhead of the cabin, another bulkhead, human and very large, with one stationary eye in the mahogany face, and one revolving one on the principle of some lighthouses. This head was decorated with shaggy hair, like oakum, which had no governing inclination towards the north, east, west, or south, but inclined to all 4 quarters of the compass, and to every point upon it. The head was followed by a perfect desert of chin, and by a shirt-collar and neckerchief, and by a dreadnought pilot coat, and by a pair of dreadnought pilot trousers, whereof the waistband was so very broad and high that it became a succedaneum for a waistcoat, being ornamented near the wearer's breastbone with some massive wooden buttons like backgammon men. As the lower portions of these pantaloons became revealed, Bunsby stood confessed, his hands in their pockets, which were of vast size, and his gaze directed not to Captain Cuttle or the ladies, but the masthead. The profound appearance of this philosopher, who was bulky and strong, and on whose extremely red face an expression of taciturnity sat enthroned, not inconsistent with his character, in which that quality was proudly conspicuous, almost daunted Captain Cuttle, though on familiar terms with him. Whispering to Florence that Bunsby had never in his life expressed surprise, and was considered not to know what it meant, the captain watched him as he eyed his masthead, and afterwards swept the horizon, and when the revolving eye seemed to be coming round in his direction, said, "Bunsby, my lad, how fares it?" A deep, gruff, husky utterance, which seemed to have no connection with Bunsby, and certainly had not the least effect upon his face, replied,
"Aye, aye, shipmate, how goes it?"
At the same time, Bunsby's right hand and arm, emerging from a pocket, shook the captain's, and went back again.
"Bunsby,"
said the captain, striking home at once.
Here you are, a man of mind, and a man as can give an opinion. Here's a young lady as wants to take that opinion in regard of my friend Waller, likewise my t'other friend Sol Gills, which is a character for you to come within hail of, being a man of science, which is the mother of invention, and knows no law. Bunsby, will you wear to oblige me, and come along with us?"
The great commander, who seemed by expression of his visage to be always on the look-out for something in the extremest distance, and to have no ocular knowledge of anything within 10 miles, made no reply whatever.
"Here is a man,"
said the captain, addressing himself to his fair auditors, and indicating the commander with his outstretched hook, "that has fell down more than any man alive, that has had more accidents happen to his own self than the Seamen's Hospital to all hands, that took as many spars and bars and bolts about the outside of his head when he was young, as you'd want an order for on Chatham Yard to build a pleasure yacht with. And yet that his opinions in that way, it's my belief, for there ain't nothing like 'em afloat or ashore." The stolid commander appeared by a very slight vibration in his elbows to express some satisfaction in this encomium, but if his face had been as distant as his gaze was, it could hardly have enlightened the beholders less in reference to anything that was passing in his thoughts.
"Shipmate,"
said Bunsby, all of a sudden, and stooping down to look out under some interposing spar,
"what'll the ladies drink?"
Captain Cuttle, whose delicacy was shocked by such an inquiry in connection with Florence, drew the sage aside, and seeming to explain in his ear, accompanied him below, where, that he might not take offence, the captain drank a dram himself, which Florence and Susan, glancing down the open skylight, saw the sage, with difficulty finding room for himself between his berth and a very little brass fireplace, serve out for self and friend. They soon reappeared on deck, and Captain Cuttle, triumphing in the success of his enterprise, conducted Florence back to the coach, while Bunsby followed, escorting Miss Nipper, whom he hugged upon the way, much to that young lady's indignation, with his pilot-coated arm like a blue bear. The captain put his oracle inside, and gloried so much in having secured him, and having got that mind into a hackney coach, that he could not refrain from often peeping in at Florence through the little window behind the driver, and testifying his delight in smiles, and also in taps upon his forehead, to hint to her that the brain of Bunsby was hard at it. In the meantime, Bunsby, still hugging Miss Nipper, for his friend the captain had not exaggerated the softness of his heart, uniformly preserved his gravity of deportment, and showed no other consciousness of her or anything. Uncle Sol, who had come home, received them at the door, and ushered them immediately into the little back parlour, strangely altered by the absence of Walter. On the table and about the room were the charts and maps on which the heavy-hearted instrument-maker had again and again tracked the missing vessel across the sea, and on which, with a pair of compasses that he still had in his hand, he had been measuring a minute before how far she must have driven to have driven here or there, and trying to demonstrate that a long time must elapse before hope was exhausted.
"Whether she can have run," said Uncle Sol, looking wistfully over the chart, "but no, that's almost impossible, or whether she can have been forced by stress of weather, but that's not reasonably likely, or whether there is any hope she's so far changed her course as, but even I can hardly hope that."
With such broken suggestions, poor old Uncle Sol roamed over the great sheet before him, and could not find a speck of hopeful probability in it, large enough to set one small point of the compasses upon. Florence saw immediately, it would have been difficult to help seeing, that there was a singular, indescribable change in the old man, and that while his manner was far more restless and unsettled than usual, there was yet a curious, contradictory decision in it that perplexed her very much. She fancied once that he spoke wildly and at random, for on her saying she regretted not to have seen him when she had been there before that morning, he at first replied that he had been to see her, and directly afterwards seemed to wish to recall that answer.
"You have been to see me?" said Florence. "To-day?"
"Yes, my dear young lady," returned Uncle Sol, looking at her and away from her in a confused manner. "I wished to see you with my own eyes, and to hear you with my own ears, once more before—" There he stopped.
Before when? Before what?
said Florence, putting her hand upon his arm.
"Did I say before?" replied old Sol. "If I did, I must have meant before we should have news of my dear boy."
You are not well, said Florence tenderly. You have been so very anxious. I am sure you are not well.
"I am as well,"
returned the old man, shutting up his right hand and holding it out to show her,
"as well and firm as any man at my time of life can hope to be. See, it's steady. Is its master not as capable of resolution and fortitude as many a younger man? I think so. We shall see."
There was that in his manner, more than in his words, though they remained with her too, which impressed Florence so much that she would have confided her uneasiness to Captain Cuttle at that moment, if the captain had not seized that moment for expounding the state of circumstance on which the opinion of the sagacious Bunsby was requested, and entreating that profound authority to deliver the same. Bunsby, whose eye continued to be addressed to somewhere about the half-way house between London and Gravesend, 2 or 3 times put out his rough right arm, as seeking to wind it for inspiration round the fair form of Miss Nipper. But that young female having withdrawn herself in displeasure to the opposite side of the table, the soft heart of the commander of the cautious Clara met with no response to its impulses. After sundry failures in this wise, the commander, addressing himself to nobody, thus spake, or rather the voice within him said of its own accord, and quite independent of himself, as if he were possessed by a gruff spirit.
"My name's Jack Bunsby."
"He was christened John," cried the delighted Captain Cuttle. "Hear him."
"And what I says,"
pursued the voice after some deliberation,
"I stands to."
The captain, with Florence on his arm, nodded at the auditory, and seemed to say, "Now he's coming out. This is what I meant when I brought him."
"Whereby,"
proceeded the voice,
"why not? If so, what odds? Can any man say otherwise? No, a was't then."
When it had pursued its train of argument to this point, the voice stopped and rested. It then proceeded very slowly, thus:
"Do I believe that this here son and heir is gone down, my lads? Mayhap. Do I say so? Which? If a skipper stands out by St. George's Channel, making for the Downs, what's right ahead of him? The Goodwins. He isn't forced to run upon the Goodwins, but he may. The bearings of this observation lays in the application on it. That ain't no part of my duty. Awast then. Keep a bright look out for'ard, and good luck to you."
The voice here went out of the back parlour and into the street, taking the commander of the cautious Clara with it, and accompanying him on board again with all convenient expedition, where he immediately turned in and refreshed his mind with a nap. The students of the sage's precepts, left to their own application of his wisdom, upon a principle which was the main leg of the Bunsby tripod, as it is perchance of some other oracular stools, looked upon one another in a little uncertainty, while Rob the Grinder, who had taken the innocent freedom of peering in and listening through the skylight in the roof, came softly down from the leads in a state of very dense confusion. Captain Cuttle, however, whose admiration of Bunsby was, if possible, enhanced by the splendid manner in which he had justified his reputation and come through this solemn reference, proceeded to explain that Bunsby meant nothing but confidence, that Bunsby had no misgivings, and that such an opinion as that man had given, coming from such a mind as his, was hope's own anchor, with good roads to cast it in. Florence endeavoured to believe that the captain was right, but the Nipper, with her arms tight folded, shook her head in resolute denial, and had no more trust in Bunsby than in Mr. Perch himself. The philosopher seemed to have left Uncle Sol pretty much where he had found him, for he still went roaming about the watery world, compasses in hand, and discovering no rest for them. It was in pursuance of a whisper in his ear from Florence, while the old man was absorbed in this pursuit, that Captain Cuttle laid his heavy hand upon his shoulder.
"What cheer, Sol Gills?"
cried the captain heartily.
"But so, Ned," returned the instrument maker. "I have been remembering all this afternoon that on the very day when my boy entered Dombey's house, and came home late to dinner, sitting just there where you stand, we talked of storm and shipwreck, and I could hardly turn him from the subject."
But meeting the eyes of Florence, which were fixed with earnest scrutiny upon his face, the old man stopped and smiled.
"Stand by, old friend," cried the captain. "Look alive. I'll tell you what, Sol Gills, arter I've convoyed Heart's Delight safe home," here the captain kissed his hook to Florence, "I'll come back and take you in tow for the rest of this blessed day. You come and eat your dinner along with me, Sol, somewheres or another."
"Not to-day, Ned," said the old man quickly, and appearing to be unaccountably startled by the proposition. "Not to-day. I couldn't do it."
"Why not?"
returned the captain, gazing at him in astonishment.
I have so much to do. I mean to think of and arrange. I couldn't do it, Ned, indeed. I must go out again and be alone, and turn my mind to many things to-day."
The captain looked at the instrument maker, and looked at Florence, and again at the instrument maker.
"Tomorrow, then,"
he suggested at last.
Yes, tomorrow," said the old man. "Think of me tomorrow. Say tomorrow."
"I shall come here early, mind, Sol Gills,"
stipulated the captain.
Yes, the first thing tomorrow morning," said old Sol. "And now, good-bye, Ned Cuttle, and God bless you."
Squeezing both the captain's hands with uncommon fervour as he said it, the old man turned to Florence, folded hers in his own, and put them to his lips, then hurried her out to the coach with very singular precipitation. Altogether he made such an effect on Captain Cuttle, that the captain lingered behind, and instructed Rob to be particularly gentle and attentive to his master until the morning, which injunction he strengthened with the payment of 1 shilling down, and the promise of another 6pence before noon next day. This kind office performed, Captain Cuttle, who considered himself the natural and lawful bodyguard of Florence, mounted the box with a mighty sense of his trust, and escorted her home. At parting he assured her that he would stand by Sol Gills close and true, and once again inquired of Susan Nipper, unable to forget her gallant words in reference to Mrs. MacStinger.
"Would you? Do you think, my dear, though?"
When the desolate house had closed upon the two, the captain's thoughts reverted to the old instrument maker, and he felt uncomfortable. Therefore, instead of going home, he walked up and down the street several times, and, eking out his leisure until evening, dined late at a certain angular little tavern in the city, with a public parlour like a wedge, to which glazed hats much resorted. The captain's principal intention was to pass Sol Gills's after dark, and look in through the window, which he did. The parlour door stood open, and he could see his old friend writing busily and steadily at the table within, while the little midshipman, already sheltered from the night dews, watched him from the counter, under which Rob the grinder made his own bed, preparatory to shutting the shop. Reassured by the tranquillity that reigned within the precincts of the Wooden Mariner, the captain headed for Brig Place, resolving to weigh anchor betimes in the morning. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 24. The Study of a Loving Heart. Sir Barnet and Lady Skettles, very good people, resided in a pretty villa at Fulham, on the banks of the Thames, which was one of the most desirable residences in the world, when a rowing match happened to be going past, but had its little inconveniences at other times, among which may be enumerated the occasional appearance of the river in the drawing-room, and the contemporaneous disappearance of the lawn and shrubbery. Sir Barnet Skettles expressed his personal consequence chiefly through an antique gold snuff-box, and a ponderous silk pocket kerchief, which he had an imposing manner of drawing out of his pocket like a banner, and using with both hands at once. Sir Barnet's object in life was constantly to extend the range of his acquaintance. Like a heavy body dropped into water, not to disparage so worthy a gentleman by the comparison, it was in the nature of things that Sir Barnet must spread an ever-widening circle about him, until there was no room left; or, like a sound in air, the vibration of which, according to the speculation of an ingenious modern philosopher, may go on travelling for ever through the interminable fields of space, nothing but coming to the end of his mortal tether could stop Sir Barnet Skettles in his voyage of discovery through the social system. Sir Barnet was proud of making people acquainted with people. He liked the thing for its own sake, and it advanced his favourite object too. For example, if Sir Barnet had the good fortune to get hold of a law recruit, or a country gentleman, and ensnared him to his hospitable villa, Sir Barnet would say to him on the morning after his arrival, "Now, my dear sir, is there anybody you would like to know? Who is there you would wish to meet? Do you take any interest in writing people, or in painting or sculpturing people, or in acting people, or in anything of that sort?" Possibly the patient answered yes, and mentioned somebody of whom Sir Barnet had no more personal knowledge than of Ptolemy the Great. Sir Barnet replied that nothing on earth was easier, as he knew him very well; immediately called on the aforesaid somebody, left his card, wrote a short note, "My dear sir, penalty of your eminent position, friend at my house naturally desirous, Lady Skettles and myself participate, trust that genius being superior to ceremonies, you will do us the distinguished favour of giving us the pleasure," etc., etc., and so killed a brace of birds with one stone, dead as door-nails. With the snuff-box and banner in full force, Sir Barnet Skettles propounded his usual inquiry to Florence on the first morning of her visit. When Florence thanked him and said there was no one in particular whom she desired to see, it was natural she should think with a pang of poor lost Walter, when Sir Barnet Skettles, urging his kind offer, said, "My dear Miss Dombey, are you sure you can remember no one whom your good papa, to whom I beg you present the best compliments of myself and Lady Skettles when you write, might wish you to know?" It was natural, perhaps, that her poor head should droop a little, and that her voice should tremble as it softly answered in the negative. Skettles junior, much stiffened as to his cravat, and sobered down as to his spirits, was at home for the holidays, and appeared to feel himself aggrieved by the solicitude of his excellent mother that he should be attentive to Florence. Another and a deeper injury under which the soul of young Barnet chafed was the company of Dr. and Mrs. Blimber, who had been invited on a visit to the paternal roof-tree, and of whom the young gentleman often said he would have preferred their passing the vacation at Jericho. "Is there anybody you can suggest now, Dr. Blimber?" said Sir Barnet Skettles, turning to that gentleman. "You're very kind, Sir Barnet," returned Dr. Blimber. "Really, I am not aware that there is in particular. I like to know my fellow men in general, Sir Barnet. What does Terence say? Any one who is the parent of a son is interesting to me." "Has Mrs. Blimber any wish to see any remarkable person?" asked Sir Barnet courteously. Mrs. Blimber replied, with a sweet smile and a shake of her sky blue cap, that if Sir Barnet could have made her known to Cicero, she would have troubled him, but such an introduction not being feasible, and she already enjoying the friendship of himself and his amiable lady, and possessing with the doctor, her husband, their joint confidence in regard to their dear son, here young Barnet was observed to curl his nose, she asked no more. Sir Barnet was fain, under these circumstances, to content himself for the time with the company assembled. Florence was glad of that, for she had a study to pursue among them, and it lay too near her heart, and was too precious and momentous to yield to any other interest. There were some children staying in the house, children who were as frank and happy with fathers and with mothers as those rosy faces opposite home, children who had no restraint upon their love, and freely showed it. Florence sought to learn their secret, sought to find out what it was she had missed, what simple art they knew and she knew not, how she could be taught by them to show her father that she loved him, and to win his love again. Many a day did Florence thoughtfully observe these children. On many a bright morning did she leave her bed when the glorious sun rose, and walking up and down upon the river's bank, before anyone in the house was stirring, look up at the windows of their rooms, and think of them asleep, so gently tended and affectionately thought of. Florence would feel more lonely then than in the great house all alone, and would think sometimes that she was better there than here, and that there was a greater peace in hiding herself than in mingling with others of her age, and finding how unlike them all she was. But attentive to her study, though it touched her to the quick at every little leaf she turned in the hard book, Florence remained among them, and tried with patient hope to gain the knowledge that she wearied for. Ah, how to gain it! How to know the charm in its beginning! There were daughters here who rose up in the morning and lay down to rest at night, possessed of fathers' hearts already. They had no repulse to overcome, no coldness to dread, no frown to smooth away. As the morning advanced, and the windows opened one by one, and the dew began to dry upon the flowers, and youthful feet began to move upon the lawn, Florence, glancing round at the bright faces, thought, what was there she could learn from these children? It was too late to learn from them. Each could approach her father fearlessly, and put up her lips to meet the ready kiss, and wind her arm about the neck that bent down to caress her. She could not begin by being so bold. Oh, could it be that there was less and less hope as she studied more and more? She remembered well that even the old woman who had robbed her when a little child, whose image and whose house and all she had said and done were stamped upon her recollection with the enduring sharpness of a fearful impression made at that early period of life, had spoken fondly of her daughter, and how terribly even she had cried out in the pain of hopeless separation from her child. But her own mother, she would think again when she recalled this, had loved her well. Then, sometimes, when her thoughts reverted swiftly to the void between herself and her father, Florence would tremble, and the tears would start upon her face, as she pictured to herself her mother living on, and coming also to dislike her, because of her wanting the unknown grace that should conciliate that father naturally, and had never done so from her cradle. She knew that this imagination did wrong to her mother's memory, and had no truth in it, or base to rest upon, and yet she tried so hard to justify him, and to find the whole blame in herself, that she could not resist its passing, like a wild cloud, through the distance of her mind. There came among the other visitors, soon after Florence, one beautiful girl, 3 or 4 years younger than she, who was an orphan child, and who was accompanied by her aunt, a grey-haired lady, who spoke much to Florence, and who greatly liked, but that they all did, to hear her sing of an evening, and would always sit near her at that time with motherly interest. They had only been 2 days in the house, when Florence, being in an arbour in the garden one warm morning, musingly observant of a youthful group upon the turf, through some intervening boughs, and wreathing flowers for the head of one little creature among them, who was the pet and plaything of the rest, heard this same lady and her niece, in pacing up and down a sheltered nook close by, speak of herself.
"Is Florence an orphan like me, aunt?"
said the child. "No, my love. She has no mother, but her father is living."
"Is she in mourning for her poor mamma now?"
inquired the child quickly. "No, for her only brother."
"Has she no other brother?"
"None."
"No sister?"
"None."
"I am very, very sorry,"
said the little girl. As they stopped soon afterwards to watch some boats, and had been silent in the meantime, Florence, who had risen when she heard her name, and had gathered up her flowers to go and meet them, that they might know of her being within hearing, resumed her seat and work, expecting to hear no more. But the conversation recommenced next moment.
"Florence is a favourite with every one here, and deserves to be, I'm sure,"
said the child earnestly.
"Where is her papa?"
The aunt replied, after a moment's pause, that she did not know. Her tone of voice arrested Florence, who had started from her seat again, and held her fastened to the spot, with her work hastily caught up to her bosom, and her two hands saving it from being scattered on the ground.
"He is in England, I hope, aunt?"
said the child. "I believe so, yes, I know he is indeed."
"Has he ever been here?"
"I believe not, no."
"Is he coming here to see her?"
"I believe not."
"Is he lame or blind or ill, aunt?"
asked the child. The flowers that Florence held to her breast began to fall when she heard those words, so wonderingly spoke. She held them closer, and her face hung down upon them. "Kate," said the lady, after another moment of silence, "I will tell you the whole truth about Florence as I have heard it, and believe it to be. Tell no one else, my dear, because it may be little known here, and your doing so would give her pain."
"I never will,"
exclaimed the child. "I know you never will," returned the lady. "I can trust you as myself. I fear then, Kate, that Florence's father cares little for her, very seldom sees her, never was kind to her in her life, and now quite shuns her and avoids her. She would love him dearly if he would suffer her, but he will not, though for no fault of hers, and she is greatly to be loved and pitied by all gentle hearts." More of the flowers that Florence held fell scattering on the ground. Those that remained were wet, but not with dew, and her face dropped upon her laden hands.
"Poor Florence! Dear good Florence!"
cried the child. "Do you know why I have told you this, Kate?" said the lady.
"That I may be very kind to her, and take great care to try to please her. Is that the reason, aunt?"
"Partly," said the lady, "but not all. Though we see her so cheerful, with a pleasant smile for every one, ready to oblige us all, and bearing her part in every amusement here, she can hardly be quite happy. Do you think she can, Kate?"
"I am afraid not,"
said the little girl. "And you can understand," pursued the lady, "why her observation of children who have parents, who are fond of them and proud of them, like many here just now, should make her sorrowful in secret."
"Yes, dear aunt,"
said the child,
"I understand that very well. Poor Florence!"
More flowers strayed upon the ground, and those she yet held to her breast trembled as if a wintry wind were rustling them. "My Kate," said the lady, whose voice was serious but very calm and sweet, and had so impressed Florence from the first moment of her hearing it, "of all the youthful people here, you are her natural and harmless friend. You have not the innocent means that happier children have."
"There are none happier, aunt,"
exclaimed the child, who seemed to cling about her. "As other children have, dear Kate, of reminding her of her misfortune. Therefore I would have you, when you try to be her little friend, try all the more for that, and feel that the bereavement you sustained, thank Heaven, before you knew its weight, gives you claim and hold upon poor Florence."
"But I am not without a parent's love, aunt, and I never have been," said the child, "with you."
"However that may be, my dear," returned the lady, "your misfortune is a lighter one than Florence's, for not an orphan in the wide world can be so deserted as the child who is an outcast from a living parent's love." The flowers were scattered on the ground like dust, the empty hands were spread upon the face, and orphan Florence, shrinking down upon the ground, wept long and bitterly. But true of heart, and resolute in her good purpose, Florence held to it, as her dying mother held by her, upon the day that gave Paul life. He did not know how much she loved him. However long the time in coming, and however slow the interval, she must try to bring that knowledge to her father's heart one day or another. Meantime, she must be careful in no thoughtless word or look or burst of feeling awakened by any chance circumstance to complain against him, or to give occasion for these whispers to his prejudice. Even in the response she made the orphan child, to whom she was attracted strongly, and whom she had such occasion to remember, Florence was mindful of him. If she singled her out too plainly, Florence thought, from among the rest, she would confirm, in one mind certainly, perhaps in more, the belief that he was cruel and unnatural. Her own delight was no set-off to this. What she had overheard was a reason, not for soothing herself, but for saving him, and Florence did it, in pursuance of the study of her heart. She did so always. If a book were read aloud, and there were anything in the story that pointed at an unkind father, she was in pain for their application of it to him, not for herself. So with any trifle of an interlude that was acted, or picture that was shown, or game that was played among them, the occasions for such tenderness towards him were so many that her mind misgave her often. It would indeed be better to go back to the old house and live again within the shadow of its dull walls undisturbed. How few who saw sweet Florence, in her spring of womanhood, the modest little queen of those small revels, imagined what a load of sacred care lay heavy in her breast. How few of those who stiffened in her father's freezing atmosphere suspected what a heap of fiery coals was piled upon his head. Florence pursued her study patiently, and, failing to acquire the secret of the nameless grace she sought, among the youthful company who were assembled in the house, often walked out alone in the early morning among the children of the poor. But still she found them all too far advanced to learn from. They had won their household places long ago, and did not stand without, as she did, with a bar across the door. There was one man whom she several times observed at work very early, and often with a girl of about her own age seated near him. He was a very poor man, who seemed to have no regular employment, but now went roaming about the banks of the river when the tide was low, looking out for bits and scraps in the mud, and now worked at the unpromising little patch of garden ground before his cottage, and now tinkered up a miserable old boat that belonged to him, or did some job of that kind for a neighbour, as chance occurred. Whatever the man's labour, the girl was never employed, but sat, when she was with him, in a listless, moping state, and idle. Florence had often wished to speak to this man, yet she had never taken courage to do so, as he made no movement towards her. But one morning, when she happened to come upon him suddenly from a by-path among some pollard willows, which terminated in the little shelving piece of stony ground that lay between his dwelling and the water, where he was bending over a fire he had made to caulk the old boat which was lying bottom upwards close by, he raised his head at the sound of her footstep, and gave her good morning.
"Good morning,"
said Florence, approaching nearer.
"You're at work early."
"I'd be glad to be often at work earlier, miss, if I had work to do."
"Is it so hard to get?"
asked Florence.
"I find it so," replied the man.
Florence glanced to where the girl was sitting, drawn together, with her elbows on her knees and her chin on her hands, and said,
"Is that your daughter?"
He raised his head quickly, and looking towards the girl with a brightened face, nodded to her, and said, "Yes." Florence looked towards her too, and gave her a kind salutation. The girl muttered something in return, ungraciously and sullenly.
"Is she in want of employment also?"
said Florence. The man shook his head. "No, miss," he said. "I work for both."
"Are there only you two, then?"
inquired Florence. "Only us two," said the man. "Her mother has been dead these 10 year. Martha," he lifted up his head again and whistled to her, "won't you say a word to the pretty young lady?" The girl made an impatient gesture with her cowering shoulders, and turned her head another way. Ugly, misshapen, peevish, ill-conditioned, ragged, dirty, but beloved. Oh yes, Florence had seen her father's look towards her, and she knew whose look it had no likeness to. "I'm afraid she's worse this morning, my poor girl," said the man, suspending his work, and contemplating his ill-favoured child with a compassion that was the more tender for being rougher.
"She is ill, then?"
said Florence. The man drew a deep sigh. "I don't believe my Martha's had 5 short days' good health," he answered, looking at her still, "in as many long years."
"Aye, and more than that, John,"
said a neighbour who had come down to help him with the boat. "More than that, you say, do you?" cried the other, pushing back his battered hat, and drawing his hand across his forehead. "Very like. It seems a long, long time."
"And the more the time," pursued the neighbour, "the more you favoured and humoured her, John, till she's got to be a burden to herself and everybody else."
"Not to me," said her father, falling to his work. "Not to me." Florence could feel, who better, how truly he spoke. She drew a little closer to him, and would have been glad to touch his rugged hand, and thank him for his goodness to the miserable object that he looked upon with eyes so different from any other man's. "Who would favour my poor girl, to call it favouring, if I didn't?" said the father.
"Aye, aye,"
cried the neighbour.
"in reason, John. But you rob yourself to give to her. You bind yourself hand and foot on her account. You make your life miserable along of her. And what does she care? You don't believe she knows it."
The father lifted up his head again, and whistled to her. Martha made the same impatient gesture with her crouching shoulders in reply, and he was glad and happy.
"Only for that, miss,"
said the neighbour with a smile in which there was more of secret sympathy than he expressed. "Only to get that. He never lets her out of his sight." "Because the day'll come, and has been coming a long while," observed the other, bending low over his work, "when to get half as much from that unfortunate child of mine, to get the trembling of a finger or the waving of a hair, would be to raise the dead." Florence softly put some money near his hand on the old boat, and left him. And now Florence began to think, if she were to fall ill, if she were to fade like her dear brother, would he then know that she had loved him? Would she then grow dear to him? Would he come to her bedside, when she was weak and dim of sight, and take her into his embrace, and cancel all the past? Would he so forgive her, in that changed condition, for not having been able to lay open her childish heart to him, as to make it easy to relate with what emotions she had gone out of his room that night, what she had meant to say if she had had the courage, and how she had endeavoured afterwards to learn the way she never knew in infancy? Yes, she thought if she were dying he would relent. She thought that if she lay, serene and not unwilling to depart, upon the bed that was curtained round with recollections of their darling boy, he would be touched home, and would say, "Dear Florence, live for me, and we will love each other as we might have done, and be as happy as we might have been these many years." She thought that if she heard such words from him, and had her arms clasped round him, she could answer with a smile, "It is too late for anything but this. I never could be happier, dear father," and so leave him with a blessing on her lips. The golden water she remembered on the wall appeared to Florence, in the light of such reflections, only as a current flowing on to rest, and to a region where the dear ones gone before were waiting, hand in hand. And often when she looked upon the darker river rippling at her feet, she thought with awful wonder, but not terror, of that river which her brother had so often said was bearing him away. The father and his sick daughter were yet fresh in Florence's mind, and indeed that incident was not a week old when Sir Barnet and his lady, going out walking in the lanes one afternoon, proposed to her to bear them company. Florence readily consenting, Lady Skettles ordered out young Barnet as a matter of course, for nothing delighted Lady Skettles so much as beholding her eldest son with Florence on his arm. Barnet, to say the truth, appeared to entertain an opposite sentiment on the subject, and on such occasions frequently expressed himself audibly, though indefinitely, in reference to a parcel of girls. As it was not easy to ruffle her sweet temper, however, Florence generally reconciled the young gentleman to his fate after a few minutes, and they strolled on amicably, Lady Skettles and Sir Barnet following, in a state of perfect complacency and high gratification. This was the order of procedure on the afternoon in question, and Florence had almost succeeded in overruling the present objections of Skettles junior to his destiny, when a gentleman on horseback came riding by, looked at them earnestly as he passed, drew in his rein, wheeled round, and came riding back again, hat in hand. The gentleman had looked particularly at Florence, and when the little party stopped, on his riding back, he bowed to her, before saluting Sir Barnet and his lady. Florence had no remembrance of having ever seen him, but she started involuntarily when he came near her, and drew back.
"My horse is perfectly quiet, I assure you," said the gentleman.
It was not that, but something in the gentleman himself, Florence could not have said what, that made her recoil as if she had been stung.
"I have the honour to address Miss Dombey, I believe," said the gentleman with a most persuasive smile.
On Florence inclining her head, he added,
"My name is Carker. I can hardly hope to be remembered by Miss Dombey, except by name Carker."
Florence, sensible of a strange inclination to shiver, though the day was hot, presented him to her host and hostess, by whom he was very graciously received.
"I beg pardon," said Mr. Carker, "1,000 times, but I am going down to-morrow morning to Mr. Dombey at Leamington, and if Miss Dombey can entrust me with any commission, need I say how very happy I shall be?"
Sir Barnet, immediately divining that Florence would desire to write a letter to her father, proposed to return, and besought Mr. Carker to come home and dine in his riding gear. Mr. Carker had the misfortune to be engaged to dinner, but if Miss Dombey wished to write, nothing would delight him more than to accompany them back, and to be her faithful slave in waiting as long as she pleased. As he said this with his widest smile, and bent down close to her to pat his horse's neck, Florence, meeting his eyes, saw, rather than heard him say, "There is no news of the ship." Confused, frightened, shrinking from him, and not even sure that he had said those words, for he seemed to have shown them to her in some extraordinary manner through his smile, instead of uttering them, Florence faintly said that she was obliged to him, but she would not write, she had nothing to say. "Nothing to send, Miss Dombey?" said the man of teeth.
"Nothing," said Florence, but my dear love, if you please."
Disturbed as Florence was, she raised her eyes to his face with an imploring and expressive look that plainly besought him, if he knew, which he as plainly did, that any message between her and her father was an uncommon charge, but that one, most of all, to spare her. Mr. Carker smiled and bowed low, and being charged by Sir Barnet with the best compliments of himself and Lady Skettles, took his leave and rode away, leaving a favourable impression on that worthy couple. Florence was seized with such a shudder as he went, that Sir Barnet, adopting the popular superstition, supposed somebody was passing over her grave. Mr. Carker, turning a corner on the instant, looked back, and bowed, and disappeared, as if he rode off to the churchyard straight to do it. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 25. Strange News of Uncle Sol. Captain Cuttle, though no sluggard, did not turn out so early on the morning after he had seen Sol Gills through the shop window, writing in the parlour, with the midshipman upon the counter, and Rob the grinder making up his bed below it, but that the clocks struck 6, as he raised himself on his elbow, and took a survey of his little chamber. The captain's eyes must have done severe duty, if he usually opened them as wide on awaking as he did that morning, and were but roughly rewarded for their vigilance, if he generally rubbed them half as hard. But the occasion was no common one, for Rob the grinder had certainly never stood in the doorway of Captain Cuttle's room before, and in it he stood then, panting at the captain, with a flushed and tousled air of bed about him, that greatly heightened both his colour and expression.
"Halloa!" roared the captain. "What's the matter?"
Before Rob could stammer a word in answer, Captain Cuttle turned out, all in a heap, and covered the boy's mouth with his hand.
"Steady, my lad," said the captain. "Don't ye speak a word to me as yet." The captain, looking at his visitor in great consternation, gently shouldered him into the next room, after laying this injunction upon him, and disappearing for a few moments, forthwith returned in the blue suit. Holding up his hand, in token of the injunction not yet being taken off, Captain Cuttle walked up to the cupboard and poured himself out a dram, a counterpart of which he handed to the messenger. The captain then stood himself up in a corner, against the wall, as if to forestall the possibility of being knocked backwards by the communication that was to be made to him, and having swallowed his liquor, with his eyes fixed on the messenger, and his face as pale as his face could be, requested him to heave ahead.
"Do you mean tell you, captain?"
asked Rob, who had been greatly impressed by these precautions.
"Aye,"
said the captain.
"Well, sir," said Rob, "I ain't got much to tell. But look here."
Rob produced a bundle of keys. The captain surveyed them, remained in his corner, and surveyed the messenger.
"And look here,"
pursued Rob. The boy produced a sealed packet, which Captain Cuttle stared at as he had stared at the keys.
"When I woke this morning, captain," said Rob, "which was about 5:15, I found these on my pillow. The shop door was unbolted and unlocked, and Mr. Gills gone."
"Gone!"
roared the captain.
"Flowed, sir,"
returned Rob. The captain's voice was so tremendous, and he came out of his corner with such way on him, that Rob retreated before him into another corner, holding out the keys and packet to prevent himself from being run down.
"For Captain Cuttle, sir," cried Rob, "is on the keys, and on the packet too. Upon my word and honour, Captain Cuttle, I don't know anything more about it. I wish I may die if I do. Here's a situation for a lad that's just got a situation," cried the unfortunate Grinder, screwing his cuff into his face. "His master bolted with his place, and him blamed for it."
These lamentations had reference to Captain Cuttle's gaze, or rather glare, which was full of vague suspicions, threatenings, and denunciations. Taking the proffered packet from his hand, the captain opened it and read as follows: "My dear Ned Cuttle, enclosed is my will." The captain turned it over with a doubtful look. "And testament."
"Where is the testament?"
said the captain, instantly impeaching the ill-fated Grinder.
"What have you done with that, my lad?"
"I never see it," whimpered Rob. "Don't keep on suspecting an innocent lad, Captain. I never touched the testament."
Captain Cuttle shook his head, implying that somebody must be made answerable for it, and gravely proceeded: "Which don't break open for a year, or until you have decisive intelligence of my dear Walter, who is dear to you, Ned, too, I am sure." The captain paused and shook his head in some emotion. Then, as a re-establishment of his dignity in this trying position, looked with exceeding sternness at the Grinder. "If you should never hear of me or see me more, Ned, remember an old friend as he will remember you to the last, kindly. And at least until the period I have mentioned has expired, keep a home in the old place for Walter. There are no debts, the loan from Dombey's house is paid off, and all my keys I send with this. Keep this quiet, and make no inquiry for me, it is useless. So, no more, dear Ned, from your true friend, Solomon Gills." The captain took a long breath, and then read these words written below: "The boy Rob, well recommended, as I told you, from Dombey's house. If all else should come to the hammer, take care, Ned, of the little midshipman." To convey to posterity any idea of the manner in which the captain, after turning this letter over and over, and reading it a score of times, sat down in his chair, and held a court-martial on the subject in his own mind, would require the united genius of all the great men who, discarding their own untoward days, have determined to go down to posterity, and have never got there. At first the captain was too much confounded and distressed to think of anything but the letter itself, and even when his thoughts began to glance upon the various attendant facts, they might, perhaps, as well have occupied themselves with their former theme, for any light they reflected on them. In this state of mind, Captain Cuttle, having the Grinder before the court, and no one else, found it a great relief to decide, generally, that he was an object of suspicion, which the captain so clearly expressed in his visage, that Rob remonstrated.
"Oh, don't, Captain!" cried the Grinder. "I wonder how you can. What have I done to be looked at like that?"
"My lad," said Captain Cuttle, "don't you sing out afore you're hurt, and don't you commit yourself, whatever you do."
"I haven't been and committed nothing, Captain," answered Rob.
"Keep her free, then," said the captain impressively, "and ride easy."
With a deep sense of the responsibility imposed upon him, and the necessity of thoroughly fathoming this mysterious affair, as became a man in his relations with the parties, Captain Cuttle resolved to go down and examine the premises, and to keep the Grinder with him. Considering that youth as under arrest at present, the captain was in some doubt whether it might not be expedient to handcuff him, or tie his ankles together, or attach a weight to his legs. But not being clear as to the legality of such formalities, the captain decided merely to hold him by the shoulder all the way, and knock him down if he made any objection. However, he made none, and consequently got to the instrument-maker's house without being placed under any more stringent restraint. As the shutters were not yet taken down, the captain's first care was to have the shop opened, and when the daylight was freely admitted, he proceeded, with its aid, to further investigation. The captain's first care was to establish himself in a chair in the shop, as president of the solemn tribunal that was sitting within him, and to require Rob to lie down in his bed under the counter, show exactly where he discovered the keys and packet when he awoke, how he found the door when he went to try it, how he started off to Brig Place, cautiously preventing the latter imitation from being carried farther than the threshold, and so on to the end of the chapter. When all this had been done several times, the captain shook his head and seemed to think the matter had a bad look. Next, the captain, with some indistinct idea of finding a body, instituted a strict search over the whole house, groping in the cellars with a lighted candle, thrusting his hook behind doors, bringing his head into violent contact with beams, and covering himself with cobwebs. Mounting up to the old man's bedroom, they found that he had not been in bed on the previous night, but had merely lain down on the coverlet, as was evident from the impression yet remaining there.
"And I think, captain," said Rob, looking round the room, "that when Mr. Gills was going in and out so often these last few days, he was taking little things away piecemeal, not to attract attention."
"Aye," said the captain mysteriously. "Why so, my lad?"
"Why," returned Rob, looking about, "I don't see his shaving tackle, nor his brushes, captain, nor no shirts, nor yet his shoes."
As each of these articles was mentioned, Captain Cuttle took particular notice of the corresponding department of the grinder, lest he should appear to have been in recent use, or should prove to be in present possession thereof. But Rob had no occasion to shave, was not brushed, and wore the clothes he had on for a long time past, beyond all possibility of a mistake.
"And what should you say," said the captain, "not committing yourself, about his time of shearing off, eh?"
"Why, I think, captain,"
returned Rob,
"that he must have gone pretty soon after I began to snore."
"What o'clock was that?"
said the captain, prepared to be very particular about the exact time.
"How can I tell, captain?" answered Rob. "I only know that I'm a heavy sleeper at first, and a light one towards morning; and if Mr. Gills had come through the shop near daybreak, though ever so much on tiptoe, I'm pretty sure I should have heard him shut the door at all events."
On mature consideration of this evidence, Captain Cuttle began to think that the instrument maker must have vanished of his own accord, to which logical conclusion he was assisted by the letter addressed to himself, which, as being undeniably in the old man's handwriting, would seem, with no great forcing, to bear the construction that he arranged of his own will to go, and so went. The captain had next to consider where and why, and as there was no way whatsoever that he saw to the solution of the first difficulty, he confined his meditations to the second. Remembering the old man's curious manner, and the farewell he had taken of him, unaccountably fervent at the time, but quite intelligible now, a terrible apprehension strengthened on the captain that, overpowered by his anxieties and regrets for Walter, he had been driven to commit suicide. Unequal to the wear and tear of daily life, as he had often professed himself to be, and shaken as he no doubt was by the uncertainty and deferred hope he had undergone, it seemed no violently strained misgiving, but only too probable. Free from debt, and with no fear for his personal liberty, or the seizure of his goods, what else with such a state of madness could have hurried him away alone and secretly? As to his carrying some apparel with him, if he had really done so, and they were not even sure of that, he might have done so, the captain argued, to prevent inquiry, to distract attention from his probable fate, or to ease the very mind that was now revolving all these possibilities. Such, reduced into plain language, and condensed within a small compass, was the final result and substance of Captain Cuttle's deliberations, which took a long time to arrive at this pass, and were, like some more public deliberations, very discursive and disorderly. Dejected and despondent in the extreme, Captain Cuttle felt it just to release Rob from the arrest in which he had placed him, and to enlarge him, subject to a kind of honourable inspection which he still resolved to exercise. And having hired a man, from Brogley the broker, to sit in the shop during their absence, the captain, taking Rob with him, issued forth upon a dismal quest after the mortal remains of Solomon Gills. Not a station-house, or bone-house, or workhouse in the metropolis escaped a visitation from the hard-glazed hat. Along the wharves, among the shipping on the bank-side, up the river, down the river, here, there, everywhere, it went gleaming where men were thickest, like the hero's helmet in an epic battle. For a whole week the captain read of all the found and missing people in all the newspapers and handbills, and went forth on expeditions at all hours of the day to identify Solomon Gills, in poor little ship-boys who had fallen overboard, and in tall foreigners with dark beards who had taken poison, to make sure, Captain Cuttle said, that it warn't him. It is sure thing that it never was, and that the good captain had no other satisfaction. Captain Cuttle at last abandoned these attempts as hopeless, and set himself to consider what was to be done next. After several new perusals of his poor friend's letter, he considered that the maintenance of a home in the old place for Walter was the primary duty imposed upon him. Therefore the captain's decision was that he would keep house on the premises of Solomon Gills himself, and would go into the instrument business and see what came of it. But as this step involved the relinquishment of his apartments at Mrs. McStinger's, and he knew that resolute woman would never hear of his deserting them, the captain took the desperate determination of running away.
"Now look you here, my lad," said the captain to Rob, when he had matured this notable scheme. "To-morrow I shan't be found in this here roadstead till night, not till arter midnight, perhaps. But you keep watch till you hear me knock, and the moment you do, turn to and open the door."
Very good, captain,
said Rob. "You continue to be rated on these here books," pursued the captain condescendingly, "and I don't say but what you may get promotion if you and me should pull together with a will. But the moment you hear me knock to-morrow night, whatever time it is, turn to and show yourself smart with the door."
"I'll be sure to do it, captain,"
replied Rob. "Because, you understand," resumed the captain, coming back again to enforce this charge upon his mind, "there may be, for anything I can say, a chase, and I might be took while I was waiting, if you didn't show yourself smart with the door." Rob again assured the captain that he would be prompt and wakeful, and the captain, having made this prudent arrangement, went home to Mrs. McStinger's for the last time. The sense the captain had of its being the last time, and of the awful purpose hidden beneath his blue waistcoat, inspired him with such a mortal dread of Mrs. McStinger, that the sound of that lady's foot downstairs at any time of the day was sufficient to throw him into a fit of trembling. It fell out, too, that Mrs. McStinger was in a charming temper, mild and placid as a house-lamb, and Captain Cuttle's conscience suffered terrible twinges when she came up to inquire if she could cook him nothing for his dinner.
"A nice small kidney pudding now, Captain Cuttle," said his landlady, "or a sheep's heart. Don't mind my trouble."
"No, thank ye, ma'am," returned the captain.
"Have a roast fowl," said Mrs. McStinger, "with a bit of veal stuffing and some egg sauce. Come, Captain Cuttle, give yourself a little treat."
"No, thank ye, ma'am," returned the captain, very humbly.
"I'm sure you're out of sorts, and want to be stimulated," said Mrs. McStinger. "Why not have, for once in a way, a bottle of sherry wine?"
"Well, ma'am," rejoined the captain, "if you'd be so good as take a glass or two, I think I would try that. Would you do me the favour, ma'am," said the captain, torn to pieces by his conscience, "to accept a quarter's rent ahead."
"And why so, Captain Cuttle?"
retorted Mrs. MacStinger sharply, as the captain thought. The captain was frightened to death.
"If you would, ma'am," he said with submission, "it would oblige me. I can't keep my money very well. It pays itself out. I should take it kind if you comply."
"Well, Captain Cuttle,"
said the unconscious MacStinger, rubbing her hands,
"you can do as you please. It's not for me, with my family, to refuse, no more than it is to ask."
"And would you, ma'am,"
said the captain, taking down the tin canister in which he kept his cash from the top shelf of the cupboard,
"be so good as offer 18 pence apiece to the little family all round? If you could make it convenient, ma'am, to pass the word presently for them children to come for'ard in a body, I should be glad to see 'em."
These innocent MacStingers were so many daggers to the captain's breast, when they appeared in a swarm, and tore at him with the confiding trustfulness he so little deserved. The eye of Alexander MacStinger, who had been his favourite, was insupportable to the captain. The voice of Juliana MacStinger, who was the picture of her mother, made a coward of him. Captain Cuttle kept up appearances, nevertheless, tolerably well, and for an hour or two was very hardly used and roughly handled by the young MacStingers, who in their childish frolics did a little damage also to the glazed hat, by sitting in it, two at a time, as in a nest, and drumming on the inside of the crown with their shoes. At length the captain sorrowfully dismissed them, taking leave of these cherubs with the poignant remorse and grief of a man who is going to execution. In the silence of the night, the captain packed up his heavier property in a chest, which he locked, intending to leave it there, in all probability for ever, but on the forlorn chance of one day finding a man sufficiently bold and desperate to come and ask for it. Of his lighter necessaries, the captain made a bundle, and disposed his plate about his person, ready for flight. At the hour of midnight, when Brig Place was buried in slumber, and Mrs. MacStinger was lulled in sweet oblivion, with her infants around her, the guilty captain, stealing down on tiptoe in the dark, opened the door, closed it softly after him, and took to his heels. Pursued by the image of Mrs. MacStinger springing out of bed, and regardless of costume, following and bringing him back, pursued also by a consciousness of his enormous crime, Captain Cuttle held on at a great pace, and allowed no grass to grow under his feet, between Brig Place and the instrument-maker's door. It opened when he knocked, for Rob was on the watch, and when it was bolted and locked behind him, Captain Cuttle felt comparatively safe.
"Phew!" cried the captain, looking round him. "It's a breather."
"Nothing the matter, is there, Captain?"
cried the gaping Rob.
"No, no," said Captain Cuttle, after changing colour and listening to a passing footstep in the street. "But mind ye, my lad, if any lady, except either of them two as you see t'other day, ever comes and asks for Captain Cuttle, be sure to report no person of that name known, nor never heard of here. Observe them orders, will you?"
"I take care, Captain,"
returned Rob.
"You might say, if you liked," hesitated the captain, "that you'd read in the paper that a captain of that name was gone to Australia, emigrating along with a whole ship's complement of people as had all swore never to come back no more."
Rob nodded his understanding of these instructions, and Captain Cuttle, promising to make a man of him if he obeyed orders, dismissed him, yawning, to his bed under the counter, and went aloft to the chamber of Solomon Gills. What the captain suffered next day, whenever a bonnet passed, or how often he darted out of the shop to elude imaginary MacStingers, and sought safety in the attic, cannot be told. But to avoid the fatigues attendant on this means of self-preservation, the captain curtained the glass door of communication between the shop and parlour on the inside, fitted a key to it from the bunch that had been sent to him, and cut a small hole of espial in the wall. The advantage of this fortification is obvious. On a bonnet appearing, the captain instantly slipped into his garrison, locked himself up, and took a secret observation of the enemy. Finding it a false alarm, the captain instantly slipped out again, and the bonnets in the street were so very numerous, and alarms were so inseparable from their appearance, that the captain was almost incessantly slipping in and out all day long. Captain Cuttle found time, however, in the midst of this fatiguing service, to inspect the stock, in connection with which he had the general idea, very laborious to rob, that too much friction could not be bestowed upon it, and that it could not be made too bright. He also ticketed a few attractive-looking articles at a venture, at prices ranging from 10 shillings to £50, and exposed them in the window, to the great astonishment of the public. After effecting these improvements, Captain Cuttle, surrounded by the instruments, began to feel scientific, and looked up at the stars at night through the skylight when he was smoking his pipe in the little back parlour before going to bed, as if he had established a kind of property in them. As a tradesman in the city, too, he began to have an interest in the Lord Mayor and the sheriffs, and in public companies, and felt bound to read the quotations of the funds every day, though he was unable to make out, on any principle of navigation, what the figures meant, and could have very well dispensed with the fractions. Florence the captain waited on with this strange news of Uncle Sol, immediately after taking possession of the midshipman, but she was away from home. So the captain sat himself down in his altered station of life, with no company but Rob the grinder, and losing count of time, as men do when great changes come upon them, thought musingly of Walter, and of Solomon Gills, and even of Mrs. Macstinger herself, as among the things that had been. End of chapter 25.